Did quite well with the bat against New Zealand in that opening game, but New Zealand making things look pretty easy in that chase. They played really well despite losing those couple of wickets. As we heard there, Afghanistan have packed their side with an extra spinner. Noor Ahmed comes in for Zia ur Rahman, playing on a red soil pitch in Ahmedabad. Looks like a good track, doesn't it? It's a fresh wicket, but both sides going with the extra spinner. We are expecting spin to play a part, aren't we?
Yeah, we are, and actually from experience of batting at that ground, it is very bouncy. The spin, it can turn, but it tends to be very stoppy with the bounce, and it feels like it never gets to you, and it makes the boundaries feel a hell of a lot bigger. So the way the plays, both teams are going to play spin here is going to be important. Afghanistan playing that extra spinner in Noor Ahmed, I think, is a very good decision. He's a hell of a bowler as well. He bowls very quick through the air. He's got a very good googly. And when you look at the way that their team is set up, they're going to rely massively on those spinners to tie South Africa up.
Yeah, it should be an interesting battle there between the Afghanistan spinners and the South African batters. We are going to see that straight away. As you heard there, Afghanistan bowling first after winning the toss. The two sets of teams getting ready to make their way on the field, but we've got hundreds and hundreds of mascots currently making their way out onto the outfield at the Modi Stadium with the giant flags ready for the national anthems. As I said, former England batter Michael Carberry with us as well. Morning, Carbs.
Good morning. Good morning, Nikesh. Good morning, everybody.
Beautiful day for a bit of cricket in Ahmedabad as we see the teams heading out shortly in the middle. We spoke there about the change to the Afghanistan side. Then one change for South Africa too. They're going with the extra spinner in the form of Linda, who comes in for Corbin Bosch, who bowled pretty well against Canada, but they're just going for that different combination. The big news as well, Lungi Ngidi does play despite that sort of slight hip injury where he fell on his side. He did continue with his spell against Canada after that, but he was their leading wicket taker, of course, in that match. How do you assess the makeup of that side with the extra spinner?
Yeah, I think for the conditions, like Dawid rightly said, I mean, I think it's a pitch that does offer a little bit of turn, and I think it just gives the South African attack a little bit more variety. But having Ngidi come through a little bit of that injury cloud, I think is going to be huge, especially up front with the new ball. He was amazing, bowled that very difficult length, got the ball to bounce, and he'll be a handful again, I would have thought.
Yeah, Rashid Khan sort of playing a straight bat really at the toss when asked about is this a must-win game, but certainly from their point of view they've surely got to see it as that, because having lost to New Zealand, South Africa of course have already got points on the board now, and it all kind of boils down to this as to whether or not Afghanistan stay in this, because you'd expect New Zealand and South Africa to beat the other sides in this group in their remaining games. So Afghanistan a little bit behind the eight ball, the pressure is on. Be interesting to see how they cope with this.
Yeah, most definitely. I think the nature of these tournaments now, it's very condensed, compact, so it's key to get off to a good start early on. If you lose your first game, and the thing with Afghanistan is that they've got a difficult group as well.
Right, players out in the middle then as we prepare for the national anthems.
Rise for the national anthem of Afghanistan, followed by South Africa.
Afghanistan anthem coming up first. So the Afghan national anthem there, and now time for the South African one. Those the two national anthems then. First Afghanistan, followed by South Africa. Players out there in the middle with the giant flags as always, and the ICC mascots too, as we get ready for this big clash between South Africa and Afghanistan in the so-called group of death. Nikesh Rughani alongside Dawid, Malan, Michael Carberry. You'll hear from Simon Mann a little bit later on as well for this one. Full coverage of every game of this tournament on BBC 5 Sports Extra, on BBC Sounds, on the ABC network and on the ICC app. Dawid, just before I let you go here, before your first commentary stint, then where do you think this game is going to be won and lost?
Oh, very good question, actually. Well, look, I think if Afghanistan spinners can bowl exceptionally well in those first 10 overs, they're going to have to bowl a lot of spin. They've got two seamers and Gubadin can bowl a little bit, but you know they're going to rely a lot on those spinners to tie the South African batters up, who historically haven't been as good a players of spin as other teams. So I think the challenge for South Africa here is how they're going to play them. If Afghanistan get that right, I think they'll be able to restrict South Africa to a score they'll be comfortable chasing.
And what kind of score are we looking at? You've played on this ground. It's a red soil pitch. What do you think South Africa will be happy with in the daytime here as well, which is maybe slightly different conditions to what a nighttime match here would be?
Yeah, they are slightly different. Evening games, when there is dew, it makes it so much easier to bat. It becomes a different wicket, actually, when you bat second when there's dew. So it'll be challenging for the batters to know what a good score is. I think traditionally here it is quite high scoring. The red soil has a bit of bounce and it is a bit slower, but it allows you to go squarer here. It's quite small straight as well, so batters target down that way as well. And with the little bit of bounce, that might make it a bit tricky. So, look, I think anywhere around a 180 score here is going to be good. A day game as well, it might end up becoming a little bit slower in that second innings, especially in a 30-degree heat. So I think both sides will have their positives for batting first and bowling first.
Dawid, thank you very much for now. You'll hear more from Dawid Malan in a few overs' time, but to kick off things alongside me is Michael Carberry as the South African openers make their way out into the middle. Carbs, bit of a spotlight on Quinton de Kock, obviously with a fantastic record in India, not just with South Africa, but in the IPL too. But he's had a bit of a mixed bag recently in terms of his form. Last 11 innings, lots of single-figure scores, 5 single-digit scores in his last 11 innings. But when he does get going, we know what he can do, and he's a great player of spin too.
Yeah, he is, and I think that's kind of the nature of T20 cricket nowadays. It's a lot of high risk, especially up front. His role is very much to get South Africa off to a flyer. So I don't think someone of his calibre and experience is going to fret too much over a couple of low scores. I think, we all know that he's a kind of player, if he can get through, the little initial sticky phase, he's a very dangerous proposition.
Here's 22 ball 25 against Canada in that chase, but obviously when you're not chase, or not in that chase, sorry, they batted first, but you know, when you're playing against a side like that, first game of the competition, I guess just looking to get himself set, get himself into the competition. He did spend a bit of time out there in the middle, so we'll be used to the conditions at this stadium. It'll be interesting to see how he goes against somebody like a Fazl Haq Farooqi, who's outstanding in the power play. Economy rate of 6.42 in T20 eyes in the power play, which is very impressive indeed, and was one of the standouts of the competition last time around. Here he is, opening the bowling, making his way in, and first shot is played by Aiden Markram off the back foot, just defended away to mid-off for no run. Got a slip in place. He does tend to get a bit of swing, but there's not a cloud in the sky, Carbs. There's not much moisture around. He's not going to be assisted by conditions, let's say that.
It's not much to work with there, is it? But I think the key for Farooqi is length. You know, if he is nice and brave and he goes up there, he does swing the ball, which will be a challenge for these South African batters.
Markram then just twisting the bat in his hands, adjusting his helmet. Two fielders out on the rope. Deep backward point and deep mid-wicket. Fazl Haq in. Oh, there is a bit of swing there. It finds the inside edge, and Markram almost chops on, but just manages to get his pads in the way. He was on the move when he was playing that shot, Aiden Markram, and that was late swing, wasn't it, from Farooqi?
Absolutely, as I just alluded to, length for me is key with Farooqi. He's not the tallest of fast bowlers, so you're not going to expect someone like him to exploit the bounce, but what he does bring is swing, and if you can go up there nice and early, sometimes you can just trap these batters, a little bit laboured footwork, still trying to get a viewing of things.
Farooqi in, and he swings the ball the other way this time. It was well defended by Markram back down the pitch, but that was movement away from the right-hander, so showing his bag of tricks early on.
It's interesting that, isn't it? I mean, you've just beat the batter, all ends up. Why go to the other way? Why not go in that area again, test Markram's footwork out, attack those stumps?
Maybe just putting a bit of doubt in Markram's mind that which way is this ball going to swing next? South Africa yet to get off the mark then. Farooqi in, and that's been defended into the leg side by Markram with a flick of the wrist, but straight to short mid-wicket, no run. Good start here from Fazl Haq Farooqi. 4 dot balls.
Hasn't missed his length so far, Farooqi. And I think the key is, you know, Afghanistan have got to be good in the field as well. They've got to back up these bowlers, save every run they can, make it easy for when they go in with the bat later on in the day.
Not easy conditions for the fast bowlers here, with the heat in Ahmedabad as Fazl Haq bowls, and that's past the outside edge. There's an appeal from behind the stumps. Gurbar's, I think, the only one interested. The bowler wasn't having any of it, but another very good delivery, and well, he's bowled 3 outswingers now. 2 of them have been well defended by Markram. This one he has a swipe at, slightly wider of the off stump, but didn't get anywhere near it.
Yeah, as I said, it's an interesting ploy, going across the right-handed Markram and taking out the slip as well. So, he's working to a plan.
Doing all right so far with the 5 dot balls. Final ball of the over is full, and it's driven through the covers. That's 4. No need to run for that. Lovely shot from Markram, just a bit of extra width and over-pitched on that occasion from Fazl Haq, maybe getting carried away with the swing that he was getting. 1 over gone, 4 without loss.
Yeah, I've seen quite a bit of Farooqi now over a couple of tournaments, and it's always been my slight criticism of him at times. Just, I think, trying too much, trying to show his tricks too early. Where I think, you know, just early on, target that front pad, target the stumps, outside edge. But that was beautifully played by Markram. You know, lovely balance. He's a lovely player to watch when he's in full flow.
These two, of course, met in the semi-final last time round. South Africa victorious, and they set up that meeting with India in the final. They've only played 3 times in T20 World Cup games, and South Africa winning on all 3 occasions previously. Right, this is going to be interesting. Mujibur Rahman always takes the new ball. Took 2 wickets in consecutive deliveries against New Zealand to rattle a few cages early on in that New Zealand run chase. In the end, it wasn't enough for Afghanistan. Here he is, round the wicket to de Kock, slip in place. Ball defended into the covers for no run. He's got a reputation now as well, Mujib, hasn't he? The batters, they know what he can do. He's a dangerous customer. And he will be shown that bit of extra respect, you think, initially. Although that one is just an over-pitched half volley wide of the off stump, and it's been dispatched for 4 out towards deep cover by de Kock. He's underway too.
Yeah, Mujib just getting a little bit of drift away from the left-handed de Kock, who just stood his ground and climbed into it. Happy to go up and over that cover ring with the offside up. Getting a glorious bound.
It's almost a seam-up delivery, that. A bit of swing away from the right-hander. Next ball is down the leg side. He's trying to overcorrect there, Mujib. And I think there was a bit of trouser on that. Maybe the pocket was flicking against the ball there, so not signalled wide. Mujib racing through this over, and de Kock guides the ball to short third, sneaks through for a quick single.
Yeah, he's a bit of a mixed bag, Mujib, and he mixes the wrong ends, the off spinner, with almost a sort of in-swinging arm ball that he flicks out the front of the hand. He's got some big hands, long fingers.
Just taking a closer look at this pitch, it does look like a good track, doesn't it? In Ahmedabad, average scores over the last couple of years in T20s around 193. As Mujib's into Markram, ball's worked down to long on for another run. It's a big old ground as well, Ahmedabad, one of the few grounds, I guess, in India when some of the boundaries are spread a little bit wider. You can run those 2s and even 3s on occasion. Mujib into de Kock once more, and another drive down the ground for 1 to finish the over. 7 from it, 2 overs gone. South Africa 11 without loss. If you are just joining us here on 5 Sports Extra, BBC Sounds, ABC Network and the ICC app, very warm welcome to you. Afghanistan taking on South Africa. It was Afghanistan who won the toss, decided to have a bowl first. And so far, South Africa making their way to 11 without loss from the first 2 overs. Must-win game, really, for Afghanistan in the context of this T20 World Cup. And it would be a huge disappointment, wouldn't it, Carbs, considering where they've been over the last few ICC tournaments that they've taken part in. The 50-over World Cup, where they almost made the semi-finals. If it weren't for Glenn Maxwell and that 200 on one leg, they probably would have got there. And then the semi-finals last time out in the T20 World Cup. There's expectation now with Afghanistan.
Oh, most definitely. They've made massive strides over the last couple of years, and they're an exciting team to watch as well. Got some really exciting players. They really illuminate most tournaments they play in.
Farooqi continues, and he's past the inside edge there of de Kock. First time he's bowled to the left-hander. It was sort of gentle away swinger. De Kock just playing down the wrong line.
Yeah, just holding its line, the ball really was shaped. The seam was pointing towards the outswing, but just continued on its line, and de Kock misreading the line there, playing on the outside. Ball passing on the inside of the bat.
A good battle here against the left-hander, you feel. Farooqi runs in, bowls, and de Kock with an inside edge to short fine leg. A little bit late on that. Just trying to wait to see which way the ball was going to swing, but helps himself to another run.
I find it interesting as well with Farooqi. He's still getting that swing from a good length. That he's opted to go take the slips out from very, very early. Maybe they feel there isn't a carry in the wicket they first initially thought, but it's interesting not to keep at least one catcher in the outside edge.
Markram back on strike. Farooqi with his 2 blue trademark sweatbands on goes full, and that's been skied in the air. Should be a chance, and is taken by Nabi at mid-off. So Faruqi with the first strike for Afghanistan, then big wicket of Aiden Markram. South Africa 12 for 1 in the third over. Markram's eyes lit up when he saw that full delivery, but in the end, maybe done for a bit of lack of pace, I think.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if Faruqi just rolled his fingers over that one. Sort of Aiden Markram, the way he let go of the bat, almost as if the ball stuck in the pitch, almost getting the toe end. He was looking for something over that mid-off region, didn't quite time it, but that's a huge blow for South Africa because Aiden Markram was one of those informed batters. And that's but he's gone early.
Yeah, Fazal Haq with a slower ball there. We're just looking at the replay. Just rolled his wrists on it. Clever bowling there. And Markram knew, didn't he, as soon as he was into that shot, that he was going to give a chance. And well, Nabi doesn't miss too many. Didn't have too far to move. Just a couple of steps back outside the circle, and pretty comfortable in the end. Can be quite difficult sometimes, those that go so high up with not really much cloud in the sky and lots of sunshine in Ahmedabad today, but held on safely. So Ryan Rickleton comes in at number 3, 29 years of age, another left-hander, so 2 left-handers at the crease. So I guess the bowlers can settle into their line and length now with Faruqi bowling to the 2 left-handers. Twelve for 1 midway through this third over. Such a massive stadium, this Narendra Modi Stadium, that even if you've got 5,000-6,000 people in it, it just looks like nobody's there watching. But I can assure you there are plenty of supporters in those lower tiers. Good support for Afghanistan, as there always is at grounds in India. Faruqi into Rickleton. That's past the outside edge straight away. Was unsure at that. Rickleton looked a bit iffy, stuck in 2 minds. Didn't get fully forward, just had a little poke at it.
Yeah, and again, a lovely length from Faruqi. When he's doing that, he just looks a world-class bowler. Rickleton said fresh to the crease, probably not quite getting the feet going just yet. But that's exactly where you want. I like the fact he's put the slip back in now. Really squeeze these South African batters, especially Rickleton, fresh to the crease.
Difficult to score off, and he's taken the wicket as well. 1 for 5 his figures so far, Faruqi, and they'll remain that because there's another dot ball. Defended away by Rickleton to cover point off the back foot. Another look at that wicket. It was right off the toe end of the bat of Markram too. Nabi, one of 4 spin options for Afghanistan today. Got taken to the cleaners a little bit against New Zealand. Did take the wicket of Seifert in the over that he bowled. Conceded 18 runs. Faruqi is slightly fuller, and that's been driven, but straight to Rashid Khan there at short extra cover. So another outstanding over there from the opener. 1 for 5 his figures from 2 overs, 3 gone. South Africa still 12 for 1, going along at 4s. And in early stages, Carbs, we've not seen too much spin either. It still looks like a decent track, doesn't it? It's just been some decent bowling from Afghanistan early on.
Yeah, I think their lengths overall have been pretty good. They haven't allowed South Africa any width, which I think certainly Markram and Quinton de Kock sweat on. They've generally attacked the stumps. There's been a little bit of movement, which hasn't made batting completely a cakewalk.
Mujib continues into de Kock, who cuts, but only as far as backward point. There's no run. Still got the slip in place, which is good to see. Bit of chat from behind the stumps from Gurbaz. Always more of a bounce, isn't there, when you take an early wicket. In fact, the slip has gone out now. Mujib goes leg side to de Kock, who defends to mid-on, no run.
And this is the key for me, is can they squeeze Quinton de Kock now as much as they can? He's not in top form.
Mujib trying to rush through his deliveries, and another ball defended into the leg side by de Kock. You don't want to go too full to him either. He loves sweeping, so he's just sticking to that short of a length at the moment. Although he does go too full on that occasion, and de Kock, he doesn't sweep, he just smashes it over the boundary at long on for 6. And he's not going to miss out on that. It was in the slot, wasn't it?
Certainly was. And you just felt something was building there with Quinton de Kock. Just a little bit of frustration. That occasion just freed the arms, got a lovely swing of the bat, high pick up, and just eased that over deep mid-wicket for a 6 to get his innings off and running.
Mujeeb goes slightly wider of the off stump, and de Kock cuts it into the gap. Backward of point, and that's going to race away for 4 more. Shake of the head from Gurbaz behind the stumps, but well, it's not easy bowling to de Kock when he's in this kind of mood, and having just been hit for a 6, a slightly leg side-ish slot delivery, tried to push it wider of the off stump Mujeeb, but he just went too short. 6-4 and dot to finish off the over. Last ball defended back down the track. Shouts of good over from Gurbaz behind the stumps, but those 2 deliveries, he'll be disappointed, won't he, Mujeeb?
Yeah, I think on these sort of pitches, I think trying to keep the line as straight as you can to someone like de Kock. I mean, he's such a good player. Any width either side of the stumps, you're going to disappear. So, and again, he might just be trying to reinforce to his bowler. Just keep it simple, don't try too much. But the nature of these bowlers, it's what makes them brilliant. They have all these bags of tricks, but it's sometimes just, the frustration is when they try and show all their cards in one over. And it doesn't quite come off.
Fazal Haq then. Will he bowl another over here? No, he won't. It's going to be Azmatullah Omarzai who's got the ball in hand, just marking out his runner. So they're going to save Fazal Haq for maybe 1 over in the middle, 1 at the death, or maybe a couple at the death. He's coming round the wicket here. Right arm seamer, and that's been chipped away over extra cover by Rickleton for 4. So he's off the mark with the boundary too. And, it's just a flick of the wrist, really.
Yeah, it was. But it was pretty nice delivery to face first up, wasn't it? Right in the slot again. Rickleton, again, not great foot movement, but brilliant hands, just manufacturing that 1 over the short extra cover for 4.
Comes again, pulls back his length slightly, and that's been defended by Rickleton into the offside. Still lots of chat from Gurbaz behind the stumps. I love it when a keeper's chatty and really sort of getting his bowlers G'd up and trying to lift the team. I don't speak much Dari or Pashto, so I can't translate a lot of what he's saying, but there are some things that don't need translation. I remember in the Women's World Cup, Bangladesh keeper Jyoti, that's playing at the moment as Azmat is in, and that's just been hacked, really. It was a short length delivery, been pulled off a bottom edge, really, out towards deep mid-wicket for 4 more. Slightly too short from Omarzai on that occasion. South Africa up to 30 for 1 midway through the 5th over. Yeah, the Bangladesh keeper Jyoti was getting stuck into her bowlers, really. A lot of criticism for some of the way they bowled, and one of the bowlers bowled a full toss, got smashed away for a boundary, and the shout was full toss nah, which means don't bowl full tosses. Even I could translate that. I don't speak Bangla either, but there are some things that just don't need translation from these keepers. Azmat in, and the deep mid-wicket has been put out on the rope now, so a flick from Rickleton will result in just the single this time. Who was the chattiest wicket keeper in your time that you played with or against?
Oh, who wasn't? We had, I suppose, early in my career, I had Jack Russell, the legend Jack Russell. Yeah, he didn't mind a chat.
Talked to himself a lot as well.
Talked to himself. He'd be scratching around you and giving you the glare
with that old bucket hat.
Yeah.
Omarzai goes for a slower delivery, which has been dabbed by de Kock to short third. He'll sneak through for a single.
And those gloves that he had from the 1980s when I was just born.
Yeah, cuts all over them and then taped up, haven't they? And
oh, mate, they were a state, absolute state. I think the pads as well. He didn't throw away his pads. He had the same keeping pads.
Looked like he'd been to the sort of lost property before the game, didn't he? Just picked up some old rags. Brilliant keeper, though.
He was. Very good.
Nawaz completes the over with it. Another slower delivery, which Rickleton dabs away. It's been a slight misfield there at backward point. Ball dabbed between backward point and short third, and that misfield allows the batters through for 2 runs. So 5 overs gone. 34 for 1 South Africa after being asked to have a bat first by Afghanistan. Your assessment of the first 5 overs, Carbs, and then Simon Mann will take over from me.
Yeah, I'd say overall pretty even, Stephen. Maybe just slightly nudging towards Afghanistan. I think they'll be pretty pleased with that performance so far from their bowlers. Probably like another wicket or 2, but overall I think that would have been the chat in the huddle, just try and contain the South Africans up front. And they've managed to dismiss Markram, which I think is huge. But yeah, they've just got to, as best they can, just try and contain de Kock. You know, he's not in top form yet, but you know, if you can keep someone like him quiet, you know, try and frustrate him into a big shot, puts a little bit of pressure on that South African middle order.
Good morning, Carbs. Good morning, everyone. Fascinating last 35 overs ahead of us in this crunch counter for Afghanistan. Nabi into the attack. He bowled 1 over the other day and went round the park. His first ball is nudged away by de Kock for a single towards mid-wicket. And so South Africa moved to 35 for 1. Start of the 6th over. 5 balls left in the power play. Afghanistan battling for their World Cup place. If they lose today, you think that's just about it for them. These 2 teams making the semi-final last time. South Africa crunched them in that semi-final in Trinidad. Bowled out for 56. Afghanistan on their big day, making a World Cup semi-final. This is such a big game for them. Nabi bowls and nudged away by Rickleton. The same area. Nabi's after it. Picks it up. 1 more run to the total. Nabi's 41. He's retired once. He's come back again. Come back for more. I'm trying to urge Carbs to come back and play some Masters cricket, and he's given it up. He reckons his Achilles is not strong enough. Nabi bowls to de Kock. De Kock gives himself some room. Cuts it away for 4. Towards the deep backward point boundary. It's a nice looking shot. Just using the slowness there of Nabi. Just rocking back and cracking it away. 40 for 1 in the 6th.
Yeah, I mean, that's a phenomenal shot from de Kock. It wasn't really, I mean, he really took that off stump, back to waist slightly, but he's got such quick hands, quick wrists, finding the gap.
De Kock moves to 23. 3 balls left of the power play. Nabi bowls. Round arm delivery. Dabbed away by de Kock for a single. Gurbaz is out from behind the stumps to pick up. Nothing he can do about that. 41 for 1 South Africa. And 6 4s and a 6 inside the power play from South Africa, who made that impressive start against Canada. A game they were expected to win the other day, and they did so. They did the job comfortably. This is altogether a different matter. Nabi bowls. Rickleton drives out towards long off. Through for 1 run. Rasuli there sends in the return. And Nabi's over, coming to an end after this delivery. He's gone for 8 so far. Last ball of the power play. 42 for 1 South Africa. They've lost Markram, miscuing to Nabi at mid-off of 5. Nabi now bowls to de Kock, and de Kock gets a short ball which he swings away out towards deep mid-wicket, but Afghanistan have got a fielder out there on the deep mid-wicket boundary. It's Ibrahim Zadran, their opener. So there we go, the power play is done. 43 for 1 after 6, Carbs.
Yeah, I think Quinton de Kock, we feel he just missed out on that last one, that short ball from Nabi. But yeah, overall, I think both teams would be overall pretty happy. But maybe South Africa would maybe start trying to up the ante a little bit now, going out of the power plays. But Afghanistan will definitely be in search of more wickets, no doubt. Put the brakes on the South African team.
Yeah, they've got the options in the next few overs now of Rashid Khan and Noor Ahmed, who's into the side today. So lots of spin for Afghanistan. South Africa, lots of pace the other day on this ground against Canada, but they've taken one of their pace bowlers out today, Corbin Bosch, and replaced him with a slow left armour, George Linder. Take a break for now, Carbs, and David Malan is joining us. So 43 for 1 after 6 overs, South Africa. And the reason this game is so key is because of the nature of this group with South Africa, New Zealand and Afghanistan all in the same group. So only 2 obviously can qualify to go through to the Super 8. So if Afghanistan were to lose today, it means they've lost to South Africa and New Zealand. New Zealand have won 2 games already. So if Afghanistan were to lose, I think that's just about it for them. But if they were to win, then it really opens up the group, and then that New Zealand-South Africa game becomes crucial. Players taking a drink on a warm late morning in Ahmedabad. It's not absolutely roasting hot. It's still like officially winter in Ahmedabad. Not winter as UK listeners would know it, but perhaps as Indians would experience it. Get down to around about 17 degrees at night time, which actually sounds like quite a pleasant sort of May day in the UK. But in Ahmedabad, it can be quite chilly, or feel quite chilly. What do you make of it so far, Dawid?
Yeah, I think it's been a steady start from South Africa. 43 for 1 after being put in, unsure about how the wicket would have played. So I think both teams would actually be happy with where they are. Afghanistan only going at 7 runs and over with the 1 wicket. So, yeah, I think it's quite evenly based at the moment.
Yeah, game in the balance. And, we're hoping for a mighty tussle here. We're hoping for a really tight, close game, hard fought. And both sides know how important this match is. Have a game like this early in the tournament. Not every team has that. Afghanistan have had 2 already. That New Zealand game, almost not quite a knockout game, but sort of semi-knockout game right at the start of the tournament. You lose the game, you're under pressure immediately. Now Rashid Khan is into the attack. 7th over, outside the power play. De Kock comes forward and plays it away up the offside the pitch, and there's no run. Rashid Khan bowling with a slip in. I think there's a feeling that Rashid Khan's not been bowling as well, or is being quite as effective in T20 in recent times, but the stats don't necessarily say that. He goes in now and bowls, and it's played uppishly almost back to him. Steps forward, can't get there to take the return catch off the bat of Quinton de Kock. His numbers actually stack up pretty well in international cricket. He had a good time in the South Africa T20 competition. Just in the IPL of late, he's gone around the park a bit. Rashid bowls, and that's lofted away by de Kock. It was quite full, out towards the long off boundary and over it. That's gone for 6. Well, an excellent shot from Quinton de Kock. He goes to 31, and South Africa to 49 for 1 in the 7th.
Yeah, brilliant shot from de Kock. The googly from Rashid Khan, and he's given himself a little bit of room, and with the over-pitch delivery, he's managed to hit it straight through the line over long off. It's a fantastic shot from Quinton de Kock, and South Africa are going to need a few more of these to put their spinners under pressure here.
I wonder what you feel about Rashid. What does your instinct tell you about how well he's bowling of late? His bowl's there to de Kock, dragging his length back a bit, knocked away into the onside towards mid-wicket. They scamper through for a single. South Africa's 50 is on the board, 50 for 1 in the 7th.
Well, he's had a few injuries over the last year or so. He's struggled with his back, so he's had a bit of time out of the game. And I think as well, the manner of cricket he plays and everywhere that he does play in the world, people are used to facing him slightly more now. So people probably have more of a game plan against him. And I guess when you get used to someone, it makes it easier.
Rashid bowls, and Nicholson goes back and clips it away into the onside out towards mid-on. And also, I suppose there's 1 run. I suppose there's so much expectation every time he comes on. You're hoping for a 2 for 16 from 4 overs kind of spell from him, and it doesn't always work out like that. We saw Adil Rashid go around the park the other day in that match involving England. That was down the leg side, an appeal for a catch, but nothing doing from the umpire there, signalling wide. We've seen that happen so often where the keeper will appeal. Perhaps there was a little noise of something, scratching boot on the ground or something, but everyone was happy just to turn and go back to the mark and accept the wide. 52 for 1. Rashid bowls short outside the off stump, cut away by de Kock towards deep cover. 1 more run to de Kock. He gets to 33, and South Africa after 7 overs are 53 for 1. So Rashid Khan's first over there has gone for 10.
Yeah, a steady start. I think the other thing that we can talk about Rashid Khan as well is a lot of teams try not to take as many risks against him early. They try to get him and sort of knock him around for a little bit. I know Quinton de Kock just played a fantastic shot there and put him under a bit of pressure, but they try and knock him around a bit, try and take him for 24 to 30, and players as low-risk cricket against him as you can. He's their wicket taker and he's they rely on. So if you can knock him around, take down the other guys, it puts Afghanistan under a lot of pressure.
We went for 36 the other day against New Zealand. I suppose it was one of those days when Rashid came into the attack, you're just hoping, or Afghanistan were hoping he could come up with a 2 for 24 day or 2 for 20 day. Nabi bowls, round the wicket, nudged away by de Kock for another run. I say a run, they practically walk to the various ends just for conserving energy. 54 for 1, start of the 8th over. Afghanistan rattling through their overs. We've had a drinks break already. This is the 8th over. We've been playing for just around half an hour, so they're on a 16 overs per hour at the moment. Nabi bowls to Rickleton, wide of off stump, miscue. It's gone over the keeper's head. It's come down fine. It is a quick outfield. There wasn't much on that, but they get a very sketchy 2 there. Well, he got away with one, Rickleton. Takes him to 16, 56 for 1.
Yeah, it was brilliantly bowled by Nabi. He's taken all the pace off it. He's bowled a lot of arm balls leading up to that, and he's taken the pace right out of it. And Rickleton's gone for the big slog sweep. Got a top edge, a sloppy fielding to be, if we're being honest. Probably should have only been 1.
Nabi bowls to Rickleton. Rickleton hits this away into the onside for 6. Over the wide long on boundary. Step in and fetch it. Smacked away, and then Nabi's gone for 18 now from his 9 balls. 62 for 1. South Africa beginning to make some progress.
Yeah, similar ball to the ball before. Rickleton this time getting right down, not as much bounce, managing to smack them in between cow corner and wide long on. It's actually, Nabi's an incredibly tricky bowler to take down as a left-hander, so these two are putting him under pressure early and really making Afghanistan think.
Nabi bowls from outside the off stump, clattered away, but straight to cover. Rashid Khan is there, the skipper, and there's no run that time. 62 for 1. We're in the 8th over. Afghanistan putting South Africa into bat. Rickleton's 22 not out from 14 balls. Nabi bowls to him, short outside the off stump, cut away, out towards deep cover. It'll only be a single. 63 for 1. With that 1 ball left in the 8th over. 2 batters meet in mid-pitch, mainly because they have brought up the 50 partnership. So just a little clutch of the gloves to celebrate that. The wicket going at 12. Here's Nabi, dabbed away into the offside by de Kock. I reckon they got there a run late, actually, to celebrate the 50 partnership. I reckon that was the 51st run. Perhaps they didn't realise, and they suddenly did realise and decided to give each other a low 5. So it's the end of the over. It's 64 for 1 after 8 overs, and this is Dawid Malan.
Yeah, South Africa ticking over nicely here. Just got that run rate up, 2 sixes in the last 2 overs. Just managing to put Afghanistan under pressure, making Rashid Khan think about what he wants to do with his bowlers. Nabi's gone for 20 in his 2. Rashid bowling again over here, trying to find that wicket. They really need that breakthrough for Afghanistan here, so anything they can do to find that wicket.
Here is Rashid bowling. He's hit down the ground by de Kock. There's a shout of catch it, but it's done the fielder as well. He's ran past it. It must have spun to his left-hand side. It was Sedikala Atal on the long on boundary. Initially there was a shout of catch, and it bounced in front of him, and then he ran past it, and it spun away to his left-hand side, and it's gone away for 4. Well, he thought it might be a wicket, then he thought it might be 1. It ended up being 4.
It's got to be the worst feeling.
It was worst feeling and worst fielding in the same sentence there. As that one is nudged away into the onside for another run. So 1 more to the total. 69 for 1 in the 9th. That's always the danger when it was slightly miscued out towards the long on boundary. It is going to spin past you, but it was not a great piece of fielding from Sedikala Atal. So you have to be aware of the potential for that spin. Rashid bowls, reverse sweep from Rickleton. A shout, catch it again, but it's gone wide of the fielder, and it's gone for 4 more. Well, Rashid Khan's struggling here. He's gone now for 19 from his first 9 balls, and South Africa making good progress, beginning to make good progress. 8 4s and 3 6s, 73 for 1 in the 9th.
Yeah, they are. Very good reverse sweep. Afghanistan still got the slip in for the two left-handers, and he's played a reverse sweep over the short point.
Rashid bowls on a short ball, pulled away by Rickleton towards deep back of square leg. There is a fielder there on the deep backward square leg boundary, so it is only a single this time. In the 9th over, 74 for 1. Afghanistan looking to hustle through South Africa here, but South Africa are meeting the challenge. De Kock's on 40 from 27. Rashid goes round the wicket, bowls to him. De Kock strokes it away. Nice looking shot. He gets absolutely nothing for it. He's hit it straight at Noor Ahmed. He's fielding an extra cover, no run. De Kock stays on 40. 74 for 1. Last ball of the 9th. Rashid bowls tickled away by De Kock through mid-wicket for a single to keep the strike at the end of the 9th over. So Rashid's gone 2 overs for 21, and South Africa are 75 for 1 after 9 overs.
Very good start from South Africa here. After being put into bat, only 1 wicket down, being able to take Rashid Khan for 21 off their 2 overs is going to make Rashid Khan think about his bowling changes, whether he brings Mujeeb back, who he tends to keep for slightly later in towards the death to save his lack of seam bowlers. But I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see the introduction of Noor Ahmed pretty soon. Very good left arm spinner. Turns the ball both ways and bowls a really good pace, so it'd be challenging for these two left-handers.
And Noor Ahmed, he was CSK's leading wicket taker in the 2025 IPL. So a lot of these players now, they know these conditions so well. Not just the Afghan players played in the IPL, but also, of course, South Africans. De Kock, for example, has been a champion player in the IPL, and it is going to be Noor Ahmed to bowl the 10th over. And Afghanistan feeling the pressure, need a wicket. Here he goes. Left arm over, bowls, and De Kock goes down the ground in the air. Now, where's this going? He's going for 6. Noor into the attack, and he's been bunted down the ground by Quinton De Kock, who moves to 47, and South Africa to 81 for 1 in the 10th over.
Lovely shot from De Kock, playing the percentage option here, short boundary straight at Ahmedabad, and he's made full use of that. Noor Ahmed just over pitching with his first delivery. I'm unsure if that was a googly or not, but it looked like he was ready to put him under pressure from ball 1.
Yeah, 79 metres, but it went well over the rope at long on. Noor bowls, taking his length back a bit. De Kock turns it away for his 48th run, backward of square. 82 for 1 in the 10th over. It's a game that deserves a bigger crowd, this, the semi-final from last time round. A day game, 11 o'clock start in Ahmedabad. Well done to those who have turned up. It's interesting, actually, with this World Cup, the venues, 5 venues in India, all the big venues, or most of them. The idea being that everyone travelling around in the month of the tournament, as that one is from Noor. It's helped on its way by Rickleton. That's 6 as well. Well, he brought Noor into the attack to try to calm things down to get a wicket. He's gone 6-1-6. It's 88 for 1 in the 10th over. I suppose just playing, if you play on 5 grounds, then are you asking a bit too much of the spectators to turn up for game after game after game? One of the features of cricket in India is taking the game around the country, and you see big crowds in some of the smaller venues, but that does put a lot of pressure on the players and the officials and the TV companies with all their equipment to set up at the various venues. So they've just gone for 5, and that might have an effect on the crowds. And there are spectators in, but I mean, it does look quite empty, of course, this ground. If there isn't a huge crowd in, but it is not a huge crowd. As Rickleton drives through extra cover, that's a nice looking shot. That's going to be 4 as well. 6-1, 6-4. Noor's gone for 17 from his 4 balls. Just wonder, is this tournament slipping away for Afghanistan? Okay, it's early days. We're not up to the 10th over of the match yet, but South Africa already 92 for 1.
South Africa finding ways to put the spinners under pressure, and that's a lovely cover drive from Rickleton.
Noor bowls to Rickleton, wide of off stump, clouted away into the offside. That's beaten extra cover as well. That's gone for 4. Well, this was not the over that Rashid Khan was expecting, hoping for from Noor Ahmed into the side today. He's gone for 21 runs and he's still got a ball to go. And we're not even at the halfway stage of South Africa's innings, and they're already up to 96 for 1.
very uncharacteristic from Noor Ahmed. A slight misfield from Rashid Khan. He'd be disappointed with that, but he very rarely misses full. He's so good at holding his length, Noor Ahmed, and he's over-pitched 4 occasions, and all 4 of those have been dispatched to the boundary. So he needs to bring his length back. He needs to bring the stumps into play and try and make South Africa go across the line of a good length.
We've got 10 fours and 5 sixes already inside the first 10 overs. Last ball of the 10th over. That one is not quite as full. It's clipped away by Rickleton towards deep mid-wicket. They're coming back for the second. Throws on its way to the non-striker's end, and a direct hit there. It might have been out, but it bounced in front of the bowler and then hit him and then deflected into no man's land, but they couldn't get through for an extra run, but they did come back for 2. So we have had 10 overs of South Africa's innings in this really significant match in the T20 World Cup, with, at the moment, this Group D match, at the moment, Afghanistan really feeling the pressure. It's a game they really have to win. OK, so 98 for 1. More from you, Dawid. And then for the next 5 overs, commentary from Nikesh Rughani.
Yeah, South Africa in a fantastic position here. 98 for 1 after 10. The perfect sort of launch pad now for South Africa, with 10 overs to go, 9 wickets in hand, all the power that they have. Afghanistan spinners struggling to contain the pressure, struggling to build some pressure, and then bringing Mujeeb back now to try and see if they can do something. One of their more defensive bowlers, and it'll be interesting to see how South Africa go about this with 9 wickets in hand and how hard they want to go. They've almost approached it a little bit like an old school T20, taking their time in the first 6 and then accelerated afterwards in the consolidation period, if you want to put it that way. But it's been a good start.
Mujeeb in then to de Kock, who works the ball into the leg side for a single. Yeah, interesting roll of the dice here with Mujeeb coming back into the attack. 2 overs, none for 17 before this spell. South Africa at the moment set for a score in excess of 200 with 9 wickets in hand still. 2 set batters there. Can Mujeeb break this partnership? Goes full to Rickleton, who works the ball to long on for a single. And that's the 100 up as well for South Africa. 2 balls into the 11th over. Gentle round of applause from supporters in the ground as Mujeeb rushes through the over, and de Kock is forward but can only defend back down the track. Still plenty of chat from Ramanullah Gurbaz behind the stumps. Score predictor with South Africa at 200 at the moment. They'll look for a few more than that, and they'll get a few more if Mujeeb keeps bowling deliveries like that. It was a long hop, just sat up nicely. De Kock rocked back, picked his spot out towards deep mid-wicket, smashes the ball for 4 and brings up a very well played half century after a slowish start. He's 53 from 34, Dawid.
Yeah, he's been absolutely brilliant. He's picked length fantastically well today. Anything that's been over pitched, he's managed to dispatch to the boundary, and every time they've missed short, he's been able to score.
Mujeeb in again, and de Kock works the ball into a gap there at short mid-wicket and runs through for a single. There's a bit of a collision with Mujeeb as well, but no damage done in the end, I don't think. De Kock with a gentle celebration, a raise of the bat towards his teammates and staff in the dugout. Next ball is full. Shouts of catch as Rickleton slog sweeps high in the air out towards deep mid-wicket and over the rope. Anyway, it's going to be caught. Is in the crowd there. 11 overs gone. 111 for 6. 50 for Ryan Rickleton as well. 51 from just 23.
Yeah, he's gone about that quite quietly, actually. The fact that he's got 51 of 23 balls, but he's done that exceptionally well. He's played the great foil to Quinton de Kock there, and it was a googly from Mujeeb, and he still managed to slog sweep that over wide long on. That's an absolutely fantastic shot. Ball turning away from him with the bounce, and it wasn't really there to hit, so he's done exceptionally well to get that for 6 and keep the pressure on Afghanistan.
99 partnership as well, of just 51 balls between these two. So when Aidan Markram fell, South Africa were 12 for 1 in the 3rd over. Brilliant turnaround since then, and I guess that's the thing about T20 cricket, isn't it, Dawid? You've played a lot of it, of course, and even that New Zealand game that Afghanistan were involved in at the start of this competition on Sunday, They took a couple of early wickets, Majid with 2 in 2 in the power play, but you can't afford to let that play on your mind as a batting side in modern T20 cricket, as Azmatullah runs in, bowls, slower delivery to de Kock, who just dabs the ball towards deep point, looks for 2, and they are going to get 2. He has to put in the dive in the end, but slight bit of lax fielding, really, from the sweepers on the offside. A little bit unsure as to who's going to go and field that ball, and South Africa equal to it.
Yeah, you're right. And talking about how you build partnerships in T20 cricket, whether you've lost wickets or not, these two have done it fantastically well. They've been able to pick up the 2s. They've managed to put teams under pressure, and as soon as you can get that partnership going in T20 cricket, especially on good wickets when there's not a lot of turn.
Azmatullah goes short and wide, and that's been cut by de Kock, but only as far as deep cover for a single.
It makes it really hard to break that partnership, and we saw last night in the game, or yesterday in the game, when New Zealand were playing as well, Finn Allen and Seifert, when they started going, it's just impossible to stop, and you need different options. And that's where Afghanistan have gone to here. They've gone back to the seamer to try and change up the pace of the game and see if something different to the spin can help change the momentum for them.
Certainly the momentum with South Africa at the moment. 102 this partnership is worth now from just 53 balls. Looking at de Kock's T20 international career, like scoring over towards deep mid-wicket as Rickleton cuts another shortish ball out towards deep backward point. It will be a couple of runs, easy couple this time, into the gap there. Rashid Khan scratching his head, really, wondering what he needs to do to get this next breakthrough. He looked a frustrated figure, didn't he, against New Zealand as well, both with ball in hand and as a leader out in the field. I wonder if the pressures of captaincy are getting a little bit too much for him. Oh, that's just a gimme. A full delivery on the pads, and Rickleton just flicks his wrists. Ball sails over the rope at deep mid-wicket. That was a beautiful shot.
Yeah, and he's got the field set for a wide field, wide Yorkers. He's got deep point, deep cover. I know he's got 3 on the leg side, but that felt like a little bit of a gamble ball, trying to see if he can make something happen out of nothing. And Rickleton right up to the mark and the challenge of that, and just dispatches that over the square leg boundary.
122 for 1 then. Next ball is pushed out wide of the off stump, and it's been carved away to deep cover. Just the single this time. Already another expensive over 12 from the first 5 balls. I guess we talked about Rashid Khan, the leader there. It doesn't help when your bowlers are bowling deliveries like that and not bowling to their field.
No, it doesn't. It's incredibly frustrating as a captain when you have all these plans before a game and you're very clear.
Another one wide of the off stump is cut away by de Kock, and big shout of no when they looked to see if there was a second run on. They settled for the single. 13 runs from the over, 12 gone. South Africa 124 for 1.
And you're very clear about how you want to go about it and who you want to bowl at different stages of the game. But when you have 2 batters that play in as well as these 2 are, it becomes incredibly tricky. You have to move your bowlers around, swap them around, ask them to bowl different lines, maybe try a different attacking option, maybe change the field a little bit, but you can't just keep doing the same things expecting the results to be different. So, it's from a captaincy point of view, it makes it incredibly tricky, but all you can do is keep making those bowling changes, keep asking your bowlers to bowl the best balls, wait for that mistake, and then hopefully capitalise on that.
Moment, South Africa doing everything right. Afghanistan staring at chasing down a total of well in excess of 200. Plenty of batting still to come. Bravis, Miller, Stubbs, Janssen. Could get quite messy for Afghanistan if they don't manage to put the brakes on any time. Here's a man who usually does put the brakes on throughout his career, Rashid Khan, but it's been expensive today. 2 overs, none for 21.
I feel like this is the over where South Africa are really going to put their foot down against him here. I'd be surprised if they try and knock him around.
Here is Rashid into de Kock, who's hit on the pad, but the ball pitching outside leg, hitting outside leg. Not a lot going for that one. A lone appeal from Rashid Khan.
Come on, boy.
2 reviews each remaining. Not seen much drama in terms of chances and reviews. De Kock moves leg side and then knocks the ball into the leg side, into a vacant mid-wicket area. Rashid with the fielding himself, keeps it down to just the single. It's really good to see, isn't it, Rickleton and De Kock, despite the heat out there, despite the length of the partnership and the brilliant position they're in, they're still looking for every extra run they can eke out.
Yeah, one run makes such a difference in T20 cricket. We've seen it before with super overs and what have you. So, yeah, the harder you can run, the more singles you can squeeze, the more twos you can push, the better.
Rashid bowls and Rickleton works the ball towards deep mid-wicket. They just walk through for the single this time, so deciding to conserve a bit of energy on that occasion. We saw some shots there of Rashid Khan practicing in the nets at the Modi Stadium, and had a plastic bottle cap put on a length and was trying to hit it. So was getting it there or thereabouts. And he comes to De Kock, who moves leg side, gets a short delivery. It's hit in the air out towards deep mid-wicket, and it's taken. Quinton De Kock is on his way back. He looks frustrated at not putting away that short delivery. Didn't get all of it. And Rashid Khan with the field spread wide on the leg side. The plan has worked. And finally, Afghanistan get their second breakthrough. 126 for 2.
Yeah, clever bowling from Rashid Khan. Big boundary towards the leg side. Quinton De Kock just moving around his crease a little bit, trying to find a way of putting Rashid Khan off his length, but he was just too good. They held his length, and Quinton De Kock pulled that straight down to cow corner. In the previous overs, Rashid Khan had missed slightly fuller, been able to give the batters the option of hitting down the ground where the boundaries are shorter, but on this occasion he's managed to keep his length exceptionally good and held his length really well to put Quinton De Kock in a position where he had to take on a difficult option with the longer boundary.
So De Kock on his way back, but very good innings, 59 from 41. Was the anchor of the innings, really. Played some nice shots there, and it was by no means a bad innings, despite the difference in strike rate. But it's Ryan Rickleton who's been the aggressor in this partnership. 61 from just 27. He's still there, and he's been joined by Dawid Bravis. Comes in at number 4, just 22 years of age. Lots of pressure, of course, from a very early age on Dawid Bravis, being dubbed the baby A.B. de Villiers. Big shoes to fill, of course. Plenty of potential. He's his own man, and he's started well in his career so far. He's got a good platform to work with as well. 126 for 2. 2 balls left in the 13th over. David, I just want to touch on with you, having batted out in India plenty of times in the IPL and in international colours, was this your favourite ground to bat on, or maybe somewhere like the Wankhede Stadium? We'll discuss that just after this delivery from Rashid Khan, who bowls to Bravis, and there's a slight mix-up with a sort of cut shot played just forward of point, slight misfield, and eventually they are through for the single.
To go back to your question, yeah, I played quite a lot at this ground, actually. I think I played 8 or 9 games in total across international cricket and the IPL game that I played. But I actually really enjoyed Dharmashala. The view of that ground, the wicket was fantastic as well. That's honestly one of the best grounds I've ever played in the world. Just sitting in that change room looking at that mountain.
Rashid in, and he's been hit on the pads right in front. Rickleton. Rashid's removed both set batters in the same over. We'll wait and see if Rickleton wants to review this. But it looked pretty straight. It was almost the celeb appeal from Rashid Khan. He is going to review the decision, Rickleton. But initial thoughts from you, David?
That looked very good to me. Around the wicket, whether that was a googly or not, it looked like it was pretty straight with the angle. Rickleton just get caught in 2 minds there, looking whether he should just knock that on the single for one and got caught in the crease a bit. But I think that's pretty straight from my angle.
Keep going, please. Okay, no bat involved, ball tracking, please.
Very, very quick decision there from Nitin Menon, saying no bat involved, no need for ultra edge, and I think that's fair enough.
Cycle waiting for ball tracking.
The angles we've got. He's hit just above, just on the flap of the pad, isn't he? But he's deep back in his crease, is Rickleton. He's a skiddy bowler, Rashid Khan. Just done for a bit of pace, really. Wasn't expecting the ball to skid on as much, maybe. Rickleton playing off the back foot. Let's have a look at ball tracking now, which is just coming up on our screen.
Pitching outside off, impact in line. Wicket sitting. Thank you. I'll go back to Saikat on field.
There you go.
Saikat,
So
you can stay with your
hitting
decision.
Midland leg, just underneath
I'll let
those
you know when you're on
bails.
screen. You're on screen now.
And Rashid
Signal out.
Khan has made a double breakthrough in the same over. Well, I guess, look, if your other bowlers, Dawid, are not bowling to their plan, you bring yourself on as captain, you take a couple of wickets, you show them how it's done. That is pure leadership from Rashid Khan.
Yeah, it was. And it was actually with two left-handers in, both on 50-odd, to bring yourself in with the ball turning in when you still have Mujib and Mohammad Nabi with, 3 overs up their sleeve, to bring yourself on ball turning in. It just shows the character that you have and how much you want to change the game for your team. And he has here 2 wickets in the over, 2 set batters, 2 new batters now for South Africa. It gives Afghanistan the opportunity to bring Noor Ahmed back, to be able to attack for a little bit and see if they can squeeze South Africa and keep them under that 200 mark.
So 127 for 3 then. 7 overs remaining in the innings. Dawid, thank you very much for now. You're going to take a short break while Michael Carberry comes back in alongside me. Carbs, new batter, David Miller. You know the damage he can do, but 2 new batters now at the crease in Afghanistan all of a sudden with their tails up in the field.
Absolutely. Rashid Khan changing the momentum in this over. That's what you expect from the great bowlers. That's what they're able to do. So is South Africa are ticking along very nicely with Rickleton and Quinton de Kock, but now both removed, and Miller and Brevis have got it all to do now with 7 overs left to go.
Noor Ahmed continues 23 from his first over. He goes full and wide to Brevis, who drives wide of long off. Should be an easy couple, and it is.
I think this is the key now with Noor Ahmed. He's got to get it right from here. I think he was guilty of just bowling a little bit too flat, too quick and too wide at times. Really try and, if they can build at least 8 or 9 dot balls here, really put the brakes on South Africa.
Maybe a few nerves. Just first match of this World Cup. Starts just outside leg to Brevis, who defends into the leg side. There is no run. They do with stringing a few dot balls together as well, just to put a bit of pressure on the 2 new batters.
Come on, boys.
Absolutely, this is key, especially while these 2 are relatively fresh to the crease. If you can rattle through at least an over, if not 2, it'll definitely help the Afghani cause.
Bowls, and that's skewed off a thickish outside edge towards short third rather. They do get through for a quick single, but scampering was David Miller. Had to put in a dive. So we've heard the good bowling, the come on boys. There's some standard phrases that keepers use all around the world, aren't there? It doesn't matter where you're from. 1 brings 2.
Let's go bang bang.
No, just adjusting his field slightly there. To David Miller. Field spread deep on the leg side. So he comes in, bowls, and Miller is off the back foot defending. You've got to be careful playing off the back foot to foolish deliveries like that to the spinners.
Yeah, especially these 2. Yeah, absolutely, especially these 2. They're very quick through the air and off, not very tall spinners either. So they skid on.
No, bowls, floats one up wide outside off, and Miller's missed out on that. He drives it straight to short extra cover. That was a bit of a gimme, and had he been a little bit more set, David Miller would have usually smashed that away to the extra cover boundary.
It's not what you want at extra cover, is it? Fielding there, is it? Out the footholes as well.
No, goes straighter, and Miller just knocks the ball too long on, takes the single. So much better stuff from Noor Ahmed. Just 4 runs from that over, having conceded 23 from his first. 14 overs gone, 131 for 3. Run rate down to 9.36. They're still very healthy, but they were going at over 10s for quite some time. South Africa players just taking a short drinks break. It's not really the drinks break that Afghanistan would have wanted at this time. They just want to get through their overs now.
Yeah, exactly. They've managed to wrestle back the momentum after that Rickleton-Decott partnership, which was threatening really to carry South Africa way past 200. I mean, they may still get there, but say looking a little bit more difficult now with the two new batters at the crease. But yeah, it's almost you want to keep in the ebb and flow of things as a bowler. You don't really want this break it's come at the wrong time, as you say.
Well, they were 126 for 1 in that 13th over, and then 2 wickets for Rashid Khan in 3 balls, swinging the momentum slightly. South Africa scoring 88 runs over 7 to 14 rather, after the power play, so still a very healthy turnaround in the end, but they have lost those 2 wickets in quick succession. We've got David Miller there, 1 from 3, Deval Bravis 4 from 4. Remember, if you are just joining us, this is a must-win game for Afghanistan in the context of Group D. South Africa having beaten Canada already, they've got points on the board. New Zealand, having beaten Afghanistan in that first game, kind of set the tone really for what Afghanistan need to do going forward. They need to beat South Africa because 3 very strong teams in the same group, one of them is going to miss out. And Afghanistan semi-finalists last time, South Africa finalists last time. They would see anything less than sort of making the Super 8s as a massive failure. But New Zealand, on the other hand, just quietly going about their business on the side, aren't they, Carbs?
They're always my pick, New Zealand. They always turn up in the ICC tournaments, just quietly go about their work, slip underneath everyone's radar. But yeah, I mean, this is a massive game for Afghanistan, as you rightly said. I mean, I think anything, not to qualify from the strides they've made would be a huge disappointment for them.
Rashid Khan then is going to get us back underway after the drinks break. 2 for 24 from 3 overs. Well, the wicket here would make things interesting. This is usually the point in the innings where a batting side, particularly going at 9.36 an over, looks to tee off last 6 overs, but 2 newish batters still at the crease and might take another over or 2 just to get themselves set. Rashid into Miller, who skews the ball to short third, runs through for a single. Rashid with hands on head, thickish outside edge on that.
Loves the theatre, doesn't he, Rashid Khan? This is you sense he's really enjoying his work today. Getting stuck into these South African batters.
It's his final over, though. He's into Bravis, who defends into the offside, no run. A little bit late on that, Bravis, but in the end got a full face of the bat down. 132 for 3. And he comes and he bowls from way back behind, almost where the umpire's standing. Bravis defends. And I love it when spinners do a little bit of this. Just hop around, use the crease, surprise the batters. We've seen Ashwin do it so many times for India, haven't we? Things like that. This time Rashid does bowl from the regular popping crease, and Bravis moves leg side, punches the ball to deep backward point and gets through for 2. It's good running.
So I think key with Rashid in this, certainly in the second part of his spell, he's just slowed things up a little bit. And his line has been very good. He's really targeted those stumps. He's made the South Africans have to move around, show their stumps at times, to create room.
Rashid pushes the ball wide as Bravis moves leg side. That's good bowling, just keeping it out of the batter's arc. Shabash, shabash. It's quite a universal thing across the subcontinent. And it's very good, very good. 1 ball remaining in Rashid Khan's spell then. Just goes short of a length, and Bravis doesn't risk anything, just flicks the ball into vacant mid-wicket region, runs through for the single. 4 from the over. Rashid Khan finishes with figures of 4 overs, 2 for 28. 15 overs gone. South Africa 135 for 3. That run rate exactly 9 now, so done really well to peg things back in the last 3 or 4 overs of Afghanistan. they can keep them under 10s for the rest of the innings, I think they'll be happy with themselves. That 200 looked very much on right from the start almost.
Absolutely, and that would have been, I think, a killer blow to Afghans' chances of qualifications. But yeah, I think they'll be very, very happy at this stage. So with 5 overs to go, still a lot of spin options available to them as well. And again, you know, Brevis and Miller haven't really quite got to grips with this pitch just yet. So they'll be, again, if they can shut them down in the next 2 overs.
Right, Simon Mann's going to pick up from me.
Well, Rashid Khan there really improving. His first 2 overs went for 21, then he went 2 for 28 from his 4. Noor bowls, left arm wrist spin over the wicket, bowls to Brevis, and Brevis plays it back to the bowl and there's no run. So just a bit of a squeeze on here from Afghanistan, and that's what they're capable of. They've got the quality in their bowling attack. We've seen it with Rashid Khan. Now Noor Ahmed, he went for 27 from his first 2 overs, back in the side today. He's got a big job to do here. Goes in, bowls to Brevis. It's full. It's drilled down the ground, out towards long off. He's hit that hard. Goodness me. Nabi wasn't too far away from it. Just to his right-hand side went the ball, and it scooted to the boundary. 139 for 3.
I mean, that's an incredible shot, I've got to say. I mean, that's not really far off a Yorker, and somehow he's managed to dig it out. But just the power he's generated, I mean, he almost killed David Miller at the non-strikers end, and literally one bounce into the boards. It's an incredible piece of timing.
Yeah, magnificent from Brevis. He's on to 11, 139 for 3. Start of the 16th. Noor left arm over ball short. Brevis goes back, clouts it away towards deep cover. Picked up by the sweeper. One more run to the total. Big day in the T20 World Cup today. A team called Australia entering the tournament. There's some teams have already played 2 matches. Australia entering the tournament at 9:30 UK time. The Premadasa against Ireland. One of the potentially fancied teams. They had that tough time in Pakistan in the lead up. Here's Miller going back and nudging a single into the onside. 141 for 3 in the 16th. And then England-West Indies from Mumbai. England escaping against Nepal the other day. West Indies beating Scotland in their opening game. So that is coming up at 1:30 UK time today. We'll bring you those games on various platforms. 5 Sports Extra, BBC Sounds. Here's Noor bowling to Brevis. Brevis puts the bat there and guides it towards backward point. They run through for a single. 142 for 3. BBC Sport website, ABC app, ICC website. Bringing these games, taking it around the world. Bring you every game, every ball of every game in this men's T20 World Cup. Noor bowls, stroked away by Miller on the drive, up towards long on for a single. Noor's over comes to an end. He's gone for 8 in that over. 3 overs to 35 from him. 4 overs left of South Africa's innings. They're 143 for 3.
Just quietly ticking along. But you get a sense that certainly that chat between the two now in the middle is when do we start to put the foot down and try and press towards something above 180. I think that would be a pass score for this wicket, you would say.
So Afghanistan have been rattling through their overs here. We might have the first instance of the innings finishing on time.
Good grief.
1 hour and 25 minutes allotted for all the teams to bowl their overs. I mean, it probably will slow down. We've got 15 minutes to get in 4 overs. You don't normally think at this stage 5 minutes per over, but it depends who's bowling, of course. Often we have the seamers bowling at this stage, and we're going to have a seamer now. Fazal Haq's coming back into the attack. 2 overs, 1 for 5, the left armour. So things will slow down a bit here. Goes in now and bowls to Miller. Short ball, slower ball into the pitch, pulled away towards deep mid-wicket for a single. 144 for 3, start of the 16th over. So if we do finish it after an hour and 25 minutes roughly, we'll have a 20-minute break. A bit of a luxury for the players to have a 20-minute break between the innings. We haven't had many of those so far. Indeed, I don't think we've had a single one so far because teams just don't get on with it. They just dawdle along at an IPL pace, and we have 2 drinks breaks as well. Brevis on 13, Miller on 5. So Markham out for 5, De Kock for 59, Rickleton for 61. 100 partnership for the second wicket, but Rashid got them both. Fazil Haq, Farooqi scuttling in and bowls a short ball. Brevis tries to guide it on the uppercut down towards deep third, misses it through to Gurbaz. And South Africa's innings at the moment just beginning to stall. And we said that, I mean, they've got the base from which to build a reasonable score here. Then the onus will be on Afghanistan. They have to chase these runs down to stay in the tournament effectively. Okay, there is a sequence of events that would mean they could stay in it, but it's unlikely with the way the UAE and Canada have played so far. New Zealand taking down the UAE yesterday. I mean, UAE batted actually pretty well. I watched that game and they got a reasonable score, but New Zealand just thrashed them. Fazil Haq bowls, forced away by Brevis, square with the wicket on the offside. Should only be a single, it is. Throws on its way to the base of the stump. Difficult one for Gurbaz there. Awkward one from the deep. I suppose you've got the gloves on. You've got the pads on. Not an easy one to take. I think the key there, though, was for the fielder getting the ball away quickly to prevent the second. So you can perhaps just accept a bit of lack of accuracy in the throw.
They're never happy keepers, are they?
No.
Always grumpy.
And they're also the chattiest players on the field. You were talking about this earlier, weren't you? Talking about Jack, batting with Jack Russell's keeping. Fazil Haq bowls to Miller, slower ball into the pitch, guided away by Miller, down towards deep back with square leg. That's another single. Fazil Haq's doing well in this over. 3 singles from the 4 balls, 146 for 3. And your keeper needs to bring energy to your team as well. You know, the focal point is one of the issues that England felt they had with Jamie Smith during the winter, that he's quite quiet behind the stumps. And does he bring that energy to the team?
Yeah, he's almost a captain's second set of eyes, because he can see all the angles and, and he can also tell the captain how the bowlers are hitting the gloves and lines they're bowling. So it's quite an important part of the team.
Fazil Haq bowls to Brevis, top edge. I think he might get away with this. It's going down towards fine leg. He does. There's a question there whether that's gone for 6 or 4. It wasn't a perfect shot by any means from Brevis, but it was successful. It's gone for 6 off the top edge. He was not looking to hit it there. The fine leg was up inside the circle, and he got away with it. A huge free swing of the bat. And if you can have a streaky 6, that was one of them.
Yeah. Again, Farooqi, I'm not really sure why he needed to go to the bounce, and especially with that field as well, with fine leg up in the ring, knowing how strong Brevis is on the short ball anyway. He's going to have a dip, especially at this stage. I'm not really sure that was quite necessary. He was going nicely, just going into a hard length.
Goes in now and bowls back to that length, guided away for a single. Yeah, I don't know what goes through quick bowlers,
mate. Bowlers.
quick bowlers' minds. But I mean, it was streaky from Brevis, but it was kind of a free hit in a way, wasn't it? With a short fine inside the circle. Okay, if he'd actually hit it well, he might have hit it out to deep square leg and been caught on the boundary. But I suppose that's what you're looking at as a bowler. But didn't happen. He got a top edge over short fine leg, and he went away for 6 runs. So we've had 17 overs. South Africa are 153 for 3. During the interval today, we are going to have a look back at yesterday's action in Colombo, where Pakistan beat a spirited USA side. We might also hear from Josh Buttler as well, if we've got time. And we might do, with 3 overs left to bowl. So at the moment we're sort of tracking for a 15-minute interval, so we might well catch up with Josh Buttler before England's match against West Indies today in Mumbai. England was Scotland and Italy to play. So if they did beat the West Indies today, feel they're well on their way. And got past Nepal, who might be the strongest of the other teams in that group. Interesting to see how Nepal get on against West Indies, actually, because they did beat them in a series, beat them a couple of times in a one-day international, in a T20.
Some exciting players in that Nepal team, especially lower down with the bat.
Yeah, it was a brilliant effort from them the other day. Asmat bowls short into the pitch, out towards wide long on. picked up in the deep by Sedikala, and they come back for 2 runs. It was the best match of the tournament so far, just in terms of drama and the closeness of the game, and just that feeling is this going to happen? And it was so close to happening for them. And they declined that single, didn't they, off the penultimate ball, as Brevis has caught the mid-off, hitting it straight to Mohamed Nabi, short from Asmat into the pitch, and Brevis, almost baseball style, picked out Nabi at mid-off. Frustrated himself, really frustrated himself there, missing out. He goes for 23, and South Africa 155 for 4 in the 18th over.
Yeah, South Africa are making a bit of a Horlicks of this at the moment. Not able to break out, and this is, you know, you sort of look back and you think how important that those 2 dismissals of Rickleton and de Kock in the same over have had an impact. Maybe this pitch in characteristics is just starting to change, as we suspected it may well do through the innings, now that the pitch, the sun has been beaten down on this surface. Is it getting a little bit slower, a little bit harder to time? Brevis again, you know, trying to force a ball that wasn't quite there, but you can understand at this stage why he's trying to break out, but no timing really. And this is playing nicely into Afghanistan's hands here.
Yeah, they've tiptoed their way back into the match. Afghanistan, they've limited potentially South Africa's score here. It looked like 200 at one stage. It's coming down at the moment. There's still room to get up to 200. Tristan Stubbs is in at number 6. He can smack it. He's off the mark. First ball up towards mid-off with a push. And they're through for a single. 156 for 4. With 3 balls left of the 18th over. And this really significant match in Group D of the T20 World Cup. That partnership between de Kock and Rickleton looked to be helping South Africa to a really sizable score, and it still may well be a match-winning score. Still got 2.5 overs left. Still looking like, you know, 180, might be more than that. Could be 190. Asmat bowls. That's lifted away by Miller out towards deep extra cover. It won't be 4, it'll be 2. Picked up in the deep by Ibrahim Zadran. Nearly running round it there. Pick up in his right hand. Send in the return. 2 more to the total. Because it's one of those here where you always expect teams to score reasonably well in the last couple of overs, whether they can just have one big over Afghanistan and say to pick up a couple of wickets and limit them to 5-6 runs, something like that. You sometimes see that at the back end of an innings. 158 for 4, but it's looking minimum 180, you'd think, because that's a short, slower ball that deceives batter and keeper there, and they run through for a bye, throw it to stumps as well. Well, all sorts going on there, but the upshot is 1 bye. Not taken cleanly by Gurbaz, as Miller looked to swing it away into the leg side, deceived by the slower ball into the pitch. 159 for 4. 17.5 overs have been bowled.
Yeah, I think what Afghanistan bowlers have done really, really well. They've kept a good line at these South African batters with a little bit of mixture of pace. And I think it's notable, someone like David Miller, who never really struggles to time the ball, has really struggled to find the middle of the bat so far in 10 balls.
And there's the reverse dab shot, and he's gone. Stubbs caught short fines, moving across there to dab it away into the onside. And he's hit it low to short fine leg, and there we go. That's what I was talking about. You just pick up a couple of wickets and you have an over that limits the scoring. Asmat's picked up his second. Stubbs there moving across, trying to play a little scoop or ramp shot. Got a toe end on it, and it went down low to short fine leg, where it's taken by Majib, and it's a 159 for 5. Stubbs on his way for 1.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, change of pace, which from Asmat there, which makes that ramp shot a lot harder. Usually batters who play it really well, they'll tell you the one thing they're looking for is the pace on delivery, where they can use the bowler's pace to just help it over the short fine leg. But that one just rolling his fingers in the off spinners fashion there, just gripping in the surface. So Tristan Stubbs had nothing really to work with. You can see he's really trying to almost fry and pan it over the top, but nothing to work with, and presenting quite a simple catch.
Yeah, 159 for 5. So Janssen has come in now at number 7. Miller's on strike though, because that was the last ball of the over. Yeah, just on that West Indies Nepal head-to-head in Sharjah, one of the games, the T20 match, they won by 90 runs against West Indies. Here's Fazal Haq, bowls to Miller, low full toss, forced away into the onside, out towards wide mid-on. It's a poor ball from Fazal Haq, it's gone away for 4. Best of David Miller. 163 for 5, startling 19th over. Well, having said that, West Indies did come back in the next game, win by 10 wickets, but Nepal took that series 2-1. So that group, England, Nepal, West Indies, Scotland group, is by no means straightforward. Italy as well, Scotland winning their opening game against Italy quite convincingly. Fazal Haq bowls to Miller right in the block hole. That's dug out by Miller into the onside, and they're through for a single. A cry goes up, why don't teams bowl more Yorkers?
Don't. I say it as a coach, I say it all the time. Just keep it simple. It's still the hardest ball in cricket to hit.
Yeah.
But getting through to your bowlers sometimes, it's the hardest thing in the world.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the reason for it, of course, is that batters go deep in the crease, don't they? And they can make a Yorker into a half volley, or they can scoop it or ramp it. So that's, if you've got a good ramper, then the Yorker can be a ball to hit for 4 or 6. So the bowlers feel they have to kind of vary it, don't they? But I mean, Sam Curran the other day bowled a fine over, didn't he? Really full right throughout that over against Nepal.
I can tell you, Simon, first-hand experience, it's a lot easier to defend a Yorker, whether someone can ramp or not, than bowling short and wide.
Yeah.
You could try to defend both sides of the field.
Yeah, Fazal Haq bowls, almost half volley length, driven away by Janssen into the offside. Oh, it's not stopped at extra cover. Ibrahim Zadran diving away to his right. He got there and then didn't get the hand down to stop it. It probably should have been stopped. I mean, some would have stopped that, but he did not. 168 for 5, midway through the 19th over.
Yeah, the ball just seemed to run away, didn't it? Almost like a bowl effect. I thought the fielder was well within a shout there, took a dive, but no water in the pool there, unfortunately.
What he didn't do is he scraped his hand towards the ball, but he scraped over it. If he'd run it along the ground, he'd have knocked it back. Really poor piece of fielding, that. Fazal Haq bowls to Janssen, very full outside the off stump, guided away square with the wicket. And Zadran this time away to his left-hand side, towards deep backward point, and they go through for 2. So this is more the sort of over South Africa wanted. They've had 4 balls, just got 11 so far, 170 for 5. There are 8 balls left their innings, so yeah, 180 plus looks definitely on here. Fazal Haq's final over. Miller's 13, Janssen is 6. We've seen Fazal Haq going in and bowling outside the off stump. That's lifted away down the ground. That's a magnificent blow from Janssen. That's a tall man's shot, because someone would have hit that square of the wicket, but he's hit it off the back foot over the bowler's head. And it's one of those shots that is part of the innovation in T20 cricket, isn't it, to hit that down the ground for 6. Because normally you think hit full ball for 6 down the ground, and short ball hits square, but that's the short ball that's gone back over the bowler's head. Yeah,
it was a great point you were making about, batters now sitting deep in the crease, making those balls into half volleys, or making the sort of length ball into a hittable length. And when you've got levers like Janssen, nearly 7 foot tall, but that was the key for me, the fact that he looked to just target the side screen. Is very difficult to stop that.
176 for 5. It's an excellent over for South Africa. Fazal Haq bowls right in the Yorker length delivery there, right up there in the block hole. It's driven, and what happened? No run. It's gone to extra cover.
21 years in the game, mate. I mean, you've seen it all, right?
176 for 5. 1 over left of South Africa's innings. 1 over left to plunder the Afghanistan bowling. Do we think 190 is a winning score on this surface in Ahmedabad? Afghans got no choice. No choice. They've got to go full ball for it. They have to win the game. No second chances.
I think going in at the break, if Afghanistan can keep South Africa to 190, I think that's a massive win for them, personally. From where they were with de Kock and Rickleton, I desperately thought they were on for 220.
Well, it might be under 190. Azmat, it's all on him for the final over, and Miller as well on 13. Goes round the wicket. Miller swings, misses. It was quite close to that wide line. I think it was okay, though. Just inside that blue line is a dot ball to start the over. We know how dangerous David Miller can be, perfectly capable of clearing the ropes several times when he's got complete licence, as he has now. There's a quick look over his over his right shoulder out towards deep mid-wicket, wide long on area. Azmatullah Amazai in the final over of the innings was a slower ball outside the off stump, lifted away for 6. There we go. Over long off from David Miller, able to free his arms there to a ball that was wide of off stump, and he's hit it for 6. 182 for 5. I don't think he got that perfectly. He actually looks at the toe end of his bat, but it was lifted really. It was a pace-off delivery on the wide line. And he lifted it. I mean, it was a magnificent blow, really.
Yeah, Dave Miller's got, he's a very, you say, old-fashioned style player.
Azmat bowls into the pitch this time. It's pulled away by Miller towards deep mid-wicket. It's only a single.
He's not someone who messes around too much with the ramp shots, the scoop shot. But what he's built a career on, really, is those kind of shots. Just standing really, really still and just letting the hands go through, hitting on top of the rise. Such a strong guy as well. Big forearms, good swing.
The guy on the PA system, at this stage, gets very excited, and he tries to interact with the crowd, and he says, "We want," and the idea back is sixer. But actually, if you're Afghanistan, we want wicket, we want dot ball, we don't want sixer. As it's full outside the off stump, that's 4. Crashed away by Janssen, that was in the slot. 187 for 5, and they are on for this 190 now.
Yeah, the Janssen coming in at this phase has paid dividends so far. He's going to use those big levers. So far, he's really the only one who's found some timing on this pitch.
Janssen on 16. 2 balls left into the pitch. Slower ball, swing and a miss. Through to Gurbaz. 187 for 5, with 1 ball left of South Africa's innings. Look, it's a challenging score. Is it a winning score? And they've got a good attack, South Africa, haven't they? But they got Linda in today. Emphasis on pace in the last game, and pace can sometimes disappear quickly. It's a fascinating second half in prospect. Azmat, last ball of the innings, slower ball lifted in the air, out towards long on, and the catch is taken. So a couple of dot balls to end the innings, a dot and then a wicket, set a colour with the catch. And so Afghanistan's target to stay in the competition effectively is 188, which feels like a semi-win for them when you consider at one stage South Africa were looking 200, 210, possibly 220 if it went really well. A magnificent partnership between de Kock and Rickleton that added 114 for the second wicket in around about 10 overs. So there we go. 188 to win then, Carbs.
Yeah, I think overall from an Afghani point of view, I think they'd be very, very happy with that. They've pegged it back nicely from a difficult start. I think South Africa won't be unhappy with that score. I mean, look, you still got to chase.
You're in the game, aren't you?
Yeah,
with that,
absolutely.
definitely.
Yeah, you've got runs on the board. You've still got to chase it. So, Afghan will still have to play very, very well, and especially against a very good South African attack. But honours even, I still think, at the break.
So that's South Africa innings, 187 for 6. Markram made 5. That was a good early blow struck by Afghanistan. Fazal Haq Faruqi inducing the miscue to Nabi at mid-off. Then De Kock and Rickleton got going. De Kock finding out for 59, caught by Ibrahim off Rashid Khan, and then Rashid having Rickleton LBW in the same over as Afghanistan fought back. I mean, Rickleton's innings, 61 off 28 balls, 5 fours and 4 sixes. He was the one, almost more than De Kock, that got things going. Brevis out for 23. Miller was 20 not out. Tristan Stubbs out for 1, and Janssen last out from the last ball for 16, going for a big shot.
Ryan Rickleton.
Let's hear from Ryan Rickleton then.
Ryan Rickleton, 61 from 28, 5 fours and 4 sixes. What was it like there, and what was the game plan with Quinton de Kock?
Yeah, I really enjoyed being out there with Quinny. We put together a nice partnership. It was quite tough going early on, but we managed to find a little bit of momentum and quite dovetailed through the whole process. But the plan was just really simple, look to just absorb a bit, and when the ball came in, I tried to transfer the pressure back.
How different are the conditions today in a day game compared to the game against Canada the other day?
Yeah, extremely different. I think, when the dew sets in at night, it does become really good for batting, and obviously quite difficult for bowling. So the bowlers are a lot more in play here. But again, it's not impossible. You generally get good wickets this side of the world. So once you can work out your options, you can try and get a good score.
Got a great luxury when it comes to your bowling attack, going in with George Lindete, the extra spinner, against an Afghanistan team that's really grown in confidence over the years.
Yeah, they're a serious team. No team can ever be taken lightly, especially this team. But yeah, they got all their attributes covered. We got Georgie today, and I think his biggest X factor here will be the bounce. There's a bit of hold in the wicket as well. So, Kesh and George complement each other quite nicely. And if they can extract the variance in bounce, hopefully they can have a good day out for us.
Well batted.
Thank you, Cash. Cheers.
There we go. That's Ryan Rickleton. He played splendidly. So resumption is going to be in just around about 13 minutes' time. So let's rattle through. We're going to hear from Jos Buttler in just a moment, but let's check in with our team out in Sri Lanka. Yesterday watched Pakistan beat a spirited USA side, and we can hear from Daniel Norcross out in Colombo.
Yes, I'm alongside Atif Nawaz in our hotel lobby. Straight after the game, we've just seen Pakistan defeat the USA, something of a revenge mission after losing so shockingly back in America a couple of years ago. And in so doing, they've now played 2-1-2. The game against India is back on. And they have one more game other than that against Namibia, a side that they will expect to beat. And if they were to do that, then they are pretty much home and host and into the Super 8s, which they'll play all of here in Sri Lanka. They'll play all their games in Sri Lanka. Atif, from being on the verge of losing a game against the Netherlands to now probably being able to look forward to an extended run in this competition, it's amazing how quickly fortunes can change.
Yeah, it certainly is. And, it was a very good performance from them today. And I felt like they looked like they were under a little bit less pressure. That whole scenario with India, will that match happen? Won't it happen? It felt like a little cloud that was just hanging over the players, a little bit of uncertainty. As much as you tell the press and the media that, we're just focused on the cricket, we're not thinking about that, it's not our decision and blah, blah, blah. It's got to play on your mind, and it's got to create more pressure knowing that your 3 games against the associate nations, they essentially must win. You've got this track record of losing to associate nations in previous editions, and including one that you're going to play, i.e. the USA. So there is going to be pressure because every game becomes must win. They looked like they'd been freed up from that pressure, knowing that the India game was going to go ahead. Now, there's every chance they go ahead and lose that game to India. That's what their track record in World Cup suggests. And, let's not forget how strong this India side is coming into this tournament as favourites. But I think for Pakistan, knowing that they have 2 cracks at getting into the next round now, having already secured 4 points from their 2 games, I think they'll feel quite positive. They'll feel quite confident. The pressure will be off. You can see it in their body language a little bit as well. They're just looking quite energized and just very positive in the sense that they're playing their cricket, and that applies sort of literally in the way that they batted today as well, scoring at almost 10 and over, phases of the game where the opposition just had absolutely no idea, all the way down. Even Babar Azam's found a little bit of fluency with the bat and managed to almost get himself to a half century, but batted a decent strike rate for the second half of his innings. So I think all things are slowly sort of coming together for Pakistan, and Pakistan fans will just quietly, that little bar of confidence will be having a little bit of an uptick at the moment.
We've got to be fair and balanced about this. When we did the Champions Trophy, we often made the point that India did have a inbuilt advantage because they were playing all of their games in Dubai. They got to understand the nature of the surface, select their teams accordingly, and other sides were flying into Dubai and then flying out. I mean, remember South Africa actually flew in and didn't play the game because it was going to be either them or New Zealand, I think, wasn't it? So those sides were at a disadvantage. India were at a definite advantage. In this tournament, that now does apply to Pakistan. Albeit that they're playing on a variety of different surfaces, because they'll be at the Premadasa, the SSC, as well as in Carberry, but they won't have the same amount of travelling. Both Namibia and India are going to have to come over to Sri Lanka to play them and then leave again. They'll be very settled. They could be a serious contender now, couldn't they? Because the other thing, which is a bit peculiar about this competition, is that it doesn't matter where you finish in the first segment. If you get through and you're seeded, you know exactly whom your opponents are going to be, provided those seeded opponents get through. So, for example, we know if England qualify, they'll come to Sri Lanka and they'll play against Pakistan. That does give Pakistan perhaps a bit of an advantage, and one that with the side they've got, they could capitalise on.
It could turn out to be quite a telling advantage. You're quite right, Daniel. I mean, they do know where they're going to play, but also if you think about the conditions in Sri Lanka and the makeup of this Pakistan team, the conditions could really lean into their strengths. We expect conditions in Sri Lanka. I mean, at the moment, the pitches are holding up quite nicely. A little bit slow, but not as slow as some might have expected. But as the tournament goes on and these three pitches take more and more cricket, I know they'll get a little bit of a break in Colombo when the action moves to Pallekele, but up until that point, you're going to have these pitches just slowly taking a little bit more wear, leaning further into Pakistan's wheelhouse, which is slower bowling. They've got a dearth of options with spin. They don't even use all their options. Saim Ayub, world number one all-rounder, has only bowled an over apiece in the first two matches that Pakistan have played. And they've got the luxury of, if one of the spinners isn't really finding their rhythm, they can turn to yet another one. They introduced Usman Tariq today. First game in a World Cup, takes 3 wickets. He's got that delay in his action that makes him very hard to prepare for or indeed play out in the middle. So they do have this advantage that you speak of. And yeah, it's the same as India, the Champions Trophy. The one thing I would say is the Champions Trophy is a much shorter tournament. Things happen very quickly, whereas this is going to be a bit more of a test, not unlike something like the World Snooker Championships, where you have to keep your best going for a long period of time. You've got to get through that group stage, then you've got to get through the sixes, the Super Sixes, and then the Super Eights even, I beg your pardon. And then you've got to get through the semi-final and final. So there's a long way to go for Pakistan yet, but everything seems to be coming together quite nicely, both on the pitch and off.
Just a reminder, that game against India is on the 15th. It's coming up shortly, and it's going to be a big occasion, come what may. We're off to get some sleep before we head to the Premadasa tomorrow for Ireland against Australia. Can't wait for that one. You'll be able to hear it on Sports Extra at 9:30 a.m.
Thanks very much, Dan. You'll also better hear Afghanistan trying to chase 188 to beat South Africa in around about 7 minutes' time. Their innings will get underway. Also today, England back in action after their dramatic 4-run win against Nepal. They're taking on West Indies at 1:30 UK today. Henry Moran has been speaking to Joss Butler.
Well, first of all, Joss, what was the feeling after the Nepal game from you in the dressing room?
Yeah, relief, probably. I think they played a great game of cricket. I don't think we played a bad one, but it was a great match. The crowd here was unbelievable. They put us under a lot of pressure, but ultimately we found a way to win and get the 2 points, which is the most important thing.
It looked at the end like there was some real hard work mentally with Harry leading the side and able support from you and some other senior players. Take us out there in the middle. What were those conversations?
Yeah, just to get clarity over what we were trying to achieve, what we thought was the best way to limit the runs and win the game. And that's what you need. I think it's a really nice team environment that we've got at the moment. Harry's leading the side beautifully, reads the game really well. He's really clear and concise. with his bowlers, especially in the outfield there. So, and yeah, Sam Curran is someone who rises to those moments. He really likes the pressure, I think, and yeah, really clear on what he was going to do to win us the game.
Do you enjoy that sort of, I suppose, leadership role, but one step removed, and being able to offer that advice?
Yeah, exactly. You know, you're not the one that has to then go and explain it if it goes wrong, are you? So, yeah, I think obviously I've been captain before, so he's very aware that it's not your show anymore and to step back. But as a wicketkeeper and senior player, you've got a great view to try and help out and assist where you can. And yeah, I think that's the role of senior player.
It's a very different world nowadays when you play a side like Nepal. It feels as though there are some really high quality sides in this tournament, regardless of history and everything else.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's, as a cricket fan, is a really good thing for the World Cup to see all these nations together and playing and competing. As some T20, naturally you're going to have closer games than the longer formats. But yeah, I think they played really well. I think on day one of the tournament, I think all three, you know, you don't want to say associate sides anymore because I think they've played some great cricket. I thought they all could have won those games. I thought the Netherlands looked like they were going to beat Pakistan. Scotland played really well against West Indies. USA were brilliant here against India. So I think it's been really refreshing to see such great games of cricket from nations that don't always play against each other. And that gives it a real World Cup feel.
Tell me about Brendan and the walkie-talkie. What's going on there? How's that working?
I think he's had it for a while, to be honest. It's been there, so he can just send a few messages down to the guys on the bench. If there's anything he's seeing from up the top to, you know, relay onto the pitch for Harry or for the bowlers. So, yeah, just that added layer of communication. It's just a more obvious line of communication because he always has been like that. He's a deep thinker of the game. Baz, obviously, has been a captain for a long time, so he can share some really good insights and obviously have coach of the team.
Because sometimes there's the impression, you know, relaxed, feet up on the balcony, but he's presumably not quite like that.
That's obviously the image he wants to have, to sort of allow guys to feel less pressure in a game that has a lot of pressures. So that image, I think, is important to him. But yeah, don't mistake that for someone whose mind is relaxed and who's not got his finger on the pulse. You wouldn't be a great player and great captain like he was without having that and being fiercely competitive and a will to win. So yeah, I think that's the beauty of the sport, right? And so you know, there's stuff that goes on behind closed doors and in the dressing room that you guys aren't party to, and you've got to make a judgment from what you see. But everyone in that dressing room knows the truth.
10 years ago, West Indies, England in the T20 World Cup in this country was a very memorable occasion. I mean, it's been a long time since then, but do you still think about that night and that game?
I'm guessing you mean Kolkata as
I was thinking of Kolkata.
Yeah, you do still think of it and what could have been, and you know, say we'd won that tournament. But in a funny way, losing that game, I thought, taught us so many things moving forward for that group of players and that setup into the, you know, the years after, and obviously going on to win the World Cup in 2019. You know, arguably, would we have won in 2019 without 2016, you know, that disappointing night in the end in Kolkata? Maybe not. So it was just part of the journey of that side. It was a very young team at that point. And we learned some great stuff along the way there. Obviously, it would have been nice to win that game because everyone says, "Oh, you only learn when you lose," but you learn when you win as well, like what you did right. So yeah, you think about it every now and again, but it's a long time ago now, thankfully.
A lot of time has passed, a lot of caps have passed, and this month has seen you become the leading cap holder for all England cricket in the men's game. It is some achievement. How do you reflect on it?
Yeah, it's a cool achievement. Yeah, with a lot of pride, really. I think it's a unique achievement, isn't it? Because you know, someone like Jimmy playing 188 tests kind of is a bit of a different beast as to a lot of the white ball games that I've played. But yeah, it's a really proud achievement. I think obviously the standards you have to keep to play for that long, the resilience you have to show from some tough times as well, which has been a few. So yeah, it's a really nice achievement and one to be proud of.
And just finally, got the news overnight, India against Pakistan is going to happen. For the World Game, it feels the positive outcome.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's whoever you are, you always tune into that game. It'd be such a shame for the tournament and the outcomes of group standings and that kind of stuff to be affected by the two teams not playing against each other. So, I think everyone's really pleased that they will be playing that match.
That was Joss Butler speaking with Henry Moran. You're back with Nikesh Rughani, Dawid, Malan, Michael Carberry and Simon Mann for the resumption of South Africa versus Afghanistan. If you are just joining us, South Africa batted first in this much anticipated match. Must-win game, really, for Afghanistan in terms of their chances of making the Super 8s. And South Africa posted 187 for 6 from their 20 overs. Quinton de Kock and Ryan Rickleton with half centuries. But from the position which South Africa were in, they were 126 for 1 in the 13th over. A comeback of sorts for Afghanistan. And that was thanks largely to some useful middle overs there from the captain Rashid Khan in particular. 4 overs, 2 for 28. Azmatullah Omarzai, the leading wicket taker, 4 overs, 3 wickets for 41. A wicket also for Fazal Haq. Faruqi Nur Ahmed came back well after an expensive first over too. So Afghanistan will be feeling they've got some momentum going into this batting innings as we see Ramanullah Gurbaz and Ibrahim Zadran out there in the middle opening the batting for them. Dawid Malan kicking things off alongside me. And Dawid, do you think I've assessed that correctly? Afghanistan will have felt proud really to keep South Africa under 200.
Definitely. I think South Africa would be disappointed they didn't get over 200, but from an Afghanistan point of view, chasing 188, it's still a fantastic score on a wicket that looks like it's got a little bit slower and harder to score on towards the end as the ball got older. I think it's probably 50-50 from both camps at the moment. But the one thing that watching from that innings, any batter that started, it looked incredibly tough to start. And from my experience of playing there as well, it always is. It feels like it takes you 2 or 3 or 4 balls extra to get used to the pace. And hopefully South Africa find a way of capitalising on that. Afghanistan have only got 5 batters and then their all-rounders started 6 and 7. So, new wickets for South Africa here, or early wickets for South Africa here, will really peg Afghanistan back.
It'll be a tough start for them against Lungi Ngidi, who's running in to open the bowling. In he comes, slip in place, and that's a wideish delivery outside off to begin with. Signalled it. Well, there's no signal, so it will be a dot ball. It was quite close to that blue guideline, but the umpire just allowing Ngidi to get away with that loosener to Gurbaz. Picked up 3 for in the previous game. He did go down with what looked like a little bit of a hip niggle, but fit enough to play this game and a key component of South Africa's seam attack alongside Kagiso Rabada. Marco Jansen also playing in this match. No Corbin Bosch, though. He's been left out. As Ngidi makes his way in. Low full toss, and that's been driven just past mid-off and away for 4. Gurbaz off the mark with a boundary. Afghanistan 4 without loss. And Dawid, doesn't matter if you're left-hander, right-hander, you get a full toss like that in the power play and your eyes light up, and it's a wonderful way to get off the mark.
Yes, it is. Not Ngidi's best 2 balls, a short and wide one that was close to being called a wide, and then the overcompensation, really full toss. And Gurbaz, who's not necessarily the strongest through the offside, manages to place that one just to the left of mid-off for a lovely time boundary.
Ngidi then runs in once more, delivers, and it's a better length, just short of that length, good length, and Gurbaz is forward in defence. There is no run. I mean, from a South Africa point of view, they made the final last time in the Caribbean and the US. Had the game in their hands, really. And then that brilliant catch from Suryakumar Yadav on the boundary just swung things in India's favour. Some good spells of bowling there towards the end in that South African run chase. They've got over the line in the World Test Championship, South Africa, so they have got that ICC monkey off their back, so to speak, but it was red ball. This is a little bit different as Ngidi follows Gurbaz, who moves leg side, has a wild swing at this. It goes down, it doesn't make any contact with Gurbaz, so it's signalled wides. 5 bonus runs for Afghanistan. You could see what Ngidi was doing there, Dawid, but just getting it slightly wrong.
Yeah, Gurbaz just backing away. They're giving himself a little bit of room. In most cases, when batters back away, they actually want the bowler to follow them. So in an ideal world, you'd want Ngidi just to keep bowling that top of off and making sure that there's a consequence if he misses it. Because if you're going to bowl that straight at your hip, you can open up both sides of the field.
So 9 without loss, 3 balls gone. It's better from Ngidi, just top of off, and forward in defence is Gurbaz. It's amazing, isn't it? When you stick to the basics, things tend to work out for you. Sometimes bowlers try a few too many different things, particularly early on in the spell, but that was a much better delivery. Just back to that point from South Africa then. Still that pressure of not having won an ICC white ball tournament since the ICC knockout back in 1998. That was the last time they managed to get their hands on one, despite making finals and semi-finals. As Ngidi's in, and well, that was a similar delivery, but Gurbaz had just flicked his wrists on it, turned it backward of square on the leg side for 4. Outrageous shot.
It was one of his strengths, Gurbaz. He loves opening up that leg side. He loves just getting his hands and really quick hands and picking it up over square leg, but he's put himself in a really good position, got his foot outside off stump, used the bounce and the pace from Ngidi and just flicked him, and there's no square leg back, so it almost felt like a free shot for him there.
He's off and running here. Took a little bit of time to get going against New Zealand in that opening game, but a couple of early boundaries here. South Africa under a bit of pressure early on. 188 the target. Afghanistan already 13 without loss from the first 5 balls. Ngidi takes the slip out and bowls just outside off. That's been defended away by Gurbaz, backward of point. So end of the first over, still 13 without loss. Afghanistan 188 the target, remember. So yeah, you know what it's like to win the T20 World Cup. What does South Africa need to do different this time around? I mean, they were pretty close last time, weren't they?
Yeah, they were. They've actually been really consistent over the last couple of ICC tournaments. They've always been there and thereabouts. You know, as you said before, they make a lot of finals, semi-finals. They seem to have a squad every time you look at them to the start of a World Cup. You're like, gosh, these guys are favourites. Or not favourites, but they'll be up there with and there or thereabouts. But they just don't seem to find a way. But at the moment, they play a lot of franchise cricket. At the moment, South Africa have got their own franchise tournaments, and they all play in finals now. They're used to the big stage, whereas probably before, unless they played in the IPL, they probably weren't playing many franchise crickets around the world. So once you start playing a lot of finals, you work out how to win, you work out how to be in those pressure moments. And I think South Africa have got a balanced squad, and they've had one for a few years where they can compete.
Marco Jansen then to open the bowling from the other end. Slip in place to Ibrahim Zadran, who punches off the back foot, just backward a point. Slight misfield allows the batters through for a single. When you were part of that World Cup winning campaign with England, do you ever mention, I mean, obviously the target is to go there and win the competition if you're one of the top sides, as you were. Does anybody really mention that, or is it literally you do just take each game as it comes? Because I know that's what you tell us in the media. You're just focused on your next game, but are you sort of talking about this in team meetings, about how we're going to get to the final and how we're going to win this thing?
No, you actually don't. You actually try and focus on each game. You can't get to the final unless you progress out of the group stages.
Jansen in, and defensive shot by Gurbaz for no run.
And they're all tough. You always tend to have one big nation that you play against and a couple of the associates that you have to pay a lot of attention to nowadays with the standard of cricket that's improving all around the world. So if you can take your eye off the ball, and you look at the World Cup that we won back in 2022, I think it was now. Gosh, it feels like a few years ago. We lost to Ireland, actually. And if you don't show the respect to the teams below you, you can have that little hiccup. And that's the last thing you want in a World Cup.
Jansen bowls. Gurbaz moves outside leg and just launches this ramp set over deep third. It's gone all the way for 6. It wasn't a sort of traditional ramp shot, really, in terms of it was almost a half cut the way he sort of met the ball. That coming from behind his head, made contact at just the right time. And, that is the modern way, I guess, but he's timed that really well, Gurbaz.
Yeah, he has. He's backed away again, given himself a little bit of room. This time, Marco Janssen hasn't followed him, but decided he wanted to use the bouncer, and Gurbaz up to the mark, just used the pace and the bounce that was on offer and managed to get that really fine, actually, almost over the slip keeper for a well-timed 6.
So 20 without loss. Gurbaz on to 14. He moves leg side again, this time cuts, but only as far as the fielder on the edge of the circle at point, who has a shot at the stumps and hits, and it means there's going to be at least one overthrow. In fact, no, there's going to be 2. So everything going wrong for South Africa in these early stages. Afghanistan off to a flyer here, 22 for none.
Yeah, South Africa just not getting it right in these first 2 overs. Been a little bit sloppy from their high standards. Missed field, couple of wides, balls down the leg side all over the place. So South Africa have to switch on here, because these first 6 overs are so vitally important in this game. When you're chasing 188, if you can get off to a flyer and put South Africa under pressure, it makes it easier when the ball does get a little bit slower and it gets a bit harder to score off.
Already 9 runs off this Janssen over, 2 balls remaining, and he comes, goes leg side, and that's been worked around the corner to short fine leg for just a single. We did see in that opening match, didn't we, South Africa against Canada, once South Africa had taken those early wickets and taken the sting out of any potential chase, that the standards did drop a little bit. There wasn't really any intensity from South Africa in the field. They kind of let the game drag on a little bit longer than perhaps they would have liked, and they need to certainly improve those standards here against Afghanistan, who are a much stronger side. Janssen completes his over to Zadran, who has a poke at one outside off, but finds backward point, so there will be no run. 10 off that over, 2 overs gone. Afghanistan 23 without loss in their chase of 188. Just one final question about that World Cup win then. Dawid, do you keep your medal? Do you display your medal anywhere in your house? I heard Joss Butler say this week that he's got all his medals in a box, just labelled cricket stuff, in his garage or something like that. Are you a bit different? Do you like to show off your memorabilia?
Mine is stuffed in my sock drawer at the moment. Actually, I was looking for things the other day and I found it there. I'm really bad at unpacking when I get back from things. So when my wife has had enough of my bags flying around, she just empties them, puts everything where she can find a spot, and then I need to go around the house looking for them. So it's definitely in my sock drawer, which I don't know why, but I do need to sort myself out. I think when I fully retire, I'll probably, from all cricket, I'll probably find somewhere to put all the things and all the good memories.
Yeah, it'd be a good one to display, certainly, as Rabada comes in to replace Ngidi, and he's been uppercut for 6 more by Gurbaz over deep third. It's gone quite fine. There was a fielder out there at deep third who was a lot squarer than that. Wouldn't have had any chance anyway, even had he been placed there. Catch goes into the crowd, and Ramanullah Gurbaz is having a field day out there at the moment at the Narendra Modi Stadium.
He is, and once again backing away, showing the stumps to the South African bowlers, and they're persisting again with that short ball. They're just slightly off with their lengths here, maybe a little bit fuller. Be interesting to see how often they're going to change the pace here, because everything pace on seems to go.
Rabada in, and Gurbaz defends the next ball, dabs and runs into the leg side. That's good stuff. That was an outstanding catch taken in the crowd to that 6 from Gurbaz as well. There's some caging across the front row there, just in front of the front row of the crowd. So it's gone over the metal cage into probably the second row, and there's a fella in a light-coloured shirt who's just leant over a couple of rows. I think he had a phone in one hand, and he's just gone and taken it one-handed. Get him out there fielding. Rabada in, short of a length, punched away out to deep third along the ground. It will just be a single. That was some take, wasn't it, Dawid, in the crowd?
It was, and then we get paid a lot of money to catch them, and we drop them with 2 hands available and sunglasses on and no phone in the other hand. So, yeah, there's some extremely good and talented fielders sat in the crowd at most cricket grounds by the looks of it.
I remember in the early days of T20 cricket around the world, there were some leagues where you'd get money, wouldn't you, for catching one-handed in the crowd and get some prizes from sponsors. Rabada down the leg side to Gurbaz. That will be signalled wide, so a bit of ill discipline here from South Africa in the early stages.
Yeah,
32 for none.
The South African T20 comp, they do that, don't they? It's catch it one-handed, and you get offered to be part of a pool of, I think it's 2 million rand or something like that. You get a share of it, and when the ball flies into the crowd, you see people diving in front of each other with beers in hand and soft drinks in hand and phones in hand, trying to get that one-handed catch.
Rabada in, and Gurbaz gets an inside edge on this. He's backing away, looking to chop it through the offside. Gets it to short fine leg in the end, but helps himself to another run. There can be chaos in the crowd, can't it? I remember in New Zealand, there was quite some big prizes as well in the early days of, is it the Super Smash out there?
Yeah, and I think you had to wear an orange shirt or something, wasn't it? Something along those lines, or a red
like
shirt,
that.
something like that, yeah.
All good fun. Rabada then, he's gone for 10 so far from 4 balls. Goes for a wide Yorker outside off, and it's well bowled. Zadran gets nowhere near it. Dot ball. Going along at 9s though at the moment. Afghanistan, it's the kind of start they need in this power play. Don't want to be losing a wicket either. Ready for that launch towards the back end of the innings. 188 the target. Looks like a completely different pitch, doesn't it, when the ball is hard and new. We saw towards the end of the South Africa innings that it's getting a little bit more difficult to score, and some of those variations from the seam bowlers were just gripping in the surface a touch. Rabada, the final ball of the over, goes for another Yorker just outside off. It's amazing, isn't it? If you can execute Yorkers, which is seen as old school, they're very difficult to score off, Dawid. Who would have thought?
Yeah, the game hasn't changed that much, has it?
No.
But South Africa have actually been quite smart there. Rabada, his last, well, two out of his last 3 balls, have been slow balls, and he's managed to get away with them, even though that last one was a Yorker, it was a slow ball. And it'll be interesting to see how South Africa change their tack, because they've gone pace on, and they've bowled really short, and every ball that's been pace on seems to be score off. Whereas if you look at towards the end of the innings when South Africa were batting, when Afghanistan took pace off the ball, it made it incredibly tricky for them to score. So it'll be interesting to see how quickly South Africa learn from that, and whether they're going to start changing the pace a little bit more and making the Afghan batters use their power instead of just the timing with the pace.
33 without loss then after 3 overs, Afghanistan. And we're going to see a bit of spin here. It's George Linder in the side today in place of Corbin Bosch. Slow left armour. This could go one of 2 ways in the power play. Spinning away from the right-handers, and Gurbaz plays it with the spin, gives himself some room outside leg, and launches it over long off for 6. Welcome to the game. Welcome to the competition, George Linder.
Yeah, welcome, George Linder. That's a fantastic shot. Again, Gurbaz backing away, showing him his stumps. Linder following him, and he's hit a phenomenal shot there. The bounce that George Linder gets makes it incredibly tough to hit him straight, but he somehow found a way to hit him almost off the back foot over mid-off for a 6, and that's incredibly well timed.
77 metres, that's 6. Linder continues around the wicket here, and Gurbaz this time stays put in his crease and just knocks the ball to mid-on. Helps himself to a single over to Ibrahim Zadran.
And this will be a good little period for South Africa here, trying to bowl to the batter that's 2 of 5, see if they can sort of sneak a few dot balls in and create a bit of pressure on him.
Gurbaz at the other end, 32 from 15. Stark contrast at the moment. Linder into Zadran, who chips one in the air, and it bounces short of that extra cover fielder. David Miller running in. It will be a dot ball, but just looking to reach for that one, Ibrahim Zadran.
A little bit of bounce there. George Linder does get more bounce than most spinners. He's very tall and really over the top.
Linder, number 27 on his back, running away and bowling, and he's chipped down the track there. Zadran, he's clipped it nicely out towards the wide long on boundary for 4. So he's in the game as well. And 11 already from the first 4 balls of George Linder. 44 without loss in the 4th.
Yeah, different style to Gurbaz. Gurbaz backing away a lot of the time, using the pace of the ball here. Zadran using his feet and playing a beautiful shot, not trying to overhit it against the spin, but managing to get a full piece of contact on that ball.
Linder bowls again, and this time Zadran does back away towards the leg side. Looks to launch it over cover, but Doesn't get any bat on it. There's no run. De Kock with the take. Next up for Afghanistan, the UAE, and then Canada. They need to win this game to give themselves a chance of making those Super 8s. Down the track comes Ibrahim again and gets more of this. That's gone all the way for 6. Over wide, long on. The previous one, he sort of clipped in the air, didn't look to overhit it. This time he's given it the kitchen sink. Didn't quite come off the middle of the bat, but he got a big piece of it. And that's the 50 up for Afghanistan as well. 50 without loss after 4.
Yeah, fantastic shot. George Linder, very difficult to actually run down to, as we were saying earlier about his bounce, and he bowls slightly slower than most spinners, so to get down to him and hit him over his head like that is a fantastic shot. And Afghanistan are putting South Africa under a hell of a lot of pressure here. 50 off 26 balls, and South Africa are going to have to change it up here and do what they can to find a wicket, because at the moment Afghanistan are breaking this chase.
17 runs off George Linder's first over. So the experiment of bowling the spinner in the power play hasn't worked out well for South Africa. Lungi Ngidi back in. He conceded 13 from his first. Starts with a full toss and gets away with it, really. Gurbaz just gently eases the ball wide of mid-on. Gets through for a single. He was a little bit surprised at the full toss there. It's Gurbaz, but played it well enough to get himself a single. It was a slower ball as well, so maybe just done for the lack of pace in the end.
And Ngidi's got an incredibly difficult slow ball to see and to pick. It's almost a bit like the Dwayne Bravo one. It sort of dips on you and it feels like it never gets to you, and he hasn't got a real big change of action and his arm pace stays the same. So he's got a really tricky one to pick up.
Here comes Ngidi, this time to Zadran, who's down the track, and he's bowled him. Another slower delivery, just dips underneath the toe end of the bat. And, well, it made Ibrahim Zadran look a little bit foolish in the end. I'm sure a lot of batters have been made to look foolish by Lungi Ngidi over the years. First wicket for South Africa, an important one. Afghanistan 51 for 1.
Yeah, brilliant ball from Ngidi there. The ball before, it was a full toss, slow ball as well. This one brought his length back by about 1.5 feet. And Zadran's run down at him, and it's just dipped at the last moment, and he's ended up missing it by about 1 foot, and it's crashed into middle and leg stump. So fantastic bowling from Ngidi. We've spoken earlier about how quickly South Africa are going to learn and where they're going to take pace off the ball, and especially with the seamers, as that looked the hardest to do, and South Africa have gone to that now. They're 2 slower balls from Ngidi, and it make it tough for Afghanistan to score.
Here's the big man, Gulbuddin Naib, coming in at number 3, half century in that first game against New Zealand. A new role for him in this competition, coming in at number 3. We've been used to him coming in sort of 5 and 6 throughout his career, but he's had the promotion and did well in the first game, as I mentioned. He can hit a long ball, a lot of power. We're talking about Kevin Howells was on commentary with me on Sunday for that New Zealand game, and we're talking about his biceps, his guns. Likes to show them off, of course, when he's celebrating milestones, taking wickets, scoring 50s. Impressive physique, Gulbuddin Naib. The Hulk of Afghanistan cricket.
He does, and he's a very well-built man. He was a bodybuilder, I think he was before.
He was, yeah.
So if you've got him, why not show it off, I guess?
Absolutely. We'll see if he can put them to good use in terms of trying to hit some boundaries here. Ngidi into Gulbuddin, and that's a loose delivery down the leg side. And, well, it's not given as a wide. Interestingly, he did move a little bit away towards the offside. I don't think there was any contact with any part of his pad or anything. So, umpire suggesting that had he been in his stance, it probably would have hit him, so not signalled wide.
Yeah, there's the new rules that were brought in recently about it's another little wide line that they draw, and although that adds a bit of confusion to it. I mean, I played a game recently where they kept bowling it down, then it was missing it and weren't called, and then we ended up going to a super over and losing it, and the value of 1 run is so important. So it'd be interesting to see how that gets monitored, because, you know, that to me looked like a wide. Whether he was starting just because he had a trigger across doesn't mean it should have changed.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like it probably still would have been a wide had he been in his stance. Next ball, chipped in the air, and that's a brilliant caught and bowled by Lungi Ngidi. Another slower delivery, and Gulbuddin was forward, got to the ball a little bit too early. The ball looped in the air. It was tantalising for Ngidi, who had to dive low, forward and far to his right. And he held on to a brilliant catch in the end. He's taken 2 in the over now. And this is, from a South African point of view, much needed. And has put the brakes on Afghanistan for now, 51 for 2.
A brilliant bowling from Ngidi, assessing the conditions really well, working out that pace on is not the way to go, and another slower ball, and he's done Gulbuddin all over there, and he was just too early on, hit the sticker of the bat, and a fantastic catch from him there. Actually facing Ngidi in the power play, when he has that slow ball and the swing, makes him incredibly tough to face. At the death, something I actually picked up with him and helped me with my career was he, towards the death, he always held his slow ball seam up, and he held his pace on, he held cross seam, so you could almost see when he was running up, and that was obviously the gamble. You could see what he was doing when he was running up to make it easier towards the death. But when he's bowling with a new ball, you can't gamble on that seam up ball being the slow ball, because he can still swing it from there. So there's not many cues when he does that in the power play, and South Africa learning really well here on what balls to bowl and what pace to bowl on this wicket.
Yeah, 2 wickets in 3 balls. So Saddiqullah Atal comes in at number 4 with Afghanistan, 51 for 2. Still going well in terms of scoring. Don't want to lose another one in the power play. Ngidi round the wicket to the left-hand. Another slower ball, which has just been guided to short third. It's almost his stock delivery now. Lungi Ngidi, that slower delivery. In terms of slower ball bowlers then, throughout your career and international level in particular, he's obviously up there. Jasprit Bumrah you would have faced, another difficult one. Are there any others?
Yeah, Bravo as well. I think anyone that has that quick arm action that's able to get the ball to dip makes it tough. I faced Malinga for a little bit. His slow ball was brilliant as well. It dipped really late as well, so it just makes it hard when it dips at the last moment.
Ngidi to complete the over, and Atal is forward in defence to a fullish delivery. Brilliant over from Lungi Ngidi. 2 wickets, just 1 run conceded. And Afghanistan 51 for 2 after 5. They are chasing 188 for victory. Your assessment of those first 5 overs, Dawid, and then Simon Mann will pick up commentary.
Yeah, 2 timely wickets for South Africa there. They weren't at their best to start with in the power play, bowling too short and wide, and a couple of extras, a few sloppy misfields as well. But all credit to Afghanistan for the way they approached those first 5 overs. They took the game on. They were able to put South Africa under a hell of a lot of pressure. And then South Africa have assessed the conditions really well, gone to those slower balls and managed to peg the Afghanistan team back a bit. And you feel like South Africa are probably 2 wickets away here from really breaking this Afghanistan batting lineup. So I can see South Africa trying to go back to those slow balls again in this last one and finish this power play off really well.
Just when you think the game's going one way, it goes another. Here's Rabada moving to Boda Gurbaz. He gives himself some room to ball that's on his toes. They followed him, Rabada, and it's hit away towards backward point, and they ran through for a single. 52 for 2, so it's 50 for no wicket after 4 overs. And they just bowled over there, and Ngidi conceding 1 run and taking 2 wickets to force South Africa ahead in the game. You feel that they're defending 187, so 188 to win for Afghanistan. And the way they set off, you thought, well, it's possible, but those 2 wickets get rid of Zadran and then Gulbuddin. Quite a lot depending here on Gurbaz. Steady colour, the left-hander, faces Rabada, gets one on his hip, and he's hit that away towards short fine leg, and he's caught. Taken by Janssen, diving away to his left. It was kind of well struck by Sedekala in a way. It was an instinctive shot off the hip, but he did not keep it down. Fine leg up inside the circle. Janssen dived, took the catch, and South Africa have pinched 3 quick wickets here to halt Afghanistan's charge. Rabada joins in with the wicket. I mean, it was a kind of normal glide off the hip almost from Sedekala, but he didn't quite get over it, and taken it short fine.
Yeah, not Rabada's greatest ball there. It's just sort of drifting into the leg stump, and Atal managed to get a good piece on that, and I think he's pretty unfortunate that he's hit Marco Janssen there, because generally you have one of the bunnies standing there, one of the bowlers who are probably not the best fielders in the team, just hanging around at short 45, but to have Marco Janssen, who's got a great pair of hands, take a fantastic catch. And South Africa right on the roll now. 3 wickets in the last 8 balls, and they're flying again.
Yeah, it's one of those. Seneca Atal, when he hit it, he probably thought 4, that's 4, and suddenly looked back to see Jansen leaping away to his left and taking the catch. And Afghanistan's place in this competition is under severe threat now. Just to remind us, the players take drinks. We normally have a drinks break after 6 overs, but a wicket's fallen in the 6th over, so the umpires have decided to take the drinks break and not waste any more time. Just a reminder, the situation in this group, if Afghanistan were to lose today, that's just about it for them. They could win their last 2 matches, but probably won't be enough. New Zealand have already won 2, South Africa would have won 2, and they face each other. New Zealand plays South Africa, so that would obviously give one of the sides some points. But then, of course, both sides have got one of the weaker nations to play. So South Africa, UAE to play, although UAE put up a decent batting display yesterday against New Zealand. New Zealand took them down by 10 wickets. And then New Zealand have got Canada to play. So it looks pretty grim for Afghanistan if they were to lose this match. And in a way, just unfortunate that they're in a group with 2 other very strong sides. So 2 of the semi-finalists from last time are in this group, along with New Zealand, who are potential semi-finalists, finalists themselves. I've actually been really impressed with the way New Zealand have played so far. Okay, they've played a couple of games, they've beaten Afghanistan and they won against UAE yesterday. They've got a real positivity about the way they bat. I know that sounds an obvious thing to say in T20, but they do just keep on going, and they did well to fight back from the loss of 2 early wickets against Afghanistan the other day when Afghanistan had made 182. Anyway, it's early days in the tournament. It's unpredictable. It's hard to say where it's going to go, although you feel India are justifiably the early tournament favourites. Australia yet to join in. Well, we're going to hear from them at 9:30 UK this morning, because they are playing their first match against Ireland. That's in the Premadasa Stadium. We'll be heading there after this match is finished. And then later today, England against the West Indies from Mumbai. England and West Indies' second game. Both those sides have won 2 so far. Darwish Rasuli is in at number 5 for Afghanistan, and they need a partnership here. They need to get back on track if they're to have any chance of chasing down this target. Rabada bowls to Darwish Rasuli. He's off the mark, first ball, scuffing that out towards deep mid-wicket. Won't be 4, I don't think. Yeah, fielder running around from deep backward square leg to deep mid-wicket. Throws on its way, and the lesser spotted 3 in T20 for Rasuli. He's off the mark with 3. 55 for 3 in the 6th over.
Yeah, brilliant running from Afghanistan there. It's very easy when you just lost a wicket to knock it past mid-wicket and just jog for the 2, but to keep putting under pressure, keep running hard, it shows that they're really into this game.
Gurbaz on strike, goes across his crease and nudges that back with a square into the onside for a single. A lot depending on him here. Gurbaz is 35 from 18. He was taking full toll of the power play until the previous over. Things have slowed down inevitably with those 3 wickets. So South Africa's power play was 43 for 1. Afghanistan 56 for 3. So they're not out of the game, but they do need a partnership here. 2 balls left of the power play. Rasuli is on strike, and that one's brushed away towards mid-wicket. He's hit that straight at the fielder, so there is no run. 56 for 3 with 1 ball left in that power play. So Australia coming up against Ireland 9:30 UK. England West Indies 1:30 today. Ball by ball commentary on both those games. 56 for 3. Darwish waits. A short, slower ball from Rabada, and Darwish swings at it, misses, and it's through to the keeper. And Rabada's over there was pretty good as well, so that's only 5 runs off that over. So they really dragged that power play back. It was 50 for no wicket after 4. It's 56 for 3 after 6, Dawid.
Yeah, those final 2 overs in the power play, the ones that you usually want to target as a batting team, especially when you're none down at the time that they were. So all credit to South Africa for bringing that back. You're right, as you said earlier, they need a partnership here, Afghanistan. They have to find a way of ticking their scoreboard over, taking low-risk options to score boundaries, and to take it as deep as they can, because it's shown in this World Cup so far and in T20 cricket around the world, if you have batters in hand and you take it deep enough, anything can happen.
Right, Maharaj is going to bowl. Dawid Malan's going to take a break. Michael Carberry has been back. Michael, he likes to commentate when the game's going on. He also likes to commentate when he's off air as well. And he's been talking about some of the bowling plans here and getting a bit frustrated with what he's seen. Here's Maharaj bowling to Gurbaz, chopped away by Gurbaz straight to backward point, and there's no run. So Carbs, the microphone is yours.
Easy game sat here as a retired player.
We'll come back to that in a moment. Let's watch Maharaj for now, bowling to Gurbaz. Short, pulled away by Gurbaz, down towards deep backward square leg. It's knocked back just inside the rope by Rabada, and they come back for 2 runs. Gurbaz to 37. Afghanistan to 58 for 3 in pursuit of 188. Maharaj, short run. De Kock is already squatting behind the stumps, almost like in a yoga pose there. It's cut away towards deep backward point. They're coming back for the second throw, is a bit wide, and Gurbaz is back for 2 more. He's on to 39.
No, I think the point I was making off air was, I think bowlers can sometimes overcomplicate the game. And, you saw the early part of the Afghani innings. I think South Africa were guilty of...
There's Maharaj going very wide, outside the blue wide line. That is a wide, signalled by the umpire. 61 for 3, midway through the 7th.
The deliveries weren't divvying up with the fields. They were bowling pace on with third man, fine leg up.
Maharaj to Gurbaz, short, cracked away off the back foot. That's bread and butter ball. You see a left arm spinner bowled in T20 with the fielder, the sweeper back, and it's a kind of, you're almost happy to allow the batters one because it's not going to do you too much damage.
Well, it's been that kind of pitch, isn't it? I think you've got to almost bowl to it sounds weird to say this, but you've got to bowl to your field. I think when you start to double bluff, which I think South Africa were trying early on, you can see it's very easy to go for boundaries early doors. Now they've just gone back to good old-fashioned basics.
Maharaj to Rasuli. Rasuli strokes that away. Some nice looking shots through extra cover. There'll only be one there. Again, the sweeper in play on that deep cover boundary. 63 for 3.
Yeah, you've seen it now. They've dropped the cover back. Maharaj's line now is more outside off stump into the pitch, where Afghani batsmen have no real option other than to roll him off to cover.
Last ball, the 7th. Maharaj was very wide again, inside the blue line, so Gurbaz has to step across and crack it away towards deep cover once more. Tristan Stubbs is that sweeper who's been employed a lot in that over. And Maharaj has bowled his first over. It's gone for 8. The required rate is 9.5. So 64 for 3 after 7. Those fine margins, you just gradually push that rate up if you can, and then suddenly you find 6 overs out. It's insurmountable. That's what South Africa are looking to do here. They need 188 Afghanistan to stay alive in this tournament. 64 for 3 after 7.
Absolutely. I think South Africa will be more than happy with this if they can contain Afghanistan at 6-7s and over. It's gonna force their hand to do something at some point to try and break the shackles. And remember, they're already 3 down, so they're well into this middle order now as it is. So yeah, I think South Africa really have they've found a game plan on this pitch, nice and straight, pace off. Don't allow these Afghani batsmen to get underneath the ball.
There's Linder back into the attack. His first over went for 17, and he goes down the ground. Gurbaz, he thrashed it out towards long off, and it's gone over the rope for 6. Just stepped a bit leg side there to give himself some room and crashed it away. Gurbaz to 47. He's keeping Afghanistan alive in the match. 70 for 3, start of the 8th.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's a hell of a shot. I mean, like you say, he had to give himself room because it is so difficult when it's straight. So if I was Jordan, I wouldn't be put off by that shot. I mean, that could easily go up in the air as well. What you don't want to do now is drag it down short and try and protect both sides of the wicket.
Well, let's see what he does. Here is Linder. Holds. That's a good length, that delivery. There's a fraction of turn as well, just straightened a fraction, and it's defended by Gurbaz back down the pitch I think that's the point. There is just a fraction there for the spinner. So if you do go for a big shot, and there's a possibility there of miscuing it. Gurbaz very nearly did when he hit for 6. That sounds a strange thing to say. 70 for 3. 7.2 overs gone. 188 to win. Linda bowls. Gurbaz goes leg side again, hits us in the air out towards extra cover and over it. He's hit that for 6 as well. He liked that, Gurbaz. It's a little mini celebration to himself before he raises his bat to acknowledge his half century from 26 balls. There we go. There's the bat raised eventually to acknowledge the crowd, but it's a little, it's kind of like a mini punch to himself there after nailing that one. Thrashed away.
Yeah, I'd probably say fraction too short, which allowed, again, with Gurbaz moving away, allowed him to power it over that extra cover region.
76 for 3. That one's fired in his pads, turned away by Gurbaz for a single towards short fine.
I'm saying I play with an absolute master, someone like James Treadwell, very good English domestic spinner, played some ODIs for England. The further you hit someone like Tready, he used to go higher and slower. He's just a master. He never got perturbed by being hit for 6. And I think George Linder, has got to maybe develop that art, to take all the pace away. Jeremy Snape was another one of years gone by. Just slow it up.
Linder moves into bowl to Rasuli, gives himself some room, hits that through extra cover. Again, only a single. Sweeper is there. Rabada sends in the return to the wicketkeeper. 78 for 3. This has been a good over, so 12, 13, 14 so far. With one ball left, Linder into the side today. He's gone for 30 already. 78 for 3, 188 the target. Game still on. Afghanistan battling hard, largely thanks to Gurbaz, who's 53 not out from 27 balls. Linder moves into bowl to Gurbaz on his pads, nudged into the onside for 1. Oh, there's a bit of hesitation there. They decide wisely not to come back for the second in the end. Linder was onto that, and there would have been a run out if they'd come. And they decided to go back just in time. 79 for 3 after 8 overs.
That wasn't... it's not the worst over from George Linder. I think there's, 2 great shots in the over. But I think he must just keep sticking with that straighter line, trying to make these Afghani batsmen move around the crease. Look, they're going to play great shots at times. They have to go for it at this stage. Their campaign is on the line. So I don't think as a captain, you go to your bowler and say, look, I think you just have to accept that's great batting at times. But fantastic knock by Gurbaz. He hasn't given up hope. He's got to keep powering this innings forward.
We know from, past experience, IPL, that he is a dangerous player, Ramanullah Gurbaz. Needs some support. Maharaj begins a new over. First ball is guided away by Gurbaz out towards deep cover for a single. That sweeper in play so often with the left-arm spinner in play. Left-arm spin at both ends at the moment. 2 right-handers on strike. Gurbaz to 55, 80 for 3, start of the 9th. 9.13 the required rate here for Afghanistan. Maharaj bowls to Rasuli. A massive mow at that one. Turns at fractions, a bit wide. He missed it through the keeper.
This is where I think it might not show up now necessarily in this game, but I think South Africa may rue the fact of not having a wrist spinner in their lineup, just to offer a little bit of mystery. You've got 2 left-arm spinners, they're quite similar.
Maharaj to Rasuli. That one tucks him up. Plays it back to the bowler, no run. So it could start the over from Maharaj, 1 ...
Just feel having a bowler that can go both sides of the edge, on this sort of surface, to these style of batters would be, just give you that bit more variety than 2 quite similar style left-arm spinners.
Maharaj was very wide. Now, is that inside the blue line? No, it's not. It's just across the top of it, and Maharaj is frustrating there because you could exactly see what he was trying to do. You see bowlers do that. Just can you get it fractionally inside the blue wide line? Not quite. 81 for 3. Every little helps for Afghanistan in this crucial game for them. Maharaj bowls short, pulled away towards wide long on. Janssen is there, wearing a sun hat. Another single. Partnership just beginning to build. We said they desperately needed a partnership. 30 off 22 balls.
see Maharaj is desperately trying to stay out of the hitting zone, isn't he? He's trying to get rolled off to cover. Doesn't want to get too straight.
Balls to Gurbaz, very wide of off stump, full, driven away towards extra cover. And they pinch a single there. The dive at extra cover prevented the ball going for 4. They did hit it straight at him, but they ran decisively and quickly. And they were able to get it. There was just a possibility of a run-out being on there. Of course, the fielder picks it up straight away, gets his feet and hurls it into the keeper. Then the run-out is on, but isn't quite able to get his feet in the right place to get the throw off. Maharaj bowls on that wide line again, chopped away by Rasuli out towards deep backward point, through for a single. That's actually a pretty tidy over there from Maharaj. There's a wide in it, 4 singles. That'll do nicely for South Africa. 84 for 3 after 9 overs. They need 104 more to win from the last 11 overs, Afghanistan.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that was a pretty good over. I think you can see what the plan was from Maharaj. He was going to try and attack that wide line, stay out of the hitting zone of these 2 Afghani batsmen now, who probably made up their mind now they have to try and get something going. They have to put the foot down, try and hit some boundaries, try and, you know, limit this gap between runs required and balls left to go. But, yeah, it's getting increasingly harder from an Afghani point of view, but, you know, they won't give up hope. As long as Gurbaz is still there, you'll feel they're in with a chance.
Well, at the moment, it's Gurbaz against South Africa. It's 56 not out from 30 balls, 56 of the 84. I mean, they're not out of this game, but I just wonder whether they've got a bit too much to do. 188 the target. Here's Jansen back into attack. His first ball is pumped down the ground out towards long on. Maybe a single. Stubbs is there with the fielding. At the same stage, after 9 overs, South Africa was 75 for 1. So Afghanistan ahead, but they have lost those extra wickets. And they're dealing with the pressure as well of the chase. They know that this is a game they have to win. South Africa, well, they would love to win it, of course, because that really helps their progress. It would put their progress into the Super 8 in peril if they were to lose, but it's not terminal for them if they were to lose. Jansen bowls, dabbed away by Gurbaz for a single towards mid-off. It's where can Afghanistan be with about 4 overs left, Carbs, isn't it? Can they get themselves into position for which they can assault that 188?
Yeah, I think most teams now, I think anything maybe 9s, I don't think they get too put off now with the range of strokes batters have. I think the key now for me is Darwish has got to really come in and get on with it. I don't think he can afford to take up too many balls, but at the same time, the one thing they don't want is Gurbaz to get out.
Masuli's on 8 from 10. He's on 8 from 11 now because he's defended that ball from Jansen into the offside.
Yeah.
No run.
I think it's getting to the stage now where he has to target one of these South African bowlers. Maybe Jansen, the seam bowler, try and hit some boundaries, take some of the pressure off Gurbaz to do all the scoring.
Masuli's playing his 26th one-day or T20 international today, 26 years of age. Right-hander is Jansen, left arm over, bowls to it's very full. It's driven out towards long on. Through for a single. Stubbs in action again on that long on boundary. Suli goes to 9. 87 for 3 in the 10th. 101 to win.
So very difficult when Jansen's nailing those Yorkers. Bowling to a good field. He's got mid on, long off back. Spearing those Yorkers in. It's very hard to get underneath those sort of deliveries.
And the sunshine in Ahmedabad. Afghanistan trying to give themselves a chance. Vast stadium, lots of empty orange seats. The crowd that is here today seems to be gathered at one section of the ground in a bit of shade in a long-on region. Gurbaz on strike on 57. Jansen bowls to Gurbaz, hits us over extra cover. That's 4. Well, Gurbaz, he's giving Afghanistan hope. He's up to 61. It's 91 for 3 with 1 ball left in the 10th over. We're nearly halfway there in terms of overs. Afghanistan nearly halfway there in terms of runs. He moved outside the off stump. It was wide from Jansen and full and lifted over extra cover.
Yeah, that was a fabulous shot from Gurbaz. Moved across. He knew, it's a huge pocket at extra cover there. If you can just lift it over that that fielder at extra cover, you know you're gonna generally hit the boundaries. That was a fantastic piece of innovation. So Janssen didn't miss the Yorker by very much, fractions.
South Africa have beaten Afghanistan 3 times in T20 internationals. 3 times they met all in the World Cup. That was driven away by Gurbaz towards extra cover. And then through for 2. That's good running. It's good running that time. Normally it's only 1 out there. Rabada, I don't know whether he was just a bit sluggish. And they got through for a couple.
Yeah, it shouldn't have been a 2 there, really. I think Rabada was a little bit laboured.
Yeah. We saw that the other day, didn't we? In the field. He was a bit slow
like
the other
me,
day.
if I came back to play.
Right, we've had 10 overs. Afghanistan are 93 for 3. They need 95 to win. So it's halfway in terms of overs. It's just about halfway in terms of runs. They've not beaten South Africa in T20 cricket. They lost on this ground in the World Cup in the 50-over format by 5 wickets to South Africa. And they were trying to get through to the semi-finals. They didn't manage it on that occasion. A big 10 overs left in their tournament. Carbs, and then it will be Nikesh Rughani.
Absolutely. Well, I said Afghanistan are still fighting.
Maharaj bowls, and Darwish Rasuli just drives straight, square rather, out towards deep point, fielded by the sweeper on the offside. They get themselves a single, and this is what they need more of. Ramanul Gurbaz to take as much of the strike as possible. He's going along really well. 63 from 33. Maharaj continues round the wicket and bowls wide of the off stump, too wide according to the umpire. His arms are stretched out wide. The bowler not too happy with that, but I think it's a fair enough decision. It was just wide of that blue guideline. Maharaj in again, and next ball slightly straighter. It's guided, but only as far as short third for 1.
I think Darwish has got to think about now wandering across to that offside, knowing where Maharaj is targeting that wide line. Don't be surprised if he does look for that big slog sweep. Something over extra, maybe.
Just trying to keep it out of the arc, isn't he? No, he gives himself room and launches the ball in the air out towards deep cover. Gets it off the toe end of the bat, really. Kind of trickles away to the sweeper. Helps himself to another single. He's a wily customer, Keshav Maharaj. He's been the most economical of the bowlers so far, going at 6.8 and over. Fires this one in a bit straighter to Gurbaz, who knocks it into the gap there at deep mid-wicket, immediately sets off as if he wants to try and push for 2. But they do settle for the single. 90 needed from 56. Almost squeaky bum time, isn't it?
You kind of feel now's the time where you need that 15-20 run over from an Afghani point of view.
Maharaj again pushes it wide of the off stump, but Darwish gets bat on it, slaps it down to long off. Almost a cross bat, really, cross batted kind of drive in the air. 99 for 3.
You kind of feel these two now, you know where Maharaj is targeting. You maybe got to think about batting off stump just outside.
And goes for the wide Yorker, and that's been hit straight to the man at point. They do sneak through for a single. That's a good over from Keshav Maharaj. 7 from it. They do bring up the 100 with that run, though. 100 for 3. 11 overs, so 88 needed from the final 9 overs. 7 wickets in hand. Ramanul Gurbaz still there on 66 from 36. It does feel like they just need that really big over from somewhere just to get some momentum back, Afghanistan.
Yeah, I think if I was out there batting with Darwish now, if I was Gurbaz, I'd be saying, look, you've got to try and take the long handle now. I think you've been in now, what's he been in now, 15 balls. I think you've got to try and take the long handle to target someone in this South African attack. I don't think you can allow anyone, especially now Markram coming into the attack. For me, you've got to press the go button or the circle button, as it would have been in our day with Brian Lara cricket.
Those were the days.
Those were the days.
Right, Aidan Markram then, with ball in hand, coming in for the first time in this innings. Gurbaz just retaking his strike. Got deep square leg, deep mid-wicket, long on, long off, deep extra cover. Sweepers. In comes Markram, who was quite a straight line, and Gurbaz just knocks it into the gap there at square leg, takes a single.
Come on, Darwish, what have you got here? Is he gonna charge first ball? I think he's got to, isn't he?
Well, if you're going to target one bowler, you'd think it would be Markram in this situation.
Yeah.
Clever bowler though, Aidan Markram, and used to bowling in these conditions, bowls a lot in the IPL. He's played on these grounds numerous times. Here comes, bowls to Darwish, who has a swing at this one and almost hits it down the throat of deep backward square leg. Gets to the man on the bounce, and they get through for one. He's examining the toe end of his bat.
Jeez. Again, that would have been a cruel way to get out. Just picked out that fielder there at deep square leg.
Welcome into Gurbaz, who slog sweeps, and that's behind square leg and away for four. One bounce, no chance for the sweeper. It's more like it was moving around in his crease there, just gave that doubt to Aidan Markram as to where he's going to end up, and Markram ends up firing it down the leg side, and Gurbaz just helps it on its way.
Yeah, I think that's great batting. I think that's what you've got to do. I mean, Aidan Markram isn't going to, at this stage, flight the ball too much.
Markram again down the leg side and gets away with that one. Gurbaz hits it to short fine leg, gets through for one, but a couple of yards either side, and that could have been another boundary.
I think, you know, these batters have almost got to think about maybe giving up the stumps, free those arms.
Markram bowls very full, slog swept again, but doesn't get all of it. Darwish along the ground to deep square leg for another one.
From
8 off the over so far.
From South Africa's point of view, this is priceless, isn't it? Aidan Markram going for 8. This is just what they want. Recruits back some overs for their more senior bowlers.
Well, next one is slog swept, and there's a chance there, but it's gone over the head of Rickleton at deep backward square leg. So, yeah, 8 runs off the first 5, but we always talk about finishing the over well, and he wasn't able to do that. Aidan Markram fired one full on leg stump. It was there to be hit, almost a chance, but he got just enough of it to sail over the ropes.
Yeah, again, great knowledge of where the fielders are, and you've got to take a risk at this stage. I mean, Rickleton made a fantastic leaping effort, very acrobatic, but wasn't able to haul it in. But that was a much needed boundary from an Afghani point of view. Keeps them in the hunt.
14 runs in the end off that Markram over. His body language out there, Ramanullah Gurbaz, the way he looks fired up, it kind of reminds me of Virat Kohli in a run chase.
Yeah.
The sort of angry pumping of fists and, you know, pats on the back for his partner when he hits a good shot as well. The intensity. It's good to see.
Absolutely.
Maharaj then to continue into his final over to Darwish, who punches the ball into the covers, sneaks through for a single. Got to be a little bit better at that, I think, South Africa as well. Some of the balls in the last couple of overs going straight to fielders who are not quite on the edge of the circle, and Afghanistan able to take those easy singles.
Yeah, almost like they're sitting back a little bit, aren't they? They're waiting for the big shot. I think you've got to still try and stop them.
Well, there is the big shot. Has he got enough of this? Slog sweep by Gurbaz, and he's just got enough of it. Over wide, long on for 6. Into the dugout there. Well, if there was anyone who was going to catch that, it was Marco Jansen, and even he wasn't able to get near it.
That came down with snow on it, that one. It went miles in the air. And again, targeting Maharaj. They know he's going that wide line, so Gurbaz just wandering across slightly to make sure he was in line with it and just getting enough over Jansen.
Oh, Nikesh outside edge. What a catch that is at short third. That is outstanding. And that might be the match, because they've got Gurbaz for 84 from 41. He's on his knees. He cannot believe that he's been caught there. I think it was George Linder at short third. We'll just get confirmation on that in just a second. But Maharaj makes the breakthrough. Gurbaz is gone. Afghanistan 121 for 4.
That's a big blow from an Afghani point of view and South Africa point of view. It was just needed because Gurbaz was looking dangerous. He was targeting that extra cover. You can see in his gesture, pointing to where he wanted to hit it. It's just maybe just held up in the pitch slightly, took the outside edge. But what a catch by George Linder. Full dive, horizontal, full stretch, and that ends a brilliant innings. 84 of 42 balls.
I mean, he's put Afghanistan in a good position here, Ramanullah Gurbaz, but the momentum was with him. He was hitting the ball so cleanly. You can understand the disappointment. Good piece of bowling there. Just enough turn to find that outside edge. He's trying to loft it over extra cover, Gurbaz, and a little bit of turn just allowed the ball to find the edge of the bat. The fielder's still got to do a job there. Full stretch, full length dive by George Linder. That's what you want your fielders there at short third to be doing. Not just there to save runs and throw the ball back in when the batters have run through for singles. You do get chances in that region, and when you do, you've got to take them.
Just shows you nowhere on the field is safe, really, isn't it? I mean, in years gone by, that was where you hid your worst fielders.
Azmatullah Omarzai, the new batter, defends his first ball into the covers for no run. They can't afford to let momentum get away from them here. Afghanistan, 67 to win from 44. It's very much game on. And a mix-up here, run-out chance. Oh, and I think he's gone. Darwish was 3/4 of the way down the track, looking to sneak a single, was sent back by Azmatullah Omarzai. And, well, we don't need to look at too many replays of that. He's been given out on the field. And, well, what about that? You've just lost a wicket, and you're trying to sneak a single that wasn't really there. I mean, Azmatullah, well within his rights to send Darwish back. It was a risky single. You don't need to take that risk at this stage.
Well,
there was just no communication, really, was there? They were both ball watching.
Yeah. I think that's the word, isn't it? Ball watching. I mean, it's rule of basics, isn't it? The ball goes in front. It's the striker's call. You know, but I don't think Darwish was helped. The striker wandering down halfway and then sort of barbecuing him halfway down. And again, you know, just what you don't want as a chasing team or a batting team. Two new faces on a pitch that's, you know, slow, gripping, not easy to hit boundaries, which is exactly what South Africa would have dreamt of.
I mean, he took a couple of steps down the track, didn't he? A couple of long strides, did Azmatullah, and that might have led Darwish rather to feel there was a chance of a single. But what happened to the weight? And then no. That's what you need to do, isn't it? Yes, no, wait.
Basics.
The basics of cricket. But there was no communication there, and you could see that Azmatullah was waiting. He took a couple of strides, was just seeing whether or not that ball was going to beat the fielder before then committing to the run. But you've got to communicate with your partner at the other end. Maharaj into the newish batter Azmat. It's the new batter Mohamed Nabi at the non-striker's end now. He will be on strike at the start of the next over because that's another dot ball. 13 overs gone. Afghanistan 121 for 5. Carbs, thank you very much for your contributions for today. Dawid Malan will be alongside me and will see us through to the end of the innings. And, well, Dawid, what do you make of that over?
Chaos. Brilliant over, yeah. Chaos, but brilliant over for South Africa. The game was just slipping away from them a little bit. Gurbaz played almost the innings of his life there and was finding the boundary with ease. And it took a fantastic catch from Linder to get him out. And you know, that wicket plus the run out there, I mean, gosh, I mean, you were saying on air about South African fielding needs to get a bit better. They need to be on those singles and try and create a bit of pressure, and then a diving stop and a mix out with a run up, and it just shows fielding how crucial that is in big games like this.
Yeah, absolutely, that fielding very good to affect the run out, but poor communication between the two Afghani batters. Got a man with a lot of experience out there at the moment, though. Mohammed Nabi in at number 7, and there's some sort of discussion happening between the batters and the umpires at the moment. Not quite sure what's going on, but it looks though Lungi Ngidi is going to be coming back into the attack. 2 for 14. Nabi, is he complaining about something one of the fielders has said to him? Not quite sure what's going on.
He doesn't
there.
look happy, does he? He's right at the umpire, and he's at the players as well. He's asking questions. He's got his angry eyes on. He looks like he's staring through someone.
There are some players, aren't they, like a Virat Kohli, almost need to start a fight to get themselves in the zone. Do you think it's something like that? And Nabi's just trying to create something so he gets into the zone?
Well, it could be. He's getting himself fired up. Maybe he wants Ngidi to take his sweatbands off. He's wearing yellow sweatbands on his arms. And
we
maybe
don't
they
want to
say
get into
no.
that.
Yeah, it does look like it's the sweatband thing. He's taking one off. And you're fully entitled to, as a batter, to ask someone to do it. But you should know as a bowler, you shouldn't be wearing those if batters don't want them.
For those people of a certain generation, they will remember Curtly Ambrose being asked to take off his white sweatbands at, I think it was the MCG against Australia in an ODI many years ago, and that didn't turn out too well for Australia. And Ngidi in, slower ball. Nabi just knocks the ball away into the gap there at mid-on and gets through for a well-run 2.
Yeah, although Ngidi is slightly slower than Ambrose was. Probably a bit shorter as well, and he's going to bowl more slower balls. So not as menacing back in the day.
Yeah. Probably my all-time favourite growing up. Ambrose, you have maybe seen the back end of his career as well.
Yeah.
Was he one of your sort of early memories, I guess? Played a lot against England, the West Indies, in those days, didn't they? So Ngidi comes in, and another slower ball, which has been flicked away leg side by Nabi. It will just be the 1 this time. Ambrose and Walsh, Wasim and Waqar, of course, of Pakistan, and then South Africa had a few, didn't they? Alan Donald, Makarantini obviously came into it a little bit later on, but Sean Pollock, great partnership with Alan Donald there at the top of the order. There were some serious fast bowlers back in the day.
Yeah, they were. And South Africa were the team that I followed growing up in South Africa. Obviously saw a lot of England playing against South Africa and the West Indies too. So all those greats of the games that you mentioned there, growing up, they were my era as a kid, watching them bowl really fast. I mean, Donald was scary when he was younger, wasn't he?
Absolutely. Ngidi in. That's Lewis, full toss, worked around the corner to short fine leg. They do get the single. They need more than that at this stage, Afghanistan. 63 needed to win from 39 balls. Such a clever bowler, though, Ngidi, isn't he? It's not all about raw pace in this form of the game. It's about the variations and, I guess, bowling the right lines and lengths.
Yeah, it is, and he's assessed these conditions really well. He's worked out that the pace on balls aren't working. He's gone to his slow ball, which is that really full dipper. And the other thing he's done really well is he hasn't bowled it into the wicket as often. He's bowled it really full, which makes it really tricky on a slow wicket when you're trying to hit straight and it just deceives you and dips at that last moment.
There he is once more, and finds the inside edge of Nabi. The ball trickles away to short fine, but there won't be any run. It's probably a pace-on delivery, that from Ngidi. Certainly not as slow as some of his previous ones. It's basically been his stock delivery on this pitch at the Narendra Modi Stadium, hasn't it? The slower ball, and then the change-up is the odd quicker one.
Yeah, it has, and it's got to be a tough job running in from pretty much the boundary to run up and bowl 5 slower balls and over, so he's probably getting his fitness in from that. But look, he's been fantastic here. His first over wasn't as good as what he'd have liked with the new ball, and he's changed the game around. Those 2 wickets that he got in that 1 over changed the game for South Africa and put them in a really good position.
Nabi then ready to face here. Ngidi in, and that's a good Yorker, which has been dug out, but only for a single. 62 needed from 37. Ngidi with 4 wickets in that first match against Canada, 2 for 19 so far here today. So he's had a great start to the competition. That ball just tailing at the last second there, that Yorker. You don't often see reverse swing these days in white ball cricket.
No, you don't, and that's actually moved a long way, and that's great signs for South Africa. Anything that you can get in the air saves you so many runs towards the end.
Geedy with another attempted Yorker. It's a full toss in the end, lowish. It's been flicked away leg side for another single, so very good over that from Lungi and Geedy, just 6 from it. The momentum has firmly swung back in South Africa's favour. 61 needed for Afghanistan from the final 6 overs. 127 for 5 is the score. Just taking a look at the highlights from overs 7 to 14, those middle overs. Afghanistan 71 for 2, so not bad in terms of runs, but I guess it's the timing of those 2 wickets so close together. We've seen that throughout this competition so far, haven't we, actually? Through quite a few of the matches where teams lose a couple of quick wickets and momentum suddenly shifts. It's so important when you lose a wicket, I guess, as a batting side, to just allow yourself a little bit of time to try and consolidate, even if it's just 5 or 6 deliveries.
Yeah, and I think, as you said, there's been the trend in this tournament. The wickets, as the ball gets older, and especially with a lot of day games, the ball does come off the wicket a little bit slower when it's older, and it makes it harder to start. So you're right, just giving yourself a little bit of time, and I know that's really tricky to do sometimes when you're chasing high scores and you're coming in the required rates at 9, 10 and over, and to be able to stand there and go, actually, I can take a bit of time because I can catch up towards the end is a tricky thing to do, and you need to have a lot of guts and trust to do it. But that seems to be the trend so far in this tournament, and Afghanistan are in that position at the moment here where it's in a position where they have to soak up the pressure for a little bit. They haven't got a lot of batting to come after Rashid Khan, who's in next, so they're going to have to try and take this as deep as they can, and they're going to have to work out which bowlers they want to target. There's a shorter side of the boundary. Nabi got a lot of experience. Mazarai has the power at the death to hit some really good boundaries, so it's going to be interesting to see how Afghanistan approach these last few overs after this drinks break.
And it'll be interesting to see Rashid Khan, if and when he gets out there, what he can offer. Those no-look shots that he plays is always so entertaining. Box office when he's got bat in hand as well as ball. So Afghanistan will certainly feel they're not out of it yet. There's plenty of batting left with these 2 out in the middle, and Rashid Khan still to come to get these 61 runs off the final 6 overs. They need 1 or 2, I guess, big-ish overs of maybe 15 to 20 just to give themselves that chance and not create too much pressure towards the back end of the innings. So South Africa will know as well that they're more than capable of chasing this down still from this position, despite losing those couple of quick wickets. So they'll know not to ease up, perhaps like they did against Canada towards the back end of that game in their opener. All right, drinks are done and dusted. And South Africa about to get back underway with ball in hand. Afghanistan 127 for 5. 61 needed from the final 6 overs. Last 5 overs gone along at 8.6 Afghanistan, which is where South Africa have got themselves back in the game, particularly taking those 2 wickets. Marco Jansen has got the ball in his hand. 6'9" of him. Runs in, bowls to Azmat, and it's past the outside edge. And again, a bit of movement after the ball sort of past the outside edge of the bat before it hit Quinton de Kock's gloves. Just a little bit of movement away from the right-hander. I'm not sure if that is reverse or if it's conventional, but interesting to see the sort of slow-motion replay zoomed into the ball to see exactly what it's doing.
Yeah, that might just be a telltale sign of how dry this wicket actually is. And actually, we were talking about this chase earlier as well. You know, Afghanistan trying to win this game. You know, they still have to bowl an over a spin, South Africa.
Jansen bowls, and Azmat just muscles it down towards long off. Doesn't make great contact, though, in the end, and it will just be the 1.
Yeah, so looking at the bowling, and Geedy's bowled 3, he's got 1, Jansen 2, Rabada 2, which means South Africa have to make up another over, 1 out of either Linda or Markram. So if they can stay and keep ticking over this run rate, keep finding the boundary on the odd occasion and waiting for that over a spin, they have every chance of being able to take that for a 20-plus over if they have 2 in batters in.
Nabi then back on strike. Here comes Janssen, and Nabi works the ball to short fine leg. They sneak through for a quick single. There is a direct hit, but Azmat was well home. Gidi with the fielding there on the edge of the circle. 30-odd degree heat out there. Is India among the most difficult places you played in terms of conditions and heat and humidity?
Yeah, it is. It's amazing how much it drains you. You never really think about it when you tour different countries. You never talk about the weather and the heat, and you always talk about conditions of the ground itself and the pitch.
Janssen bowls on the pads of Azmat, who flicks it down to the fine leg boundary for 4. A much needed boundary for Afghanistan. Short fine leg in the circle, so he just had to get some sort of contact on it. He got it fine enough, Azmatullah, to find the boundary.
But yeah, going back to the weather, it's amazing how much it drains you. You mentally, you make one mistake in cricket, and as a batter you're out. So to be able to concentrate for long periods of time under pressure and make good solid decisions, it does take a hell of a lot out of you. But yeah, as you said, timely boundary here for Afghanistan. Janssen missed on the leg side the ball before, went to 45 straight to Lungi and Gidi. That one a lot finer, but a similar ball. So timely boundary for Afghanistan, and it's just what they needed in this position.
133 for 5 then, chasing 188. Next ball is full. It's been hit over cover and out towards the sweeper on the boundary. Has some work to do, so that allows Azmatullah to help himself to 2 more. So 8 from the first 4 balls of the over. You can find another boundary here from somewhere. But, be exactly what Afghanistan would need at this stage. Required run rate still just over 10 runs and over, 10.26 as things stand. Here comes Janssen, and that's another one hit over extra cover. This time he's creamed it, Azmatullah. There is the boundary that Afghanistan would have so dearly wanted at this stage. 49 needed from the final 30. 5 overs remaining. Afghanistan are 139 for 5. Azmatullah moves on to 13. Nabi on 5. A few more thoughts from you, Dawid, and then Simon Mann will take you through to the end.
Yeah, not the best finish from Janssen there. Searching to sort of get out of the over there, if you want to put it that way, and he's missed full and wide outside off stump with mid-off and cover up, and it's almost a gift at this stage, whereas the batter's looking for a low risk for a high reward option. But Afghanistan right back in this game still, 49 of 30 balls. In my calculations, you're 19 runs from almost being a runner ball, so that's 4 to 5 boundaries, whether you have that in 6s or 4s. So it's not all over for Afghanistan here, and they'd feel they're right in the game going into these last 5.
Well, it's absolutely tantalising. It's very similar to the game that England played against Nepal on Sunday in Mumbai, where you just felt that Nepal were out of it, and then they got back in it again, and we know what happened. It became so tight at the end. So the win predictor has South Africa 55, Afghanistan 45. It's 49 to win from the last 5 overs, 5 wickets down. Rashid Khan to come. I mean, he's capable of anything with the bat. It's his day. And Linda's going to bowl. Big over this. Bowls to Nabi, who goes big, high into the air. He could well be caught here. He's miscued this. It's going out towards cover, and he's taken. You don't expect South Africa to drop those, and they did not. Nabi was going for the big shot, and Markram held his nerve underneath the steepling catch. And Mohammed Nabi is on his way for 5, and Afghanistan 139 for 6. The wicket South Africa were desperate for. Nabi looking to launch it down the ground, but he got right underneath it. And Markram looking into the sun, held on.
Yeah, and that was the over Afghanistan were looking for. The last over of spin that South Africa had to make up their full bowling quota. And George Linder actually bowling over the wicket, which you don't really see from a left-arm spinner in a T20 game. Has bowled over the wicket to Nabi, pitched it outside leg stump, and that's just turned and bounced as well. And Nabi doing the right thing, having to take the positive option, trying to use this over to change the game for them. Unfortunately, getting a skyer there, and a very good catch from Markram in the end.
Yeah, the game has swung back towards South Africa again. It's felt throughout, really, that they've been just ahead. But Afghanistan have stayed in the match. They're still in it, but they've got a lot to do from here. 49 from 29 balls, but they've only got 4 wickets left, and that's the key. Now, Rashid Khan, the captain, is out there. Now, we've seen him from time to time in the IPL produce something dramatic at the end with his unorthodox hitting. What can he produce here? He's got Azmat for company at the other end. Linda bowls to Rashid, who steps forward and drives, gets off the mark, stroking that away towards deep extra cover. We are through for a single. 140 for 6. We're in the 16th over. In the halfway stage of South Africa's innings, they were 135 for 3. So there's not a lot in it in terms of runs, but it's the wickets against Afghanistan. There's 2 wickets and an over on 2 occasions has really set them back. Linda goes in and bowls to Azmat, and it's nearly a return catch off a leading edge. It was into the rough outside the right-hander's leg stump, if there is any rough there. It just held a fraction leading edge. Linda dived across, couldn't take it. The ball went up towards mid-off, and they went through for a single. So Linda doing his job here. Wicket 1-1 in this crucial over. Rashid's just come to the crease as well, so is he prepared to take it on against Linda here? Linda bowls to him again outside the leg stump, swept away down towards deep back of square leg. It's gone for 4. It's a free hit, really, but good contact made by Rashid Khan. It was fired in outside the leg stump and brushed away by Rashid. 145 for 6. You think the game's going one way, and then the other side tries to wrestle back the initiative. Every little helps here for Afghanistan.
Afghanistan finding the boundary when they need it. They needed that boundary there. South Africa keep finding wickets when they need it as well. So it is a bit of a tussle, but a very good option from Rashid Khan there. Once again, over the wicket from Linda, missing outside leg, and a good high percentage option to put him under pressure. And the discussion will be now whether they want to stick with that plan to the new batter, or they want to come around the wicket and see if they can attack him a little bit more.
Yeah, there's been a discussion there between Markram and the bowler. Linda's gone for 37. He's still going to go over the wicket to Rashid Khan. He's got a short fine leg, deep back with square leg, deep mid wicket, long on the leg side. Rashid waits. Linda bowls, and that's cut away. Diving save, crucial diving save by Jansen to his right. He's got good hands, very good hands. They got through for a single only. 146 for 6. Oh, we were talking earlier, I was on with Carbs, he said if they can get to the last 4 overs, about 40 to win, to stay in the game, but they're 6 down. And there's not much room for error here for Afghanistan. Last ball of the over, 16th over. Azmat on strike on 14. Linda moves in and bowls to him, and just nudges a single into the offside on the drive towards wide mid-off, and they're through for 1. So it's a good over from there from Linda. 7 off it. It's 41 to win from the last 4 overs.
Yeah, you're right, and 41 off the last 4 overs. Afghanistan would take that most days, but you're right, 6 wickets down is probably not ideal. But it does give them a chance. It gives them a chance that if one of these 2 players could bat for, or batters could bat for the next 2 or 3 overs, and they could keep finding the boundary regularly, South Africa would be under a hell of a lot of pressure. And you know, we have got a small boundary on one side. It's shown that if you do stay in, you're able to get yourself a bit of momentum into the ground and into the crease and find those boundaries. So I think this, unless South Africa take wickets here, I think it's in a 50-50 position at the moment.
Well, it's building up nicely. Potentially a thrilling finish here. We can't rule out a super over as well. 147 for 6. It's 41 to win from the last 4 overs. Azmatullah and Marzai and Rashid Khan together. We've still got Majib, Noor Ahmed and Fazal Faruqi to come. Rabada moves in, bowls to Azmat, just on off stump, forced away towards deep cover. They go through for a single. 40 to win from 23 balls. 148 for 6. To emphasise, you've just joined us on our coverage on 5 Sports Extra, BBC Sound, BBC Sport website, ABC app, and ICC website. This is a game Afghanistan really have to win if they're to themselves any chance of progressing through to the Super 8 semi-finalists last time. Rabada bowls, pulled away by Rashid. Strong pull out towards deep mid wicket. 4. Fielder out there on the cow corner boundary. Brevis had no chance with that because it was hit so hard. It was banged in by Rabada and thrashed away by Rashid Khan. The best of Rashid Khan, that. 4 more runs to the total.
Yeah, fantastic shot there. Banged in by Rabada. Slower ball, leg cutter, and Rashid Khan has found a way to smack that between deep square leg and cow corner. So timely boundary again. Afghanistan just finding the boundaries here. Rabada's going to have to work out what length he wants to bowl to Rashid. We know how dangerous he is and how much he wants to hit the ball on the leg side.
Goes in now, bowls Rashid outside the off stump. Rashid hits it straight to extra cover. It's right on that wide line from Rabada. Trying to take Rashid through the offside this time. 36 to win from 21 balls. It's getting tight, it's getting tense. What's it like as a batter in this situation, Dawid, when you are in these tight run chases, perhaps after this ball from Rabada to Rashid Khan? He's quickly back to his mark. Rabada is in again and bowls to Rashid's full Yorker leg. Oh, beautifully played. I mean, Rabada bowled a pretty good ball there, but Rashid Khan got the bat down there and guided it away towards deep third for 4. That was a fabulous shot. 156 for 6.
And the presence of mind, considering he's bowled him 2 slower balls, both short, to wait for the Yorker and be able to just guide that down to short third man when he's up in the ring. That's fantastic insight from Rashid Khan, and shows how talented he is.
Oh, it's a beautiful stroke, opening the face to a Yorker.
And even his face afterwards, he was impressed with it as well. They both looked at each other, both teammates down at Mumbai Indians, Cape Town, and both having a good stare at each other.
Rabada bowls, it's full on off stump, and Rashid tries to hit that too hard almost, but he gets it away into the onside, gets a single. So this over from Rabada's gone for 11, which is what Afghanistan need in these closing overs. They're 157 for 6. We've got 3.1 overs left. They need 188 to win the match, stay alive in the competition. So 31 to win from 19 balls. It's been such a good over for them. Now Azmat on strike. Last ball of the over, Rabada bowls. Short, slower ball into the pitch, tapped away into the offside. Through for a single. And there we go. It's the end of the over. So what do we have off that over? 11 runs off the over. It's 30 to win from the last 3. 158 for 6. Azmat 17. Rashid Khan on 15. It could not be tighter.
Oh, you're right. And just going back to your question that you were teeing up a little bit earlier about the chase, you know, when you're chasing, the game actually dictates what you need to do. So when you look up and it tells you need 10 runs and over, it's quite easy to sort of look at it and go, well, actually all I need is 1 boundary and over, and it's understanding how you want to go about it. The way I always look at that is I need 30 off 18 balls. How do I get that to a runner ball? So I'm looking at 3 boundaries, that's 12 runs, that's 18 off 15 balls, and that makes it more manageable. So all I'm really looking for is 3 or 4 boundaries, and I know I'm level par.
Well, it says 52-48, the win predictor in favour of South Africa. And Ngidi bowls a full toss on the pads, helped away, and that's gone before down towards fine leg. 2 fielders going for it. One, the short fine leg fielder diving away to his left, couldn't get there. Deep backwards square leg fielder running round, couldn't get there, and it's gone off Azmat's bat for 4 runs behind square. It was not a great delivery from Ngidi, really. It was a knee-height full toss, angling in, and put away for 4.
He's gone to the slow ball again, and it's actually been a trend of him. He's missed really full that slow ball early on in his over, and that's a fantastic way to score a boundary off that low risk, just using what the line Ngidi's bowled him.
26 to win from 17. Ngidi bowls, slower, fuller delivery. The one that took a wicket earlier, Zadran Yorkie himself. That one is flicked away by Azmat towards mid-wicket for a single. It's 25 to win from 16 balls. This feels manageable now for Afghanistan. South Africa now, it's their turn to feel the pressure, but we know these games can switch so quickly. A wicket, and that brings in Majib. Not that much batting to come for Afghanistan. You feel these two have got to do most, if not all of it. Ngidi bowls very full, and Rashid tries to run that away down towards deep third, misses it. It's a dot ball.
Yeah, and as a batter here now, you want to be setting for that slow ball for Ngidi. That's going to be his go-to. He's probably going to bowl one pace on ball and over, and you have to be ready for that too, but you have to find ways of scoring off his slow ball. So as a batter here, set for that slow ball, have a clear idea where you want to score from. He's bowling his slow balls really full at the moment as well, so be clear where you want to score from that. But you're right, Afghanistan in the driving seat, you need one of these two batters to be in that last over, and you feel like it could be swaying their way.
Well, another brilliant finish at this T20 World Cup. Rashid waits for Ngidi, and that one spat at him there, rolling his wrists, his fingers over it. Just seemed to grip in the pitch and bounce, but he's able to knock it away for a single. So 24 to win from 14 balls. You can see the tension on the faces of the Afghan supporters, their players as well. They know how crucial this game is to their chances in this competition. Also to South Africa as well. They drop this game, then suddenly their game against New Zealand becomes a huge match, and we might be into net run rate territory. So much to play for in the next few balls in this game. 14 balls left. Azmat waits, and Ngidi bowls to him, and he swings out high in the air into the onside. Where is this going? It's going right out towards the boundary, and we've seen one of those brilliant boundary catches. It's Tristan Stubbs who knocked it up, had a look at his feet, and then made sure he was inside the rope to take the catch. He is celebrating. Azmat standing there waiting for the adjudication. He went for glory there, he went for the six. He didn't quite have enough of it, and I think this is out.
Yeah, looked out to me. Fantastic from Stubbs on the boundary. Does that so often when he plays for the Sunrisers Eastern Cape. Fields that long on and long off, and he takes some absolute blinders there, but reaching back over his head, has the presence of mind to throw back in before he steps over the line, and that's a brilliant catch, and that looks out to me in my book.
Yeah, he did put a foot over the boundary rope, but he didn't have hold of the ball when he did it. He had the presence of mind, the calmness to lob it up in the air, step over, and then come back inside. 164 for 7, and Azmat goes, and South Africa, they are back as favourites again, albeit slim favourites, because of the nature of the run chase here at the end. 164 for 7, not too many runs to play with, but then not too many balls left. It's still on for Afghanistan, but they've only 3 wickets in hand. Now Majib is in at number 9. Into the side. There's a wicket taker in the power play in the first match. He just plays his first ball quietly away into the offside as if to say, right, I'm just going to see that over out, and it's up to you, Rashid Khan. It's up to you to be the glory man here. 24 to win from the last 2 overs with 3 wickets in hand. And we saw something like that in the World Cup final last time round, where it went against South Africa, the boundary catch, and stymied South Africa's chances of beating India in Barbados. This time South Africa using it to good effect.
And it's been the story of the Afghanistan innings. Every time they looked like they were just ahead, they've managed to find a wicket, South Africa, and peg Afghanistan back. So a lot rests on Rashid Khan's shoulders now. Majib, not known for his batting, but can find ways of hitting boundaries. He always goes to reverse scoop against seamers when he's under pressure. So interesting to see if he pulls that out, because that would be a good moment if he can find a boundary that way.
Indeed, the pressure on. Janssen bowls to Rashid Khan, who smacks it down the ground, straight out towards the long off boundary. Might come back for 2 here. Markram's onto it, sent in the return. The Bales are off their home. They're back for 2. Well, that's what they need, 2 a ball. 22 to win from the last 11 balls. Rashid Khan, he's got a strike rate in T20 cricket of 131. He's on to 18 from 10. We have seen him play some wonderfully improvised innings in the IPL, where you think the game's over and he comes out and wins the match at the end. He's got such a big role to play here. Got a long on, long off, deep mid wicket, deep cover, deep backward point, the men out. Janssen bowls very wide. That's going to be a wide. You can see what he was trying there to stay inside that wide line, but he pushed it across too much. A bit of frustration there from Markram on the boundary.
The last thing you want at this stage is extra balls, just giving runs away. You want to be as tight as you can. The idea was right, trying to get it outside of Rashid Khan's scoring zone, which tends to be leg side. So the plan's there, execution just wasn't there. But yeah, this is going to go right down to the wire now.
21 to win from 11 balls. 3 wickets left. Afghanistan fighting to stay alive in the competition. Janssen bowls. Rashid Khan swings. This is gone in the air. Off the top edge, down towards deep third. It's heading out towards the boundary. It's knocked back inside the ropes. And relay fielding down there. Keeps it down to 2. The fielder chasing after it, George Linder, slipped and he's gone over on his ankle. And now we might have a bit of a delay for an injury. He was desperately scrambling to prevent that going for 4 runs. He twisted something, might be an ankle, might be a knee. Well, we're going to get a pause in the game with 19 needed off 10 balls. He's getting to his feet now. He did the crucial bit, which is knock it back inside the rope. And then just damaged his knee as he was getting up, his left knee.
Yeah, it doesn't actually look like there was much there. It didn't look like he caught his knee in the ground or anything, as you say. It's just as he got up, you can see his face there. And in the images that we're seeing, he didn't look happy at all when he got up, and he was in pain straight away, and it's not great signs for him.
He's gone off the ground. And the physio's over there. So we can go on with a sub-fielder on. 169 for 7. 19 to win from 10. Well, the game was moving forward quickly. It's just slowing down now as we get towards this crucial part of the game. Janssen bowls to Rashid, hits us in the air down the ground. Has he got enough of this? It's going out towards long on. Oh, it's brilliantly taken again. This time it's Miller coming round, taking the catch, sliding to his left-hand side, clinging on the straight long on boundary. And is that the wicket that's going to see South Africa home in this match? Rashid Khan, he was looking for 6 down the ground. He's gone for 20. And Afghanistan are 169 for 8. They need 19 off 9. They've only got 2 wickets left.
Yeah, that feels like the wicket that South Africa needed. Marco Janssen bowling a slower ball wide again, hugging that wide line, keeping out of Rashid Khan's swing, and he's toe-ended that. And David Miller, who's had his injury concerns over the last little while with groins and hamstrings and what have you, has taken a fantastic catch under pressure, running away to his left, and you feel like the game might just be slipping away from Afghanistan now.
With South Africa, there's a few now where you just never feel they're going to drop them. And Markham caught a skyer. Okay, you expect him to catch it cover. Went a long way up looking into the sun. Tristan Stubbs caught one, and Miller's caught one as well. So when it matters, that South African fielding is held up under pressure. And Afghanistan now got a lot to do. It's the wickets in hand, really. It's not so much the balls and runs, although that's still tricky. It's the wickets, only 2 left. So pressure on Noor Ahmed is out there, man into the side today. Noor and Majid both on naught. Janssen bowls, and that's hit high in the air down the ground out towards long on, and that's gone for 6. Well, what an introduction. Noor Ahmed stepped out there and he's whacked his first ball from Janssen over long on for 6. It's 13 to win from 8. What a game this is. 175 for 8.
Who needs Rashid Khan when you've got Noor Ahmed? What a shot. He's walked out. Slow ball again from Janssen, and he's absolutely smoked that. That is an unbelievable shot for someone coming in at number 10.
Well, that was astonishing. And they're off the Afghan bench, still believing. I think they would have thought that Rashid going, that might be it, but it's still alive. 2 wickets left, 13 to win, 8 balls left. Janssen bowls to Noor Ahmed outside the off stump, hit away, but straight to cover. And there is no run. Rickleton with the fielding there. You'd have expected he got a single for that. He made good contact, but he picked out the only man saving one on the offside. 175 for 8. Well, more heart-pumping excitement out there after that match in Mumbai on Sunday. Noor on 6. Waits for Janssen. Short outside the off stump. Tries to force it away. They run through for a quick single. Could be a run out. There is a run out. They ran through. It was a really risky single. It was straight to Janssen, who picks it up, hurled the ball at the stumps at the striker's end. Well, that was unnecessary, really. You can understand the desperation for the single, but there was never a single on there. Janssen had 3 stumps to aim at, stepped across to his left-hand side, and Mujib, the non-striker, has been run out. He's been run out by half the length of the pitch as well. But again, South Africa's fielding just standing up under pressure there. So cool as you like from Janssen. And now Afghanistan are 9 down. 175 for 9. They've got 1 over left. They need 188 to win. So 13 needed from the final over. 12 for a super over. And Fazal Haq Faruqi is the last man to make his way out to the middle.
Yeah, and I guess the only positive in that bit of cricket there for Afghanistan is that Noor Ahmed is on strike, who's just hit his first ball for 6. But fantastic fielding. Bit of a collision as well with Mujib unsighted, to be able to pick that up. I know it's his strong hand left side and going towards that side, but to be able to hit that under pressure, and as you say, South Africa's fielding, it just shows how important it actually is.
Right, here's the last over. Rabada bowls, full-length delivery, was hit away into the offside. It's caught. It's caught at cover, and South Africa have won the match. Oh, it's a no ball. Goodness me. It's a no ball. Bowled by Rabada. It's not over.
My word. Of all the things to do, bowl a no ball at this stage, Kagiso Rabada. Please, no, but that's just made it very interesting. A free hit, one more run as well, just when Afghanistan thought they'd lost the game. For that to happen, that's just what cricket is. It's brilliant.
Wow. 12 to win now from 6 balls. And this is a free hit as well. So if Noor could clear the rope here, as he did from his first ball, he can get a boundary. Rabada bowls. It's down the leg side. Is that going to be a wide? It is. It's a wide. It's 11 to win from 6 balls. It's still a free hit. Incredibly, Afghanistan is still alive in the game. They can't be out of this ball unless it's a run out. They'd be mad to get run out here. 177 for 9. 11 to win. Oh, great excitement. Rabada moves into bowl to Noor Ahmed. It's a free hit. It's full. It's driven down the ground, out towards the long off. It's caught. It's dropped by Janssen. Didn't matter because it was a free hit. And what do they do there? They don't run. They don't run because they want Noor Ahmed on strike.
Yeah, good decision then. If Faruqi isn't as strong with the bat and Noor feels he's the man to do it, then that's the right decision. Get your batter on strike. They could hit you 2 or 3 boundaries. 11 to win from 5 balls.
Rabada bowls. Short, pulled away. Where's this going? It's going out towards the boundary for 6. It's gone for 6. Well, astonishing. Rabada banging the ball in, and Noor Ahmed's hit his second 6 of the match. And it's 5 to win from 4 balls with 1 wicket left. The 10th 6 of the innings. This match keeps on giving. Astonishing.
Yeah, what a shot. Can't actually describe how tough a shot that is. Banged in short to be able to pull one slower ball for 6 to the longer side. Noor Ahmed, unbelievable. And this is now right in Afghanistan's favour, and Kagiso Rabada's got to pull this back somehow.
Well, 1 boundary here, a minimum super over for Afghanistan. 4 balls left. Rabada bowls full, tipped away into the onside. Oh, they set off a run, and then they realise they shouldn't take it, and the non-striker Fazal Haq, who nearly made it to the striker's end, goes all the way back.
Yeah, it looked like they were keen for the 2 there initially. It looks like Noor's knocked that off the middle of the bat thinking 2 and then changed his mind halfway as Faruqi had passed him. But they probably could have run 2 there easy with the way Faruqi had gone all the way down to the other end and back.
Well, this is a time for keeping your nerve. Both bowler and batter here. 5 to win from 3. Here's Rabada into bowl to Noor. It's full. It's driven. It's scuffed into the onside. It's out towards deep mid-wicket. They've run 1. They might get 2 this time. They will get 2. Brevis misfields. They come back for the second. It's 3 to win from 2. Oh, it's another no ball. Oh, well, this is absolutely astonishing here. What's Rabada doing?
And Kagiso Rabada holding his hands up as if he's surprised by that. Keep your foot behind the line. It's the one thing you have to do in tight situations like this. It's already cost him a wicket. It's now 3 runs there, and this feels like Afghanistan's game to lose now.
Well, that's 2 no balls in the final over from Kagiso Rabada. So that, look, it's 2 to win from 3 balls. Do you take minimum super over here? Because do they run a single this time?
Well, you take the super over here over just hitting one straight up in the air, because realistically you've still got 3 balls left. If he takes a single, you can back Faruqi to somehow try and get a single, but you know, you'd rather take the super over, considering before this over you'd have probably said South Africa were favourites to win it.
So it's 2 to win from 3 balls. This is a free hit on the and actually one of the 12 men wanted to come out with a drink here, and I think that was tactical, and the umpire sent him off. So go on, get off, because I think they're trying to communicate what they should do here, because they've not been taking the singles, but a single here gives them a super over minimum, and it's a free hit as well, so why not take it? Rabada bowls, is drilled away into the offside, out towards wide mid-off. They go for 1, they might come back for the 2, they're on their way back for the 2nd, the bails are off, it's a tight one. Are they home? I think they might be, but they're going to have to check it. They've got the 1 minimum for the super over. Have they got the 2 for the win?
Gosh, that looked out to me. He looked like he was running on a treadmill there on the way back, Faruqi. It doesn't look like he was moving at all.
Keep it rolling, please.
Right, have they won the game or not?
Ball is in the hand.
Everyone's looking around at the big screen. We're waiting for the replay. We're not seeing the replay at the moment, we're just seeing decision pending. Right now we are seeing the replay. Is he home? Is he not? I think it's out.
Bat is in the air. I'm ready with my decision for the big screen.
It's out. It's super overtime. They didn't have to run back for the 2nd. They could have taken 1 and still had 2 balls left to get the single they needed. He's been run out, and that is one of the most astonishing last overs I think I've ever seen in a T20 match.
Yeah, well, emotions all over the shop here. Afghanistan incredibly disappointed. You know what, if I was Faruqi, I wouldn't want to be walking back in that changing room there, especially seeing Jonathan Trott. He's not dived, he's not grounded his back going in. The basics of cricket there, and the importance of 1 run, as we've spoken about so much there. That's just basic cricket, but all credit to Afghanistan for getting it this close. All credit to South Africa for making it such a close game. It was their game to win, and Kagiso Rabada's final over has brought Afghanistan back in, and the ebbs and flow of this game. But a super over now, and more excitement to come.
Well, that was incredible, and they have not won the game here, Afghanistan, by just a fraction. It was no more than that. It was so tight. You called it, Dawid. You thought it was out, or we were discussing it here in the studio. Nikesh thought it might just have been home, but it was just it really was just a fraction. It was a frame between being in and out, and it was out, just out, and Rabada in the end salvaged the situation by taking the throw and taking the bails off, and South Africa have survived in this game by a fraction. But then I think at the start of the over, Afghanistan, well, I think they'd have taken a super over, but 2 no balls, Dawid, in that final over from Rabada. I mean, you can understand the captain's frustration at his bowler there.
Yeah, you can. Well, first of all, as Faruqi walked off, the first thing that Rashid Khan did to him on our screen was asking him why he's not diving. I mean, it's the basics of cricket, but, you know, Kagiso Rabada is such an experienced bowler, someone who's finished games for South Africa for so many years and will have such a part to play in this World Cup for them, making 2 silly mistakes like that and bowling a wide as well. You know, and it just shows you. But credit to him as well, that last throw wasn't the best throw, and he's managed to take that and collect that really well to affect that run out. So as poor as he was there with his no balls, he managed to save that with that run out opportunity and keep South Africa in the game.
What do you feel about the decision to come back for the 2nd? They still have had 2 balls left, and the scores have been level. I suppose you look for glory, don't you? I mean, it looked like 2 potentially was on, and as it turned out, actually, they were only a fraction short, but with those decisions, you just have to take in an absolute split second, barely even that, really.
Yeah, you do. It looked like 2 as soon as it hit it off the bat with the angle. It went to a wide, long off. It was to the left of Marco Janssen there, so maybe a little bit in his favour. But as the non-striker there, you know that you have to come back for two. You know that that's what you're looking for. So you're trying to steal that extra sort of inch or two or foot whenever you're backing up. And whether he was fully on that, we haven't seen the replays of that, whether he was fully on that. But, you know, in a situation like that, yes, the question is, do you run two? That two looked like it was on. It just wasn't executed, and there was no dive at the end.
Well, the match has been tied. Afghanistan have been bowled out with 2 balls to spare in one of the craziest final overs of a T20 international, certainly at this level that I've seen. You've seen some remarkable finishes in the IPL with huge amounts of runs scored in the last over, but for the heart-pumping drama of the last over there, that takes a bit of beating.
Yeah,
right.
It does.
Yeah, so we're going to have a super over. We're just waiting for everyone to sort themselves out. The next game is coming up at 9:30 UK time. We were actually going to hand over to the Premadasa Stadium in a few moments' time, but obviously we can stay for the super over. That's Australia against Ireland coming up. Just some news from the Australia camp, if I can find it for you. Mitchell Marsh will miss the opening game after sustaining a direct blow to the groin during training early this week. He's experiencing ongoing pain and discomfort, I'm not surprised, which is restricting his movement. Scans have confirmed internal testicular bleeding, and he will require a period of rest and rehabilitation. His return to play will be guided by symptom resolution, it says here, and medical advice. Standby player Steve Smith will travel to Sri Lanka as cover to acclimatise and prepare should he be required. I mean, there are some who think that Steve Smith should have been in Australia's T20 squad in any case. Anyway, so it looks like he's on his way with that issue for Mitch Marsh. And men everywhere wincing along with Mitch Marsh. Right, Nikesh is going to take us through the first over of the super over. You can stay on, Dawid. You can stay with us until the end of the game. It is going to be Afghanistan to bat first.
It's going to be interesting to see who comes out here. You'd expect certainly Ramanullah Gurbaz. It looks as though Azmatullah Omarzai has got his pads on as well. And might have been an argument for Noor Ahmed there, Dawid. He's come out and played probably the innings of his short career so far, coming in at number 10. He's usually a bit of a bunny with the bat. Hasn't got a great record across T20s and ODIs, but he's put his side in a great position here. 15 from 9 at the end, couple of sixes there, which proved crucial. And at the point that Rashid Khan was out, we were all saying it's probably done and dusted now, but out of nowhere, they're in this position, Afghanistan. Where do you see this one at the moment? We saw some arguing going on in the Afghanistan dugout, never a good thing when the game is still being played, you've still got a chance to win, and that mood is kind of down. But then for the South Africans as well, they look a bit downbeat after letting Afghanistan back in the game. You've got two fairly downbeat teams. Who do you think the momentum's with?
Well, I would say with Afghanistan. South Africa are obviously lucky that they're going to bowl again. They've just bowled, so they're used to what they were doing, and they'll be pretty clear with their plans. Lungi Ngidi, the man to bowl this super over. But yeah, look, Afghanistan would be incredibly happy considering they probably thought they were done before that last over, and to still be in this game and to give themselves the opportunity of getting 10, 15 off this super over to put South Africa under a hell of a lot of pressure. We know how South Africa in the past have probably not been able to handle that pressure as well, so be keen to see how they go about it if Afghanistan can have a good super over here.
Let's see, it is going to be Gurbaz on strike. Azmatullah Omarzai, the non-strikers end at the moment. Omarzai made 22 from 17, Gurbaz 84 from 42 in that innings. Lungi Ngidi, no surprise, with ball in hand. His figures today, 3 for 26 from his 4 overs, by far the best bowler for South Africa. Right, here we go then. Ngidi into Gurbaz. First ball of the super over is driven away for 4. It's gone behind point, slightly off the outer half of the bat there, but it was pace on from Ngidi. 87 miles an hour, full given width outside off, and that's a brilliant start for Afghanistan.
Yeah, just what you wanted. Pace on from Ngidi. Have to question that decision. He's been so successful with his slow ball over the course of this innings, and South Africa have too. So for him to go to that pace on wide as well, I know the field's set with 2 guys out there, but you have to be bringing in the stumps into play. Wickets here are absolutely key. So if South Africa can bring those stumps into play, bring the fields into play, that's what you need right now.
So 4 off 1 ball. Ngidi in once more. That is a slower ball. It's been skied in the air. It's going to be a chance there for long off. No, he's cleared his head. He's gone all the way for 6. And it's Marco Jansen down there who puts in the leap high into the air. And if all 6'9" of him can't cling on, there's not many in world cricket that will be able to. 2 boundaries to begin this super over, 10 without loss.
Exactly. Of all the men you want there, you want Marco Jansen, and if it's just too high for him, then you are struggling. But it was a great effort. He was trying to parry that back and find a way of bringing that in. I think it just clipped his fingers, but pace off there, the right option from Ngidi, probably just the line. He was just a bit wide, which enabled the batter to free his arms and hit through it. But it looked for all money like he was going straight up in the air.
And apologies, it is actually Azmatullah who's on strike, who's hit those 2 boundaries. So it is Gurbaz at the non-striker's end. 10 off 2. Pressure on Ngidi. What does he do here? He goes for the slower Yorker outside off. It's been driven. It was a low full toss in the end, driven out towards deep cover for just the single. So now it is Rahmanullah Gurbaz facing up. 3 deliveries remain. Afghanistan have given themselves a real chance here. 11 for none. And we spoke about the Narendra Modi Stadium being so massive and nowhere near even half full. They're making a lot of noise now, the Afghan supporters that are in, and there are plenty of them. Ngidi to Gurbaz, slower ball which has been worked away too long on. They set off quickly looking for 2, but they are just going to settle for 1. 12 for none. He's got to carry on pace off here, hasn't he, Ngidi?
He has to. There might be a gamble the last ball if he wants to go straight Yorker, if this next one is a slow ball and the batters are set for that, but he has to go pace off. And one of the things he's done really well is bowl that slow ball full. So it's whether he changes it up here and goes into the wicket with his slow ball and sees if he can buy a ball, buy a wicket, because the wickets here are dot balls, and that is crucial at this stage. And there's a big discussion between Markram and Ngidi, and it probably will be about that. It's whether he bowls pace on, whether he bowls length, whether he drags his length back a bit with the field he's got. So a few questions to be asked, and be interested to see which way Ngidi goes after that long discussion.
Discussion taking place with Markram there. Let's see what he does. Ngidi in, offers width to Azmatullah, who carves the ball away. I think that's gone for 6. It was a brilliant effort by Rabada out on the boundary. He put in a full-length dive to try and take the catch. And if he couldn't take the catch, trying to parry the ball inside the rope. I think that's gone all the way. The umpire just wants to have another look at this, but too much width on offer. And Azmatullah allowed the freedom to just swing his hands through the ball.
Yeah, it's a phenomenal shot, actually, when you think slow ball, pace off, wide length. And he has managed to get that. And Gisa Rabada, what effort on the boundary. He had it in his hands, full stretch dive, and it almost looked like it popped out as he landed. And he might have got away with that, just going for 4 instead of 6.
Yeah, it's bounced just inside the rope as it's come off his hands, but fantastic effort, great athleticism to get anywhere near that from Rabada, but it is another boundary, and umpire's just waiting for confirmation from the TV umpire as to whether or not that was 4 or 6, but certainly from the angle we saw, bounced inside the rope, and there you go, signal for 4. Still Afghanistan 3 boundaries in this over. Still a couple of balls remaining. There's 1 ball remaining now after that, so 16 without loss, 15 of them to Azmatullah Omarzai. Where's this ball going to go? Ngidi to Omarzai. It's a full Yorker on the stumps. It's been worked around to short fine leg. It will just be the 1. And that is the super over for Afghanistan, at least done and dusted, 17 without loss. You couldn't ask for much more than that, Dawid.
No, that's a brilliant super over from Afghanistan. South Africa just getting that wrong. They're bowling way too much width, bringing the stumps into play in a crucial stage of a game when you need wickets. Yes, the percentages show that if you bowl wide, that you stop the boundaries and you stop the sixes, but when you've got guys that have got freedom to hit, you want to be bringing in a consequence there, and I think South Africa will rue that decision to go wide, even though Ngidi bowled what he was wanting to bowl in terms of their plan. But it'll be interesting to see what South Africa do now. Who's going to bowl for Afghanistan? Do South Africa send out two left-handers thinking that it's going to be Rashid Khan? Or do they have a left-hand, right-hand to not be able to allow them to bowl Mujeeb or a leg spinner?
Well, it's Fazlul Farooqi going through the warm-ups here, so I think it's going to be the left-arm seamer who bowls this super over for Afghanistan. Unless that's a bluff there.
That'd be a brilliant bluff if it was. Yeah, that would be absolutely fantastic. Send in two left-handers and then bowl Mujeeb.
Yeah, it could happen, but it is Fazlul Huq who's selecting the ball as well, so we'll wait and see. Anyway, right, some thoughts on you of who you think is going to come out for South Africa and do the batting for them. That target, 18 runs, of course. 17 will, I think, see us through to another super over. So that's not out of the question yet, Dawid. Some thoughts from you on that, and then Simon Mann will pick up.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see who South Africa send out. Their opening batters have played fantastic well, De Kock and Rickleton, but you probably want a middle order batter that's used to walking out and hitting the ball from ball one, which is what Afghanistan did. So wouldn't be surprised if you see one of Brevis or Miller or Stubbs walking out there, and maybe with a De Kock or Rickleton. But yeah, crucial stage for South Africa. They were in the game, then they were out of the game, and Afghanistan have done so well to get back in this game, and you'd say they would probably be ahead of this now in the position that they are. But South Africa are going to have to come out and do something quite spectacular here to chase 17 off the last over on a wicket that is slow, and slow balls have been hard to time.
Do you not think that Rashid Khan is the option here? I mean, would you back him to defend 17? I mean, he doesn't often go for that many runs in a T20 over. I know it's a super over. I know it's very different. I know you've got potentially got two left-handers out there. Are they going to wait to see who South Africa send out before they decide who's going to bowl? There is you just sense there might be some bluffing here.
Yeah, well, Afghanistan have got so many options.
Who would you pick?
Well, if South Africa are walking out with two left-handers, I wouldn't be scared to throw the ball to Mujeeb or Rahman. I mean, he's very rarely have I seen him go for more than 10 or 15 and over. He's got so many different change-ups and defensive options. But if you have a right-hander in, Rashid Khan has to be your option. He's been fantastic. But as you said, we look like the left-arm seamer has been going, and South Africa went with pace. It didn't work for them. So, you know, Jonathan Trott standing out in the middle, probably waiting as well to see which batters are coming out to tell the captain who is bowling. He is a very strict coach, Trotty. He likes to have his opinion and his view, and I think that's what they're doing at the moment. I think they're waiting to see who comes out to bat.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's ready to go, or kind of ready to go. The umpires are out in the middle. The Afghanistan players are there as well. And we've got this situation here where we're just trying to assess what you do in terms of selecting the bowler, because Afghanistan do have the options, don't they? You think some teams, you think, yeah, it's obvious he's got to bowl the over, whereas in this situation, it's not quite so obvious. When you've got a champion like Rashid Khan as well, you know, so experienced, he's the captain, would he back himself to defend 17? If it is 17, of course, we go again. Remember that World Cup final in 2019, where we could have gone again, but didn't. That finished in a tie after the super over, but England won on a count back. Right, we're still waiting. I mean, it's been a brilliant game of cricket, this. It's absolutely fantastic, and I think you sensed it would be at the start of the day's play, with Afghanistan having to win effectively to stay in the competition, and South Africa also, you know, a very good side as well. And Afghanistan it looked as though they were behind for much of the match, but got level right at the end, and you feel they perhaps should have won it as well if they kept their nerve. But you have to make such quick decisions, and they should have just taken the one. They gambled on coming back for the second. They were run out in the last over, still had 2 balls left. So they'd already banked the super over. Well, I suppose you take the gamble. You think you get back for 2. You have so little time to think. South Africa need 18 runs to win. Jonathan Trott's still out there chatting away to his players. He knows what's on the line here, because if they lose, if South Africa get these 18 runs and Afghanistan lose, he knows that's just about it. And he is calling it a day at the end of the T20 World Cup. So this is his last competition with the Afghan team. Well, the umpire's waiting. We're just waiting for some batters here, Dawid. Here they come.
Yeah, and David Miller's one of them strolling down. So South Africa have done the right thing by sending in a middle order batter who is used to going from ball 1. But yeah, this game has ebbed and flowed. And the other thing to say about these super overs is when you have a lot of time and you have a lot of opinions that suddenly come to you, everyone seems to have a voice when you're in that dugout and you're in the circle, and everyone's sort of giving you an opinion on what you should be bowling and who should be bowling. So it can be quite confusing. So your captain and coach have to be very clear on what you want to do and who they want to bowl. But yeah, it looks like Brevis and Miller coming out to bat, the 2 big hitters, right hand, left hand, to be able to make Afghanistan think twice about just being able to bowl an off spinner or a leg spinner. And it gives them the option of targeting the short boundary leg side as well with one of the 2.
So what do you do now then? You've got a right-hander and a left-hander. Who do you bowl now then?
Well, I would go seam here now, considering this is the situation, because South Africa have the option as well to send either a left or a right-hander, and if you lose a wicket, depending on who the spinner is. So I would go with Faruqi here. He's got the option of bowling Yorkers, slow balls into the wicket, and he's able to shut down one of the sides of the ground, being a left-handed bowler.
Well, that's the call. It looks as though it is going to be Faruqi. I just wonder whether I don't know. I think I would go with Rashid Khan because he's the class bowler. But I know that comes with risk. But it all comes with risk. All T20 comes with risk. All life comes with risk. So we're about to find out what's going to unfold in this match. What's the ultimate outcome going to be? So Brevis is out there. Remember, South Africa can only afford to lose 1 wicket. So they've got 1 in hand, and they've sent. Do lose a wicket, someone else comes out, they lose that, that's all over. But they also need 18 to win. David Miller, it looks as though Miller's going to take the first ball against Fazal Haq Faruqi. It's taken a while to sort this out, and it looks as if Tristan Stubbs is ready to go, Dawid, if they do lose a wicket. But they could. Do you have to nominate your 3, or can you change it?
No, I don't think you have to. I think you can change it as you go along. Which tactically, I guess, when you're bowling a spinner, makes it easier for the team to just to send a right or a left-hander in depending. But yeah, massive minute in the game here, so exciting time.
Here we go then. Fazal Haq to bowl to Miller. It's a full toss, which is hit away into the onside towards mid-on. He scuffed that, and it goes out towards Nabi, and it's only a single. So that's a result for Fazal Haq Faruqi. It was in theory, quite a juicy full toss, but it was kind of low and sort of a low full toss, and it was, I don't know, perhaps if he'd been in, he'd had his eye, and he might have been able to make more of that. But he miscued it to mid-on.
Yeah, that's the last ball you're expecting. You're not expecting a knee-high full toss, and they are incredibly tough to hit when you start. But perfect start for Afghanistan, just 117 needed off 5, and Dawid Brevis, the young man who's only 22 years of age, coming in a pressure situation like this to I wouldn't say keep South Africa in the World Cup, but to give South Africa the chance to do it.
17 from 5, Brevis on strike. Fazal Haq ran the wicket, bowls to him. He's hit that away. That's going into the stands. What a stroke. It's gone for 6, well back at deep mid-wicket. Just what South Africa needed after that single off the first ball. It's 11 to win. From 4 balls, 10 gives us another super over. It was short outside the off stump and clubbed away baseball fashion.
That's a phenomenal strike from Dawid Brevis. Faruqi going with the bouncer, which I think is actually a really good option to Brevis early on, but he was just too good there to hit it, and Faruqi's going to have to change his plan, and I can see him taking pace off to him here. So Brevis needs to set for a fuller ball, probably pace off here and be clear where he wants to hit it.
Right, 11 off 4. This game will not die. It goes one way and then the other. Fazal Haq moves in and bowls to Brevis, a short ball, he's edged it, he's going to be caught by the wicketkeeper. Gurbaz takes the catch, running round. Short, slower ball. He went to pull it away, top-edged it, it looped in the air. Gurbaz took the catch. It's 11 to win off 3 balls. They've lost the wicket. They've only got 1 wicket in hand now. Brevis 6 and then out.
A brilliant piece of bowling. Went short pace on the ball before and then pace off, similar length. And Brevis, obviously thinking it was going to be something different to what that was caught in 2 minds and got a little top edge there, and a very good catch running around from the wicket-keeper Gurbaz. Almost a bit of confusion, but brilliant start for Afghanistan. Only 7 runs for 1 wicket off the first 3 balls, and I have to say Afghanistan are favourites here, but we've seen how this game has changed as the game has gone on.
Well, Tristan Stubbs walks in, and now South Africa have only got 1 wicket in hand. Afghanistan had 1 wicket in hand in a final over about 20 minutes ago. They got the scores level, and then they were run out looking for the 2 that would have won them the match. So Tristan Stubbs, one right-hander, replaces another. It's 11 needed off 3. 6 and a 4 gives us another super over. Here is Stubbs waiting for Fazal Haq. It's full, it's outside the off stump. There's the 4 off the outside edge. Down through deep third. It would have been a straightforward catch to a second slit. It was scuffed away. Jonathan Trott can barely watch it, shakes his head. And 4 to Tristan Stubbs.
Couldn't have asked for a better Yorker as well. Maybe if you're going to be really critical, maybe half a foot too wide, but it's hit the bottom of the bat almost, and it's sort of been squeezed away to short third man for 4, and what a way to get a boundary, and South Africa right back in this game.
7 to win from 2 balls. A dot ball here, and Afghanistan's game. Fazal Haq bowls, it's very full. It is a dot ball. He's drilled it back, and Fazal Haq Farooqi has stopped it. And that should be Afghanistan's game. Now, don't do a Rabada. Don't overstep. And then Afghanistan have won. 7 to win from 1 ball. Also, don't bother above waist height full toss. Just get it right here. 6 will give us a super over, though. Oh, you've got to keep everything in play here. 6 will give us a super over.
Yeah, and that was, he's missed his ball there as well. It was the worst possible option for South Africa. A dot ball straight to him, but it was there to hit.
Well, don't overstep. Don't bother above waist height full toss. Don't go for 6. There is Fazal Haq. Goes in and bowls to Stubbs, who hits this down the ground. Oh, it's gone for 6. He's hit it over long off. It's another super over.
Oh, my word, you could not write this. That is a phenomenal shot as well. He's missed his Yorker by about half a foot again, and Tristan Stubbs, the power of the man, to hit a low full toss over long off. That is absolutely amazing, and this game has once again gone down to the wire. Super over again. Absolute brilliant spectacle from these 2 teams.
Well, it looked as though Afghanistan had that. 7 to win off the final ball. And he's hit a 6 to level the scores up again. Now what do they do in terms of who bowls the super overs? Do they go Rashid Khan for the next one? I suppose it depends how many they get.
You have to change it, don't you? You can't bowl the same guy again, is that right?
Well, we're needing the rule book here. I don't think I've ever commentated on 2 super overs before. 17 off 1 over, and then another 17. So another pause. The other game is underway, or getting underway very shortly. Australia against Ireland at the Premadasa Stadium. We'll be over there as soon as that's finished. It was a low full toss on off stump, and it was whacked away by Stubbs. Nabi leapt in the air, and it was over his head. Anki knew, and Jonathan Trott just bowed his head. It says it all. Afghanistan so close, as South Africa were not so long ago. And on we go. How long has this game been going on for now? 4 hours. And we still don't know who's going to win it. Nikesh, it's all yours again.
Do we just have super overs until somebody wins?
I assume that's the way it goes. And the way this game has gone, it definitely is.
Buckle up, because these 2 sides, there's not much between them. And it is going to be South Africa to bat again, because they've just batted, and that's what happens after the initial match. The side that was batting second will just carry on. So wait and see what happens here. And yeah, we probably do need the rule book. It looks as though it's going to be Tristan Stubbs and David Miller. I'm not sure if you can select somebody who's already been out in the first super over. I think that's possibly the way it goes. But anyway, there's no Devol Bravis. And who are Afghanistan going to turn to with the ball? It's going to be interesting. I mean, David, you were saying Rashid Khan. You still thinking that?
Well, Rashid Khan or Mujib are the two options here, and I guess South Africa have to be very clever with who takes the first strike and who it is, because at the moment we can't really work out who is going to bowl this over for Afghanistan. But yeah, I think Afghanistan have got two options in those. I wouldn't go to the seamer again. Well, not the left-arm seamer. I wouldn't go to Omarzai again here. So, oh, it is him. There you go. There you go. Good thing I'm not the captain here. Otherwise, I would have bowled someone else. But yeah, to be fair, he bowled well, 3 for 40 in the first innings. So he has a good slow ball as well. And yeah, to be fair, I think South Africa would be quite confident facing him here.
Well, he did well in the super over with the bat. Azmatullah Omarzai, 16 he got from 5 balls faced. Got them into this position. Now he's got a job to do with ball in hand. Number 9 on his back. He's tweaking his field here along with his captain Rashid Khan. So,
well, just seen the rule book here, and it's you're playing super overs until someone wins the game, is what it says.
Yeah. Well, it's daytime as well in Ahmedabad, so there won't be any light issues or anything like that. We'll just keep going. Here comes Azmatullah, and he's been swatted in the air out towards deep mid-wicket. I think this has got enough legs to go all the way. It has. Wow, Tristan Stubbs begins the second super over with a 6.
Incredible power there. He's got the field set for wide Yorkers. He's got square leg up, fine leg up, and he's bowled a slow ball on the wide line, and Tristan Stubbs has somehow managed to drag that from way outside off stump over cow corner, and he's connected that unbelievably well for an 80-metre 6, and the perfect start for South Africa in this super over.
Azmatullah under pressure then. He goes wide of off stump. Would have been a wide if Stubbs left it alone. Instead he dabs it to extra cover, and it is just a single, so gets away with that one. Azmatullah, but you can see what he's trying to do. Keep it away from the swinging arc of Tristan Stubbs. Risky tactic, though, when you offer that much width. David Miller back on strike then. And we know that Miller doesn't like to play any cute shots, kind of stands and delivers. So I expect Azmat to bowl around the wicket, keep it wide of off stump, which he does. Miller drags it into the leg side. It's a short delivery, and he didn't make great contact on that, which allowed him back through for 2. So good running from South Africa. 3 balls remaining, 9 without loss.
Yeah, brilliant running from South Africa. Really clever bowling as well. South Africa, well, David Miller has got the big boundary to his leg side, so he's gone pace off into the wicket, making him have to hit over 3 fielders on the leg side, and it's a very good percentage play.
Bowls once more, and that's, well, just a length delivery in the slot for David Miller, and he has clubbed it way back into the stands over deep mid-wicket. What a shot.
Yeah, fantastic shot. David Miller, come the man again. He's been so experienced and such a crucial player for South Africa over the years, and a slower ball on middle and off stump, and he's just managed to free his arms and swing that, and that's gone an absolute mile as well. 95 metres. That is not a miss hit by any means.
David Miller at his very best there. 15 for none then. 4 balls have gone. Oh, that's a waist-high full toss, and it's been clubbed into the same section of the crowd. Not quite as far, but it clears the ropes with ease. And South Africa want to review this to see if that was a no ball above waist height as well. Things falling apart here for Afghanistan.
Yeah, they are, unfortunately. The same happened to South Africa in their first super over when they bowled, and it's happening here again for Afghanistan. Just a poor ball there, mis-execution by a long way. If he was going for the Yorker there and just waiting to see if this is going to be a no ball, and if it is, you feel that could be the end for Afghanistan.
Well, having a look at the initial replay, they use the ball tracking technology, don't they? They measure all the players' waists and the height of their waists from the ground in a standing position. Miller did meet the ball a fair way in front of his body, and the ball was dipping, so we'll probably have to wait for ball tracking to confirm exactly where the ball would have ended up when it met him in the crease. Original decision was a fair delivery, and well, yeah, the ball just underneath where his waist would have been in a standing position at the crease. So Afghanistan get away with one. It's one of those, before ball tracking, you could see a third umpire giving that as a no ball.
Oh, 100%. That was very touch and go to the naked eye.
15 without loss then, 2 balls left, and it's a full ball which has been played away wide of long on for a single. So in fact that is the full 6 balls. The scorecard in front of us slightly wrong, so it was 21, wasn't it, with 1 ball remaining, and they managed to get 2 from that last ball in the end, managed to sneak through for the second. So 23 without loss is South Africa's score after 6 balls. Even the scorecard operators getting a little bit confused and flustered in all the drama that we've got at the Narendra Modi Stadium. But 24 is going to be the target for Afghanistan in this super over, and well, I think that expression on the face of Jonathan Trott, he doesn't give away much, does he, Dawid? Usually he's pretty poker faced, but doesn't look very happy. Looks less happy than usual.
No, he doesn't look happy, and if Afghanistan don't get over the line here, if I was Faruqi, I would be hiding, considering I didn't dive in that last ball when in real time, if you want to put it that way. But yeah, very good super over here from South Africa, and also South Africa also have a few more options with the ball than what Afghanistan did, especially from the pace bowl, and they've still got Jansen and Rabada to bowl. I'd be surprised if they go to Rabada again, even though they probably should. He has been their best bowler over the number of years, but after that last over he bowled, they might end up turning to Marco Jansen.
Right, well, here we go then. Afghanistan getting ready to make their way out for this run chase. 24 is what they need to win this match in the second super over that we've seen here. Over to you, Simon Mann.
Yeah, I must say, I know there's a temptation to go with the pace bowler in a situation like this, but you've got Rashid Khan on your side. You're probably going to get hit for a couple of sixes anyway. I don't understand why they don't use him. I think that would have been the better gamble. He's gone for 23 there, Azmat. You've got to obviously make a decision, and
they might be saving Rashid for the third super over.
Teams don't like to bowl spinners in death overs, but you often see pace bowlers just go round the park, and I've seen Azmat go round the park there. Fazlul Faruqi didn't defend 17. I don't know. You've got to make a decision, obviously, and it hasn't quite worked out here for Afghanistan. Well, unless they can score 23 to force another super over, or 24 to win the game. That match between Australia and Ireland is underway, and we'll be going there on this platform after this game is finished. It's elsewhere on 5 Sports Extra at the moment. Australia 7 for 1 in the second over, so they've lost an early wicket there. They've lost Mitch Marsh to injury, and Travis Head has been run out for 7 in that game. So this game is there's enough time, you feel, between the matches so we don't leak into the other game, but this has been a unique game with 2 super overs. I would say odds against a third super over. If we get a third super over in for something absolutely dramatic here, but 24 to win, 23 gives us a super over. Well, that was some really good hitting from South Africa, but I don't know. I just wonder whether Afghanistan have made the right choices. There's some pretty glum faces among the Afghan supporters. They know they've got a lot to do here. South Africa in their huddle. Are they going to escape? I mean, it's been a brilliant day's cricket. I mean, anyone who's paid their money, turned up to watch it in Ahmedabad today is absolutely their money's worth. It was a fabulous game of T20 cricket that finished in a tie, and then we had a tie in the first super over, and South Africa look to have nailed it now with 23 runs. Nikesh was right. I mean, in the confusion, I think it was too much for the people on TV who were keeping score there. They kind of lost count of the balls and the runs that were being scored. It's going to be, it looks like Mohammed Nabi who's going to come out. Asmatullah as well. And we're just waiting really for everything to get underway. How many super overs have you been involved in, Dawid? Can you remember many?
Yeah, I've been in a few actually. I was actually in one recently in Bangladesh in January or December, whenever it was, in the previous BPL. We actually needed 7 to win off the last over, and we ended up losing it, and then ended up going into a super over, and I think we only scored 3 runs, and they knocked it off with 1 ball. Something as easy as that. It's never easy. It's something that, you know, you do so much planning and so much preparation in cricket, but it's the one thing you never actually practice or plan for. And it's amazing that when the super over happens, how everyone starts looking at each other and going, who's going? Is it me? Is it you? Yeah. I don't want to go. I don't think I should go. I think you should go. And who's going to bowl it? So it's actually something that teams should probably start practicing and planning for.
Yeah, so before the super over starts, you haven't got a clear idea necessarily who's going to be your bowler for the super over.
Well, I'm not the captain of England or wherever at the time, but generally they'll have an idea who their main death bowler is. Each team has one, and you'll go to that, and it might change based on the conditions and what have you, but generally you know who that bowler is. But it's more from the batting point of view, because, you know, sometimes guys have got first bowlers, and other times you want your power guys, and sometimes there's bigger boundaries and smaller boundaries, and you want people that can run quickly on the non-strikers end to get the batter back on strike. So yeah, there's a few things that go into play. Right,
here we go. Maharaj is going to bowl, so we are going to get a spinner to bowl in the super over, and he's got a lot of runs to play with here, and it's pace off, obviously. There's a bit of spin, but it's also some canniness from South Africa. So what do you think about Maharaj on the super over?
Yeah, well, he's a very good defensive bowler. I can see him hugging that wide line and mixing his pace, bowling really slow and wide.
Here we go then, bowls to Nabi. It's outside the off stump, big swing and a miss. First ball, there's the dot. 24 to win. Jonathan Trott buries his head even deeper in his hands there on the boundary edge. Well, the first super over worked pretty well for them, and Nabi wasn't involved as an opener. That one he's clubbed away, and he's caught a backward point. So that's not worked. Mohammed Nabi's gone. It's dot wicket, another shake of the head from Jonathan Trott. He knows he's just about done. 4 sixes required here for Afghanistan. They're heading out of the tournament unless we see something absolutely dramatic in the next 4 balls. So Nabi's come and gone. Maharaj, who would have thought it, using the slower bowler. Maharaj has worked.
And brilliant bowling from Maharaj as well, holding that wide line. He went length the ball before, sensed Nabi was going to try and go after him, and went right under his swing and was able to get Nabi caught at point by David Miller with a good high jumping catch. And that's the value of having a left and right hander. It doesn't allow you to be able to just bowl a spinner that takes the ball away, which is an unfavourable matchup. But yeah, that hasn't worked so far. I'm a bit surprised that Azmat hasn't been on strike for that first ball, considering how well he did in the power play before.
Yeah, it does seem odd. I'd say Afghanistan's tactics seem to have been peculiar to me, but there we go. You have to make your decision as a coach, as a captain. Nabi, veteran player, lower order player, coming in normally at number 7. Dot ball out. So Gurbaz is out there now, and they need 4 sixes basically. And here's Maharaj, who's going to bowl. Just have a quick chat with the umpire about something. We're nearly done here. 24 to win from 4. This has got to go for 6. Maharaj bowls. Gurbaz clubs it down the ground. Where's this going? It's gone for 6. Still just about alive. Afghanistan. 3 more of those. We need some Carlos Brathwaite hitting here in this super over. I don't think, I'm just trying to work out, well, there is a configuration where we could get another super over. but it's very unlikely now.
Yeah, that was a great shot as well. Just moved across into the line.
Maharaj bowls, and Gurbaz hits his high in the air into the onside. Has he got enough of this? He has! It's another 6.
Absolutely amazing. What a game of cricket we've had today. Gurbaz just walking, we're talking about having a left-hander, but he's just walked out and smoked 2 in a row. The first one short and wide, and he's managed to walk across and hit this one on the wide line full. And he somehow managed to smoke it straight over long on. What a shot.
Well, he needs to do that twice more. 6 and a 4 won't be enough. He's got to hit these last 2 for 6. If he does it this one, wow, we really are into something potentially special on the final ball. This has got to go for 6. Maharaj bowls to him, and he's lofted that into the onside. This is going out towards deep mid-wicket, and that's gone for 6 as well. Absolutely astonishing.
Unbelievable batting. You could see Quinton de Kock in the background sort of nodding his head a little bit as if he wanted him to gamble and go straight. He did gamble, and Gurbaz has just found a way to bang that over sort of wide long on, between wide long on and cow corner. That's a phenomenal strike, and Afghanistan right back in this game, and we could be on for another super over.
Well, I'm just trying to think, what do we need? 6 to win here. 4 isn't going to be enough. It'll be 5 for a super over. So it's going to be 6 or nothing really here for Gurbaz against Maharaj. This astonishing game of cricket. One of the most astonishing games of T20 cricket sure it's ever been played. 6 to win from the last ball of the second super over. And here is Maharaj bowls to Gurbaz. Oh, it's a wide. So we are in super over territory again here. If this is hit for 4, we'll have another super over. Here is Maharaj. Bowls to Gurbaz. It's wide. It's guided away. It's caught. It's caught at backward point. Maharaj has done his job. It was too much for Gurbaz. And South Africa have won the match. A thrilling game of cricket. Gurbaz hangs his head. South Africa have escaped. They've held their nerve. It was too many in that second super over. It was very close to being another boundary, but it was in that channel outside the off stump and hit away towards backward point. It was in the air, a yard or 2 either side, and that would have gone for 4. But South Africa have won the match in the second super over, and that is just about it for Afghanistan as far as this competition is concerned. It's just about curtains for them. They've still got a couple of games left, but they know now that it's going to be incredibly difficult for them to make the Super 8. So the semi-finalists from last time look to be heading out, or one semi-finalist, the other semi-finalist look to be heading through. What an extraordinary 4¼ hours of cricket in Ahmedabad.
Yeah, it's been an emotional roller coaster today. Both teams playing some exceptionally good cricket, and also, I have to say, some poor cricket at times in the pressure moments. But South Africa managed to get over the line, and you have to feel for Afghanistan. You know, they were so close. You talk about the barest of margins in the World Cup final in 2019, and today, probably an inch off from Farooqi getting back for that second to winning the game. And Maharaj is closing off this game absolutely fantastically well. And you're right, another yard or 2 to the right of David Miller, and it could have been another super over.
Yeah, there we go then. Brilliant cricket. So we've had 2 ties, once in the main game, once in the super over, and then Afghanistan needing 4 for a super over off the final ball, or 6 to win. Gurbaz hit it to backward point, and that is it as far as this match is concerned. We'll just stay on, give you some reaction to this phenomenal game of cricket. We normally have an interview soon afterwards. Goodness knows who they're going to pick out. So many questions to ask the various players on show today. You can understand Gurbaz's frustration, because he wasn't far away from being a hero there with some astonishing hitting, 3 sixes, and then out to the penultimate ball. But it does beg the question, well, why didn't he come out at the start? Why did they go with Nabi? It just seemed really odd to me. Some of their tactics seemed odd to me, Afghanistan. I know you can always look back and pick things apart. But there we go, Dawid.
Yeah, there's a couple of questions actually for Afghanistan. You know, I didn't feel like Azmat should have bowled that over as well. I think we all had that sort of a mindset on that over, and then, you know, Mohammad Nabi walking out, who, you know, there must be a theory that he's a good player of spin, or he can hit spin better than other players, but the way Gurbaz had played today, the way he played in the first super over, the fact that he wasn't out, and the fact that they sent him out in the first one, to change it at the last minute like that, and yeah, I mean, it cost them 2 balls with Nabi missing the first ball and getting out, and no way in saying that it's Nabi's fault that they've lost the game, but just from a tactical point of view, you've got to ask those questions, and that's why coaches are there, and that's why captains make those tough decisions.
Yeah, it didn't feel like the right decision, but you make a decision, you just stick with it, and well, for Afghanistan, they'll look back and perhaps rue it. South Africa going with a spinner, I thought that was not a bad option with Maharaj. I felt that Rashid Khan should have bowled in the super over. I mean, you've got a champion player, champion bowler. Why didn't he bowl in the super over? I know it comes with risk, but they all come with risk. But there we go. And they didn't use Rashid Khan at all. He didn't use himself, or the coach didn't use him. Perhaps he didn't feel it was right for him to bowl. And you wonder whether he would have been able to defend the 17 that they scored. We won't know that. We're still waiting for some reaction. Normally we've had a flash interview by now. Just to recap on the game, South Africa making 187 for 6 in their 20 overs, which felt a really competitive score, and that you felt they could have got more. Afghanistan dragged it back, and then Afghanistan in dramatic fashion. Rabada bowling 2 no balls in the last over out for 187. Here's Ravi Shastri now.
And tribute to players from both sides for putting up this show. But one man stood out today, and the man of the match, the player of the match award, will go to him. It's Lungi and Giri. Lungi, well done. Now tell me, did you lose some weight there? Under pressure?
I've lost so much weight today. I've never been that stressed in my life in a cricket game. But yeah, I'm happy to come out on the winning side.
Did you ever think you might get that ball in your hand for the super over after bowling the way you did?
Yeah, I actually knew that I was probably going to be the option, and the captain said, keep doing the same. Almost got a wicket again with the slow balls, but it just wasn't to be in the super over.
But you changed the course of the game once again, because Afghanistan were going beautifully, and you picked up a couple of wickets, and you've relied a lot on wearing your pace.
Yeah, I obviously let myself down in that first over. We had a plan that we were going to obviously try execute. It didn't go to plan, leaked a few runs, so I just went back to what's been working for me in the past couple of months. And with the way they were going, I knew that they were going to keep attacking us, so it brings the slow ball into play.
And what was the pitch like? You knew beforehand that you needed to get these variations in play?
Yeah, the message was clear from Quinton, David and Stubbs, that, you know, the ones into the wicket were gripping, so slow balls were going to be an option. We let ourselves down a little bit in the middle there with the way we were bowling, but yeah, in the end, when I hear that type of thing, I'm kind of smiling.
Yes, and when you win in that fashion, 2 super overs, it really lifts the spirits of the side going ahead, isn't it?
Yeah, captain said it was going to be a scrap, but I didn't know it was going to be that much of a scrap. But yeah, being able to win 2 super overs with our hitters hitting like that, and then obviously we had to just try to defend it, but very happy with that.
And the catching, when it mattered, it came good.
Yeah, that's a big part of T20 cricket. We've seen a couple of the earlier games, big drop catches, they cost you the game. So we had to make sure we were clinical in the field, and then, yeah, that secures the W.
Well done, Lugi. You having a fabulous tournament. Keep up the good work.
Thank you very much.
Well, there we go. There's Lungi Ngidi, picked up 3 wickets for 26. He bowled in the super over as well. Well, wonderful excitement in Ahmedabad. I mean, Nepal against England was pretty good. This topped it. It was absolutely a wonderful game of T20 cricket, going one way and then the other. Thank you to Dawid Malan and Michael Carberry and Nikesh Rughani. I think it's time to put our heads in an ice bucket now. Let's hand over to Atif Nawaz at the Premadasa Stadium for Australia against Ireland.
Thank you very much, Simon. What an extraordinary game that's just taken place between Afghanistan and South Africa. South Africa eventually coming out victors in a second super over. Here at the Premier Dasa, though, it's Australia playing their first game in this competition. They won the toss and opted to bat first. Their captain, their stand-in captain, Travis Head, winning the toss as Adair is in, and Cam Green has just hammered a 6 over mid-wicket. Oh, goodness, it's in the second tier of the Premier Dasa.
There's nobody up there. It's going to take ages to get that ball back.
Yeah, it's in the second tier, which just as well gives me time to tell you what's happened so far. Australia currently 56 for 1 on 4.5 overs. The reason Travis Head, who's also been dismissed run out, by the way, is the acting captain, is because the captain, Mitch Marsh, has been ruled out of this game with a pretty serious injury. He sustained a direct blow to the groin during training earlier this week, and he's experiencing ongoing pain and discomfort, which is restricting his movement. There's more to come, so apologies if you're having breakfast, but you might not like this. Adair in, and has been balled straight to mid-wicket. It's a catch. Cam Green is beside himself. He can't believe that. Just toe-ended the ball straight to mid-wicket. Mark Adair has his man after being hit for a couple of sixes in this over. And Cam Green has to go for 21. 21 off 11 he scored. Australia 56 for 2 after 5 overs. Pretty good catch that as well by George Dockrell. Just kept his composure. And, well, second wicket in the power play for Ireland. They're still pushing in this game. I'll just finish off that point about Mitch Marsh. So he had some scans that confirmed internal testicular bleeding, and he will require a period of rest and rehabilitation. His return to play will be guided by symptom resolution and medical advice. And in the meantime, Australia have made the call to Steve Smith, who's going to travel to Sri Lanka and cover as cover to acclimatise and prepare should he be required. So a lot's happened already in this game. A lot's happened today in the World Cup. Alex, I'm going to take a breather. That was quite busy. You talk us through that brilliant dismissal, and then Daniel Norcross is going to join you on commentary.
Busy it has been. There has been no doubt about that. We're keeping an eye on one cricket game to our right, another one happening in front of us. Ireland had a brilliant first couple of overs. Travis Head basically running himself out, but it was run out from Ben Callitz, who dropped him in the previous over at backward point. They eventually got the wicket of Travis Head. It was a yes, no, maybe between him and Joss Inglis, and then Cameron Green just flicking the ball to mid-wicket, and finally Ireland keep hold of a catch.
Yes, and we've seen some mighty blows, some huge sixes, 3 sixes. That last one from Cam Green was absolutely enormous. Apologies, by the way, if you were trying to tune in earlier and you couldn't get hold of us. There's a lot of cricket on, I'm afraid.
And only one radio station.
Yeah, well, we've got others, but it was technically quite tricky. So
that's why we got a producer.
Exactly. I'll tell you everything about everything very shortly as Delaney is in. Start a new over, goes up and over, extra cover, 1 bounce 4. Super shot inside out from Inglis, goes to 31 off 13. Australia are not going to be daunted by the loss of that second wicket. They're 60 for 2. So yes, the reason we were delayed is because there is a second super over, I think unprecedented in T20 World Cups. And my word, you didn't get to see it, Al, but it was extraordinary all the way through to the end as this next ball was driven along the ground up to long on for a single. South Africa got 23 in their second super over. And then there's a wicket off the second ball, dot off the first, wicket off the second, 6, 6, 6, wide. Just needed 4 more for a second super over.
Crunched it.
Wide ball from Maharaj, crunched to cover. A yard either side, we'd have had a third super over. We might never have got on comms at all today. But we're here now, and Australia won the toss, elected to bat. It's as if they needed any further disruption to their camp as Delaney is in. Going across his crease is Renshaw and working the ball out towards deep mid-wicket, takes a single, 62 for 2. They've already suffered the loss of Cummins and Hazelwood. There's now Stark here. They didn't initially choose Steve Smith. Their team generally is in a little bit of well, let's call it a rebuilding phase. So we came here today wondering what the team was going to be as Delaney is in now to Inglis, who clips this ball out towards deep mid-wicket, a full ball on the pads, 63 for 2. This is Australia's first game of their tournament. Ireland, of course, had that heartbreaking loss to Sri Lanka the other day when they played so well for 17 overs of each innings and then played terribly badly for the last 3 of each, which was the difference.
Small margins, isn't it?
The barest. Nice. Outside the off-stump, left alone, no wide signalled. Although I think the barest of margins we might have seen today, really. Poor old Afghanistan. They're basically, to all intents and purposes, not now going to get through to the next stage of the tournament. And they came back from the dead in regulation time and then should have won it in the first super over as this ball's flicked away out towards deep mid-wicket. And then shouldn't have won the second super over, but nearly came back from the dead then. So for them, I'm afraid, and for that group, those games will start to take on less significance as drinks come on the field. It gives me an opportunity to go back into this game. 64 for 2 off 6 at the end of the power play. Renshaw 2, Inglis 33, as Alex Hartley was telling you. Travis Head, the first to go, run out by Callets for 6 off 7. And then Cam Green, just as you joined us, out, caught by George Dockwell off the bowling of Adair for 21 off 11. Inglis 33, Renshaw has 2. And so let me run you through the teams. Australia are winning the toss, selected because they also have no Tim David. He has a hamstring problem. He's missing out. They've gone in with Josh Inglis and Travis Head, new opening pair, though neither player is a stranger to opening. Cameron Green at 3, the most expensive player in the IPL. Matt Renshaw at 4 has been sort of rehabilitated as a T20 player of late.
Well, they sort of have gone for Matt Renshaw instead of Matt Short, so they've gone for that extra left-hander.
Then Marcus Stoinis and Glenn Maxwell, 2 big hitting all-rounders at 5 and 6, although both quite long in the tooth these days. This might be Glenn Maxwell's last international tournament, we'll see. But he still obviously has the ability to make an impact on any game. Then the youngster Cooper Connolly, who was in and around the fringes of the side during the Champions Trophies. I think he was staying in the room next door to you all the last Champions Trophy.
Yeah,
in Dubai.
I had Jake Fraser McGurk, you had Cooper Connolly.
I had Cooper Connolly, yeah. Then veteran of the Big Bash, Xavier Bartlett at 8. Nathan Ellis will be very familiar to anybody who watches a lot of cricket. He with a very unusual action, who also won the T20 Blast twice for Hampshire in the same game.
Yes.
Bowled a no ball, had to do it all over again, but a very distinctive pace bowler. Adam Zampa, probably their gun bowler, you'd think, in these conditions. And Matthew Kuhnemann, for whom the subcontinent is not a strange place. He made his test debut against India and is often selected by Australia, the left-arm spinner, whenever they come to the subcontinent. So that's your Australian side. I'm not going to call it bits and pieces, but it's not the most formidable on paper.
No, but if you look at it, if you look at it, it's still such a good side.
It is. I'd just say it's the bowling that doesn't fill me with the same fear as many in Australian.
Yeah, of course.
There's some very capable players.
Yeah, no Stark, Hazel.
Doesn't go wicket taking so much.
These conditions, Adam Zampa, Matt Kuhnemann, not.
Yeah, and Glenn Maxwell's off spin might come in a fair bit.
Cooper Connolly's left arm spin.
Yeah.
Who knows? We shall see.
We shall see. George Dockwell's coming into the attack. Before I get to that, I'll run you through the Irish team. It is unchanged from their loss a couple of nights ago against Sri Lanka. So it's Paul Sterling, Ross Adair, Harry Tector, Lorcan Tucker, keeper, Curtis Camp for the all-rounder, Ben Callets, the big hitting left-hander. We didn't get to see the best of him the other day. Gareth Delaney, the spinner. George Dockrell, who bowled so well the other night, in at 8. Mark Adair, the pace bowler. Barry McCarthy and Matthew Humphreys, we've seen a little bit of already, who bowls in the power play. He's bowled 2 overs, conceded 20. This is Dockrell's first over. Now he starts with a ball that's flat. It's clipped onto pad, goes in the air. He could easily have offered a catch there to Lorcan Tucker. So Humphreys has bowled 2 in the power play, none for 20. Mark Adair with the 1 wicket to fall to bowlers, 1 for 21. Barry McCarthy, who had a horror over against Sri Lanka, none for 14. As forward comes Renshaw and works the ball back to the bowler, no run. And Gareth Delaney, who bowled really well. Delaney and Dockrell bowled in tandem for 7 or 8 overs, didn't they, the other day against Sri Lanka? He's bowled 1 over for 8, and now we have Dockrell, who's yet to concede a run, but he will do now as this is cut through point out towards the sweeper. Australia 65 for 2. I think they're up to date. We say they're up to date now?
Yeah, do you know what? That's so impressive. I've just sat in silence for 8 minutes.
Sorry.
And no, it's amazing. You've managed to keep everybody up to date through a drinks break, so they've missed no cricket. And that's like the ideal, because nobody wants to talk through a drinks break.
No.
Famously, commentators look around and try and get off air for drinks break. Simon Mann.
He did me in the Ashes. Oh, he did me.
He loves a drinks avoidance.
He loves a rain break avoidance. Oh, my goodness. I'll tell you in a minute. This is pulled out towards the mid wicket. It might get between the two of them. It does. I don't think that was the very best of fielding there from Delaney. He didn't really hair after the ball. And then by the time he'd slightly faster than the job got there, realised it was just beyond him. So he got between long on and deep mid wicket. Made it to the boundary, 69 for 2. So Simon's very clever in these matters. And I think it was at Brisbane. I think. I'll come back to it in a moment. It's driven in the air and taken by a diving Paul Sterling. Well, what a spectacular catch that is from Ireland's captain. At short extra cover. He's not the tallest man, but my word, he leapt off the ground and plucked the ball out of the sky. Inglis has to go for a 17-ball 37. Dockrell has a wicket. And, reaching for it a little bit full and wide. And Paul Sterling, he's got 2 or 3 inches off the ground there, and he's taken it really, really well, diving away high to his right.
Yeah, he's got buckets, hasn't he, Paul Sterling? It didn't go straight to him, but it's a catch that you would expect him to take every day of the week. The captain of Ireland, as you say, Dan, it was outside the off stump. He's reaching for it. It's Joss English. He's probably thinking he could hit that absolutely anywhere, trying to go through extra cover, but Paul Sterling, the big man, was there to take a catch.
And it brings a change in our expected batting order with Glenn Maxwell walking out to bat. Song's helmet. He's just come out with his cap on.
I hate it. It makes me...
Do you?
I shout him all the time for it. Because...
Since I was brought up with no helmets.
Yeah,
I
but
rather like
because because he plays sweeps, reverse sweeps, paddles, all he has to do is play the reverse sweep, get a top edge and gets one straight in his schnoz, and he's broken his nose. He got one not so long ago. He played a reverse sweep and cut his cheek open.
But he's forever getting injuries happening. That's Glenn Maxwell's, modus operandi.
Broken leg.
What I object to far more is the actual design of the hat and the shirt, and I'll tell you why. So, sometimes you see a car after it's been a little bit rainy and then it's dried out, right? As Dockrell is in again, reaching for this once more is Maxwell drives to cover point. There is no run. You see a car and it's got cat prints on it, where the cat's run along the bonnet and then gone up onto the ceiling.
It's well annoying that, especially on soft top.
It is, isn't it? 69 for 3, end of the 7th. And that cap just looks like a cat has just run across it and then round his shoulders and his back because of the nature of this kit. I'm anti this kit. Just putting it out there. Alex Hartley's taking a break. Nathan Johns is going to join us. Freelance reporter, host of the Irish Cricket Podcast, among other things.
Among other things. Your story was so riveting that Hartley got up and left midway through.
I know. Do you know what I mean, though? It looks like a cat's just, with yellow paint, it's just run all over his head.
Well, I'm further away from the screen than you are, so I'm going to have to take a closer look now that I'm in here.
It's a design, it's a native Australian design, but I think they've got better ones. I see much better ones than they have on Big Bash, and I just don't quite like that hat.
Well, I hope you get a chance to relay that feedback to them at some point.
But I like the fact that he's wearing it, unlike Hartley, who thinks that he shouldn't be wearing it at all.
Oh, I'm in that camp. I'm new school. Just the fear of getting a ball to the teeth. No thanks. No chance.
I'll tell you what I was more irritated by was when MS Dhoni came out with a cap to face one ball from Adil Rashid. Start of a new over from Tector, who bowled an over the other day and he went for 5 runs. His first ball's been glided down to fine leg and a comeback for 2. And he walked out to bat and it was Adil Rashid's last ball of his 4th over. And there were sort of 2 overs left to be bowled. There was going to be no more spin. He walked out with the cap on, defended 1 ball, and then held up play while he called for a helmet.
I think he just did that just because he can. MS Dhoni.
There's lots of things you can do. always need to. There's right, a little paddle sweep is going to bring another couple here. There's a long leg. There isn't a short, fine leg. So Renshaw has identified this little gap here, and we're in the consolidation phase, as the ICC like to call this particular phase, between 7 and 14. And that is the way that Renshaw is playing this at the moment. Not necessarily looking for the big shot, hasn't hit a boundary yet, just looking to find the gaps. And now short, fine has come in to plug that gap, Ross Adair, but where's he come from? So there will be a gap elsewhere.
It's come from mid-wicket, yeah, so he would have been saving one on the leg side of mid-wicket.
So now there's a pocket between long on and deep mid-wicket, if he can find two there. When he's looked for that pocket, he's just going to get the single though, because it goes square of the wicket, the onside. Tucker comes from behind and stumps the field, 73 for 3, halfway through.
One of those, he's just trying to pace it right, isn't he? If you just get it just outside the 30-yard circle, you can try to get two, because it's too far for the keeper to go in, and too far for the deep mid-wicket to come in.
It's a big ground.
And it's a massive ground, yeah. So that's I was interested that they made that change, because once you take out that mid-wicket saving one, if they get it remotely right in terms of just nudging it, it is straightforward too. But that's the good batting from Renshaw. He's played that shot twice, he's forced a change in the field, he's opened up another option for himself.
Now then, Sterling has come to short extra cover for the right-handed Maxwell. Which way will Maxwell go, I wonder? Short cut, just be a single, should just be a single, add to the cover point. As the throw comes in from Dockrell. They've struggled a little bit with their fielding, it's safe to say, Ireland in this tournament, most notably at the very back end of Sri Lanka's innings, when 4 catches went down in the space of less than 2 overs, didn't they? Which you would have to say possibly cost them the game, I would say.
Yeah, there was a word that the floodlights were a bit unusual. They're quite wide here, so I wonder if just it made it slightly harder.
Do you mean the wide apart or wide in design? As this ball's worked into the onside, but it's hit so crisply it'll go straight to deep mid-wicket. They'll just take the run.
I'll tell you now, because I did ask the question, and what I was told
I'm
was...
sensing excuses here.
Potentially, but this is what I was told. I was told that they were awful lights. That there's a lot of them, and they are very bright. There are a lot, to be fair. There's one at long on and mid-wicket, which is unusual. I think there's normally 4. Well, that's the usual floodlight number. There are 6. You're right.
Right. You see, you can't win, can you? You give them lots and lots of light. You say, no, it's too bright.
Too much light. But I remember when Barry McCarthy took the first catch of the game the other night, and if you watch the replay, he pointed into the light straight away, as if to suggest that he lost it and then got it back. And the fact that none of the Irish fielders got anywhere near the drops that came would suggest that they were not picking it up.
Tector, right arm over the wicket, it's just tucked into the onside by Maxwell, but again, he's hit slightly too well. Decent fielding, long on, managed to keep the score to just the 1, 8 off the over, 2 twos, 4 singles. Australia consolidating here, 77 for 3, Renshaw 9, Maxwell 2. So far this pitch played pretty well, you'd say, wouldn't you?
It certainly has. The word, again, yesterday, coming along to watch the teams train, the word was that it's the same pitch as the other day, and that it would be drier and hotter during the day rather than a night game. And they were expecting quite a lot of help for balls that are gripping, so pace off and spin. But apart from the Cameron Green wicket, which was a big off-cutter from Mark Adair that stopped in the pitch completely, and he towed it to mid-wicket, we haven't really seen much help for some of the slower stuff so far, which probably would vindicate Australia's decision to bat if it does deteriorate in the next hour or so.
That said, looking at Ireland spinners, noble bowlers that they are, as Dockrell comes in off his very economical run, left arm around the wicket, it's defended. Foolish ball back to the bowler, no run. They keep a very tight line and length, but you wouldn't call them big rippers of the ball, would you? Delaney, perhaps?
No, not really. But they do get the ball to stop in the pitch slightly when they bowl a little bit slower. And so far, they haven't been getting that assistance.
Dockrell short, hammered away out towards deep square leg. It's going to be 4. There are 2 fielders out there, and they're not far apart actually. But it was hit so well by Maxwell. There's a drag down by Dockrell, and he almost picked his spot and timed it so well. His first boundary. Australia 81 for 3, making their bow in this year's competition. Ireland, they got their 2 toughest games of the group up front. Sri Lanka first, and now Australia. Tossed up this time. Correction from Dockrell. He's driven through backward point for a single after that previous drag down. So then it's a matter of, if Ireland lose this game, can they realistically still get through? They would need a little bit of help from other sides.
They'd need Zimbabwe to help them out by beating one of these two. Just to note, Paul Sterling's gone off here. That's Tim Tector, younger brother of Harry, who's in at mid-wicket for the left-hander.
Webbing of the hand, perhaps, when he took that catch.
It was a sensational catch. I mean,
went very fast.
The fielding has been inauspicious today as well. There was a drop at point in the first over and a trotting on the rope up deep square that cost Ireland a wicket as well. But credit where it's due, that was a brilliant leaping catch from Paul Sterling. But that's just something to keep an eye on here. He has gone off, and Tim Tector is now in the field.
There comes Dockrell, that's whipped away by Renshaw out to wide, long on off the back foot. Gets a single 83 for 3. So who would captain for Ireland?
Lord Tucker. He's the vice captain behind the stumps, so he'd be taken over, definitely.
Right. Now, a fair few of the Irish players looked quite pooped the other night.
That's one way of putting it.
Yeah. it is warm in Sri Lanka, but it's not the hottest conditions as Dockrell's bowling, and this is driven along the ground up to long off for a single. The reason I mention it is because we're playing in the heat of the day. They're going to be fielding these conditions much tougher, I would posit, than the fielding conditions we had the other night. The sun is out, there's no shade out there. It is quite hot in the direct sunlight. We do have a breeze, a mostly cloudless sky. So this will be a test, especially if you're captaining and keeping wicket. Dockrell here wide of the off stump. He has to reach for this, does Renshaw. Get a couple as it goes well in front of square, and the sweeper, who's more at point, has to run round to his left of field. 86 for 3, 9 gone, 9 off that over. Australia cruising really here. Maxwell 8, Renshaw 12, because they'll obviously be eyeing as many runs as they can get, but they'll be happy, I would suggest, comfortable with 180 plus 180.
I suspect so. I mean, Ireland do have a deep batting lineup. Barry McCarthy coming in at 10. But as we saw the other night, that can actually be a bit of a hindrance because of that deep batting lineup, they almost, I think, left it too late to try and put the foot down and secure the one or two big overs that were required to get over the line. And as a result, those guys coming in only had a few balls to get going. And I think we probably will see this later. It's a difficult pitch to start on if you need to be aggressive or go at 9, 10 and over straight away from ball one.
Tector's going to get a second over. He got the one the other day. He's in off 2 or 3 paces short, but flat. Pulled out to deep mid-wicket, and Maxwell just ambles for single. He's firmly sticking to that hat, that cap.
Oh, he will, so long as a spin is on. Interesting, the two spinners at either end are different approaches to Maxwell. Tector is the right-hander spinning it into him. He's just bowling quick and flat, and it doesn't matter if he gets pulled hard to the sweeper. Dockrell was really giving it some air outside the off-stump, trying to see if Maxwell would take it on over cover. He didn't take the bait, but he did struggle for his timing in the previous over.
And he's slightly impeded there by Maxwell, who tactically was staying quite wide of the non-striker's end, so they're able to get a run, and then Maxwell raises his arms up to say sorry and doesn't mean it.
No, he knew what he was doing.
Everybody does it. Absolutely everybody does it. It's perfectly legit.
He knew exactly what he was doing.
88 for 3. It's a call for prayer rings out.
It is. I tell you what, it's been a very loud few days here in Collingwood. A, because of the call to prayer, but there's a temple around the corner from where I'm staying, which apparently had some relics on visit.
Are you near there?
Yeah, on visit from India.
Oh, you're just there,
and
yes.
They've been playing music for the people who are queuing for hours and hours on end to keep them entertained.
Yeah! Oh, he's got him! Maxwell's got to go, the finger goes up. It was delivered from around the wicket, flat. He went for a thrash, thick edge, and really, really well taken by Lord Tucker, standing up to the stumps, and Australia have lost their 4th. They're 88 for 4. Maxwell goes for 9 off 9. Well.
Short and wide, but I think he's just beaten for pace there, Maxwell, wasn't it? You can see what he's trying to do. But I think he's trying to play that too straight almost. And with the pace that's on the ball, you just want to cut that behind point. He's trying to go hard through extra cover as well.
A little low.
Probably as well, but because
it's sort of
round arm, wasn't it?
Round arm, a bit flingy.
Skiddy.
Yeah.
It didn't bounce as much as you'd expect from a man of Tector's height. And also, I think Maxwell's just played the wrong line. He's trying to cut that hard in front of square, where with the pace on the ball, you just got to try and guide it.
Yeah. Play the shadow bat shot through backward point for 4.
I think you were talking last night about how you love to play that shadow bat shot.
That's my favourite shadow bat shot. Yeah.
Is it your favourite shot in real life as well?
I do try to play it, but in real life it doesn't come off very often.
It's also shadow batting in real life.
Often, yes. It misses the real ball. Yeah.
It's a big wicket, that. We all know the damage that Maxwell can do.
Yeah, it's a deep batting line. I've still got Cooper Connolly, Xavier Bartlett to come, but after that, you would say they're 4 down here, and Ireland will be thinking,
as long as they keep taking wickets, yeah.
Take another 1 or 2 before we get near the thrashing at the end. Because they would desperately love to keep Australia to 160 if they can. That's not going to be easy. It's only 72 away, but wickets would help them do that if they can find them.
That's the only way they can do that at this stage, is just to keep taking regular wickets, which they sort of have. I mean, 4 wickets in 10 overs in isolation, they probably would be reasonably happy with. It's the run rate that's spiraled out of control in the power play. Granted, the last 2 or 3 overs, and they have brought it back. It's dipped well below the 10 and over mark it was at one stage.
So you must be staying pretty close to us as Tech presents the new bat and Marcus Stoinis, who punches off the back foot into the ground. They're going to get a single as it runs into the offside in front of square.
Where are you down by the waterfront?
Yes.
Goal face. Yeah, it's about 10 minutes by tuk-tuk.
Right, because we go past that queue and it is absolutely enormous.
So it finished last night. 10 o'clock last night was the ending point. So I think if you were in the queue, they still let you go in because the music was still going on at 3 o'clock in the morning.
We drove back at about, whatever it would have been, 11:15 or so, and that queue was enormous still. Everybody dressed in white?
Everyone dressed in white, yeah.
Yeah. And it had been there for quite a while, since we've been here, pretty much. It's been there as Renshaw flicks the ball into the onside, takes a single. You can tell that Ireland fancy it here because that was a pretty regulation ball, played perfectly acceptably, and Tector was, nearly. It wasn't really nearly at all, but but they're up for it. No sign of Sterling returning yet.
No, he's done that once or twice in the last couple of weeks as Sterling during the fielding effort. He's just had to go off, and the word has always been that it's precautionary, and he's always made it for the next game. But to go off, whatever about doing so in a warm-up tour, to go off in an actual World Cup match, there must be something amiss.
Tector in to complete the over. He's going to field of his own bowling. Just the 4 singles there off that over, a dot and a wicket at the halfway stage. Australia 90 for 4. They're ahead, but they're not so far ahead that a couple of quick wickets couldn't change the complexion of this game. More from Nathan John, so then to take you through the next 5 overs. It's Atif Nawaz.
Yeah, dare I say, we're going to continue to see plenty of spin here. George Dockrell has removed his hat. He's come in from deep in wicket, and he's going to keep going. But that's really been the story of the day for Ireland. The spinners struggled in the power play when they did bowl. Now that the field is out, they're finding a little bit of help from the surface, and they've really... Well, yeah, they have slowed down Australia. At one stage, they were looking like it might be 110, 120 at this stage, but 90 for 4 after that power play. I suspect Ireland will be quite happy.
Yeah, they certainly will, Nathan. They certainly will. With the 4 Australian batters back in the dugout. An opportunity here for Ireland to apply a bit of pressure. Stoinis, the new batter, out in the middle. He's at the non-strikers. Matt Renshaw looking to really establish himself in the middle order for Australia. Dockrell in. Renshaw can just turn that to mid-wicket, no run. I'll tell you a thought that I did have. I was upstairs just now, Nathan, just in the press box. I think I was sitting next to your thing. You've got a very sort of snazzy laptop sleeve, haven't you?
Yeah.
So I figured that was yours. So I was sitting next to there, watching from the aerial view you get over there of the Premadasa. Dockrell in again. Guided nicely behind square on the offside. They should be able to get 2 here, and they will quite comfortably get back for 2. Nice little shot that from Renshaw, 92 for 4. So it struck me that it's time that cricket, international cricket, properly engaged with the idea of away kits.
Green on green.
Yeah. This is very tough. Like from a distance, okay, there's a brighter green for the Ireland team, but Australia, who usually go with the gold and green, it's more green than it is gold these days.
Norcross is colourblind, isn't he?
I don't know. I think that's just people making a judgment on his shirts. Short and played down towards long off for a single. I love them personally. I love his shirts.
You've stolen my thunder making a joke at Norcross's expense. I wasn't going to make that joke. I was going to say he thought Ireland were batting for the first 5 hours of this game. But
it doesn't just have to be one. We can make many, Nathan. That's the beauty of this tournament. Keep your powder dry. There's loads to come. No, I actually quite like Daniel's shirts, and I like the one that he wore yesterday in honour of Pakistan-USA. To try and bring luck to Pakistan, and it worked out.
Was it green?
No, it had this sort of kaleidoscope-esque design. It's very, very pretty. Oh my goodness, days. An umbrella just came flying across the window.
Does that hit anyone?
I hope not. That was mildly terrifying.
But it's not that windy. Where's that come from?
No, I think someone just dropped it. I think somebody was holding it up for an Instagram photo and dropped it. And it went flying across the media centre, right across our box, and it was, mildly terrifying. And between that, Dockrell is now bowling to Stoinis, who carves this ball out towards the deep extra cover boundary. Bit of a chase out on the boundary there. Good piece of work in the end by Harry Tector. They get back for 2. Huge outfield here at the Premadasa, so there's lots of 2s for the taking. But yeah, anyway, sorry, we got distracted by Daniel's wonderful shirt yesterday.
We're distracted by everything, by shirts, by umbrellas flying around, by the call to prayer, by reminiscing on cues for temples. We're very distracted today. There's a lot going on, to be fair.
There's Dockrell in full, driven down to long off for a single. Will they look for a second? They're looking for a second. They're going to get a second quite comfortably. Long on, quite wide set. Down there, Curtis Camphor gets the throw back in, but not before the Australians are back for another couple. So, yeah, I think away kits are important, because with Australia, they used to have the gold and green, and more gold than green, but it's more green than gold now. It's only the lettering is gold. So it's very hard to distinguish them. And a lot of teams wear green. Pakistan, South Africa, Bangladesh, Ireland, Kenya when they're playing. Dockrell into Stoinis. Again, goes deep in his crease and punches this a little bit wider to Curtis Camphor this time down at long off. They'll take a single. That is the end of the over. So they're trying too hard there. Australia have taken 8 of that over. 98 for 4 after 11, having won the toss and opted to bat first.
I do agree with you. I'd love to see some away kits in cricket, because if you look at other sports, away kits is where you can be really creative, because obviously your home strip, you have your set colours, there's only so much you can do with it. Ireland have gone for a brighter green, that perhaps they normally would have. Normally when they go this bright, it's some sort of luminous shade in T20 cricket. But yeah, dead right.
This is my question for you, Nathan, as someone who knows Ireland cricket inside out. What would the colour be of their away kit? What's the obvious one?
Their sports, they go white.
Yeah.
It's, they're kind of the next colour. There's 3 colours. Granted, the Republic of Ireland flag, not the North of Ireland, but, green, white and orange are 3 colours associated with the island. So they tend to go white.
You can't go white in cricket, I suppose.
Not in white ball cricket.
No, so would it be orange?
I don't think I've seen an Irish team in any sport play in orange.
Orange. Wow. Well, if you've got ideas for what Ireland's away kit could look like, get in touch. tms@bbc.co.uk. Now then, Harry Tector's going to bowl a 3rd over here. Figures of 1 for 12 so far. Same field for him.
I think Stoinis is going to look to take him on here. Good matchup.
Tector into Stoinis, looks for that reverse sweep, gets a hold of it, but straight to short 3rd. So dot ball to start for Tector. He's got that conventional field in place with 1 deep cover fielder, long on and long off back, deep mid wicket, deep backward square leg with 3rd and fine leg up inside the circle. Tector in. Stoinis rocks back and drives this ball down to long on for a single. 99 for 4 off 11.3. Getting an aerial view on our screens of the Premadasa. Lots of solar panels, which is a pretty good idea in this part of the world, to be fair. Lots of sun here to take advantage of. Solar panels just all around the roof of the stadium, helping to power this. Really is quite a substantial stadium here in Sri Lanka.
Yeah, lots of tinkering with the field here. They're going, rather than a deep cover and a point, they've gone 2 covers inside the ring, and the offside fielder has now gone very far behind square. That's a deep backward point. So does that suggest that Tector is going to try and float this out wide outside off stump, or maybe spear it in?
It's Tector. Yeah. He does something in between both of those things, really. Just bowls length just outside off stump, and it's guided to that deep backward point fielder by Stoinis for a single. I beg your pardon, it was Renshaw who got that single. Takes Australia to 100 for 4 of 11.3 overs. And, a few Australian fans in the house waving some flags, celebrating that 100. I also quite like, what I quite like about Sri Lanka is that the Sri Lankan fans will always pick a team for every match. So nothing's like an uninteresting match. They're never sort of neutral spectators. They always pick a team for every match. So you see a lot of Sri Lankan fans wearing a shirt of one of the sides. A little bit faster, speared in that time, but beats backward point, does Stoinis with a late cut, and it runs away to the deep third boundary for 4. Quick hands there from Marcus Stoinis. Picks up a boundary. Australia 104 for 4 after 11.4 overs.
It's just the width from Tector there, just slightly too far outside the off stump. He's trying to spear that in quickly, but maybe trying to target the off stump. Don't give him room to play that shot. That's the shot that Glenn Maxwell probably should have played for his dismissal. You can see Stoinis reads that it's that slingy, low arm, quicker ball that's going to skid on, and instead of trying to cut it in front of square, he just guides it nicely. He uses the pace.
Tector in again. This is short outside the off stump. Cut hard out towards deep extra again. More running to do in the deep. A good acrobatic piece of fielding there in the deep by George Dockrell. They will get back for 2. He's really having to get the yards in today, Dockrell. If you're the lone man in the covers, you got a lot of ground to cover. And there's always going to be 2 in your direction as well. There's not much you can do about that. Stoinis and Renshaw just starting to build a little partnership here.
Just getting word from the Ireland camp. Paul Stirling being off the field is seen as precautionary. Apparently he hit the ground hard and took that diving catch.
Yeah. You're going to want to look after Sterlo because he's
got to open the batting.
He's got to open the batting and put a dent in whatever it is Australia put up. He didn't have a great match against Sri Lanka, Paul Stirling. He's a very capable player. I feel like I've seen him score runs all over the world.
He looked out of touch in that first game. He did. Just using his feet and creating lengths that were hard to hit. I mean, he ended up yorking himself and missing it, didn't he, to Tikshana and getting bowled. But it was unusual for him for his footwork to be so uncertain.
Well, Tector, and again, this is short, filthy and pummeled by Stoinis, sent to the deep fine leg boundary for a 4. Yes, indeed, yeah. Bounced just before the boundary. So another 4 to finish. It turned out to be an expensive over that from Tector. 12 runs off it. Australia 110 for 4 after 12 overs. Just thinking about Paul Stirling, who's going to be opening the batting a little bit later. I wonder who'll take up the new ball for Australia, unless they sort of throw it to Glenn Maxwell or, I can't see Zampa or Kuhneman opening the bowling necessarily, but I could see Glenn Maxwell opening the bowling just to test out Stirling's ability to play the spin on this surface.
Well, he's a very good player of spin. I always remember talking to someone at his PSL franchise. I think he was at Islamabad for a while. He used to open the batting with Alex Hales. I remember talking about how they saw that as their perfect partnership, because Hales would just whack the pace and everyone would bring on left arm spin to slow him down, and that's where Stirling came into his own, because he hits over extra cover really nicely. So that does play spin quite well.
I'm curious to see how Australia try and attack him a little bit later. You get the feeling they're just bedding in at the moment, Australia. They're not the last actually. Namibia still to get in action in this World Cup, but the second last of the 20 teams to play their first game in this tournament, Australia.
Did Namibia not play the Dutch the other day?
They did. You're correct.
They got their last, didn't
absolutely.
They?
So it is actually Australia. Australia are the last team to participate.
Somebody's behind the side screen, or in front of the side screen, I should say. Marcus Stoinis is angrily motioning with his hands. He's like swatting a fly.
Let's have a look. Who's over there?
It's not you standing up, is it?
No, it's one of the camera crew. It's one of the camera crew just wandering around there, trying to prevent any more umbrellas flying across the media centre.
That was terrifying.
It really was, wasn't it? Here's Humphreys into Renshaw, who punches this ball down to long on for a single. Both these batters got really good starts now. Renshaw on a run of ball 19, Stoinis 17 off 10. Australia with a pretty good platform here, going at just over 9 and over with the better part of 8 overs to go. They'll be eyeing up a score close to 200. The only thing already going against them is the 4 wickets down, but still so much batting to come for Australia.
I'm trying to think why they didn't complete Dockrell's spell here. He's the most economical bowler so far. He has got one of those 4 wickets. He's still got 1 left. I wonder, is that just because Humphreys has been a little bit more expensive, and if they do want to try and bowl some spin towards the back end, if they've actually kind of flipped the hierarchy a little bit, and now Dockrell is the one who's going to be trusted to bowl maybe the 16th or the 17th rather than Humphreys.
Also, he's just really far away at deep extra cover, so it's a long way to come in. It's just miles away. Right? There was a little chat there between Stoinis and Renshaw just before this delivery, as Humphreys is in. Dick outside edge off the bat of Stoinis, just trickles to gully. There is no run.
He hasn't done enough of that today. Bowl that in between length. You don't know whether you're coming forward or back. That's something they did very well as a spin trio the other night. You can just see, and that actually has gripped and bounced a little bit as well, which is probably not a good sign for Ireland's batting innings.
A little bit fuller this time. Stoinis able to drive down to long off for a single on this occasion. Score ticks over to 112 for 4. They just look very not untroubled, but there's like an economy of movement to the way Stoinis plays, isn't there? There's no wasted energy at all. Just likes to sort of, not casual, but almost approaches things in slow motion. Not to say that he's late on the ball or anything, but he just seems like he's got so much time. Part of it, I'm sure, is his frame. He's a big man.
The only time he looked slightly ruffled was when he was telling the cameraman to get out of the way.
That's the only time. The quickest he's moved his arms all day. It's Humphreys in again. Oh, the thick inside edge of Renshaw this time. Nearly chops onto the stumps. Goes just past them, past the keeper, to the short fine leg fielder. There is no run, but of these two, Renshaw just struggling to find any fluency. He's on 19 off 20. Hasn't really got going. In fact, he played it between his legs.
Not sure what he's trying to do there. It was short and wide outside off cricket ball. They just put in 2 men to protect that behind square. But he's trying to whip it through mid-wicket when it's out short and wide.
And down the track he comes this time. Renshaw punches powerfully down to long on for a single. It's been a decent over this from Humphreys. Just 3 runs off it so far. Can he come out of this over without conceding a boundary? That'll be a bit of a win for him. A strong comeback after an expensive first couple of overs. It's partnership now worth 25 off 20 between Renshaw and Stoinis.
We'll see how much they're ticking here. Is Stoinis frustrated with the lack of boundary in this over? Is he going to try and take him on? Or is he happy just getting down the other end?
Humphreys into Stoinis, down the leg side. It's a poor delivery, and they're going to run an extra one, so there'll be 2 wides there for the Australians.
It was a poor delivery, mistimed quicker ball, but he's probably gotten away. He's happy with the outcome. He's gotten away with that. That could so easily have tickled off the face of the batter, off the pad, and flew away past short fine. To get away with just conceding an extra wide, it's not a bad result.
Well, 2 off that ball. Let's see how many this extra one go for. Humphreys into Renshaw, who again mistimes the ball down towards long on for a single, and he keeps trying to play across the wicket. You're quite right, Nathan. Anyway, 116 for 3 after 13 overs. Even with the wides there, Humphreys pulling out a relatively economical over at this phase of the game. 21 off 22 for Renshaw, struggling to get going. But Stoinis, 18 off 12. Australia's hopes of getting close to that 200 mark will lie mostly with these two who are out in the middle right now.
He is struggling for timing, Renshaw. I think some of the thinking going on is muddled, as we can see. He's twice tried to whip it through mid-wicket when it's quick, short and wide outside off, instead of trying to guide the ball between those 2 points. But I do wonder if just his presence has had an effect here, because Ireland's bowlers were just kind of allowed to bowl without thinking too much about changing their plans the other night against Sri Lanka. I think just by having a left-hander in that middle order has just made all 3 of them, Delaney, Humphreys and Dockrell, because they all spin the ball away from the right-hander, it's just made them think about things slightly differently, and their execution has been noticeably poorer today. It's probably not just that. I think the extra heat has definitely had an impact as well.
Delaney into Renshaw, full and driven right back to him. No run. It's the second game of today's triple header at the T20 World Cup. The first one was a thrilling double super over game between Afghanistan and South Africa, with South Africa coming out victorious after the second super over. That went to the final ball as well. Really exciting game. Delaney into Renshaw, full and driven nicely, but straight to cover, no run.
Something's going to happen here. Delaney's bowled 2 big looping leg spinners. He's saying to Renshaw, right, you're struggling for your timing here. You're now 21 off 24. You're below 100 strike rate. I'm going to take all the pace off here and take a risk and say to you, hit me over my head if you can, because based on the way you're batting, he doesn't think that he's able to do that right now. So Renshaw has to take it on if it's coming to him.
Delaney in again. This is short, and Renshaw punches the ball out towards deep extra cover. A bit of a chase on. No, good piece of fielding in the deep by Harry Tector. There'll just be another couple of runs. Chase that down well. Big pockets in this ground, as we've mentioned before. Lots of twos for the taking. And yes, I should mention that later on today, 1:15 UK time, England will be in action against the West Indies. So that'll come after their thrilling 4-run win over Nepal. England-West Indies should be an exciting game. Henry Moran and the team will bring you all the action from Mumbai. So join us for coverage of that a little bit later on. As Delaney in again. Renshaw whips that ball off his pads out towards mid-wicket for a single. All the exciting action that's happened already today, including in this game. You can see the best bits on the BBC Sport website and app. I highly recommend looking at some of the clips from those super overs between Afghanistan and South Africa. So BBC Sport website and app. And stay with us on BBC Sounds for live commentary, or indeed the ICC app. Lots of ways to stay in touch. Oh, of course, and hello to our listeners on the ABC as well in Australia who are listening and probably intently enjoying this Renshaw-Stoinis partnership. Right, just rubbing the turf a little bit. Delaney getting some moisture out of his hands before he delivers this ball. And he comes to Stoinis, flighted ball. Stoinis looking for a drive through the offside, gets a thick inside edge. That ball trickles out towards mid-wicket for a single. I think you're quite right as well, Nathan. I get the feeling something is coming, and it may well be coming on this delivery, because Renshaw is looking out of sorts, and he's sort of teasing him a little bit at the moment in this over is Delaney.
Well, the first two deliveries of Bolton were tossed up. The second two were speared in. He was happy to be hit for ones or twos. I think this time you got to toss it up, got to take the risk of being hit for a boundary.
Oh, he has given it some fly, a little inside edge down the ground, back towards the bowler. It's a dot ball to finish. Australia are going to go for drinks now. 120 for 4. Well, everybody's going for drinks now. The umpires, Ireland and Australia, while the ground staff can come out and remark the creases, just repaint those lines. And still, despite the last few overs being a little bit quiet, I think that's a pretty good effort from Australia, though. They still have a good platform to work with here. 120 for 4. Travis Head was the first batter out today. He was run out off just a bit of a really poor piece of work ready from him. Khaled's got the throw back in, but he just didn't really know where the ball was. Acting skipper today, Travis Head. Josh Inglis was next dismissed. He went for 37. Cam Green, who looked really good, hit two massive sixes, including one into the second tier here at the Premadasa, 97-metre beast. He was dismissed off a miss hit as well. He went for 21 off 11 deliveries. Maxwell, the other batter, dismissed. He went for a runner ball 9, hit a boundary in that as well. And now we've got Renshaw and Stoinis, who put together a tidy little partnership, 32 off 28. They will need to accelerate, though, to get Australia to anything like an imposing total. This Irish batting lineup has a lot going for it, lots of batters who can go. We did see them get a little bit. They had a similar partnership to this, actually, in that first game, didn't they? Lorcan Tucker and Harry Tector. They just got a little bit stuck out in the middle in that first game against Sri Lanka. I'm feeling a similar partnership here between Renshaw and Stoinis.
Well, I think it's what's become quite clear is that the best time to bat on this surface is in the power play. I think Ireland were actually quite poor in the power play today, but you could see the likes of Cam Green and Inglis. It really got going, cashed in on the fielding restrictions, and then once spin comes in and strangles, it's been quite difficult. What will be the next question is, does that extend to power hitting at the death? Is that going to be quite difficult? Ireland made it look difficult at the bat the other day. Sri Lanka had a bit more luck, but that was probably benefiting from the multiple drop catches that we spoke about as well. So I think their death hitting display wasn't as good as it looked on paper. Look, Australia have made batting look relatively comfortable as far as more so than anyone else has done at this venue so far. So we'll see if they can put their foot down. But they're going to have to make a decision here on what is Renshaw's approach. I mean, 24 of 27 is fine. It's maybe a little bit below par. He's struggled a little bit with spin. Does that mean Stoinis has to put the foot down and Renshaw just gets to 40-50 not out, just over run a ball? Or does he also take a risk and go? Because we saw that the other day, didn't you? You made a comparison between the two partnerships, the Irish partnership.
Now,
both of that pair got out in quick succession. They did, and that killed off any chance they had of any stability.
Yes,
that allowed the power hitters to go big.
It's a hard surface to just come out and start bludgeoning the ball immediately. You can try, but you've got less of a margin for error here at the Premadasa. Ball tends to get, if it gets skied, you're not necessarily going to clear the boundary with a miss hit here, especially with the size of the ground, the outfield. Anyway, Nathan Johns is going to take a little break. It's been a pleasure to have him again and have his thoughts. World Cup winner Alex Hartley is going to come back in alongside as the drinks break is coming to an end. It gave me a chance to just enjoy that beautiful, beautiful Colombo skyline as well. Lotus Tower in amidst it. I still haven't been to the Lotus Tower, but I tell you what, Alex, tomorrow's the day.
Is it?
Tomorrow I shall go to the Lotus Tower. I shall touch it with my hands and I will report back.
Perfect.
There you go. Right, George Dockrell in for his final over now. Reverse sweep attempted by Stoinis, nearly gets an under edge on it through to the keeper. And, well, living dangerously at the moment, the Australian batters. Well, Nathan was calling for it. Last over from George Dockrell. They just held it back a touch. He's been very good so far today. He's good in the first game as well. A little bit fuller this time and able to drive past cover. Is Stoinis down to long off. They're going back for two and they'll make it relatively comfortably. Just checked his shot there a little bit. Stoinis picked up a couple.
Yeah, they're on for a big score here, aren't they? Australia, they got 10 and over. They'll get 180. You would feel that they can accelerate that. The later on in the innings they go as well. Obviously, Ireland to bring a couple of the seamers back as well at the death.
Spent a bit of time out there now. Stoinis and Renshaw, a bit shorter from Dockrell, cut nicely between point and cover. There is protection in the deep, so it'll just be a single. 1, 2, 3 for 4. Australia score. George Dockrell just trying to get through this over quietly, maybe even deliver a wicket for his team. They haven't really run away in this partnership from Ireland. It's 35 or 31, just over a run a ball between Renshaw and Stoinis.
Yeah, it's spin again, isn't it? This is where Ireland controlled the Sri Lanka game as well.
Yeah, they did. And then Sri Lanka in turn controlled Ireland. Right, Dockrell just making Renshaw wait. And in he comes, shorter delivery. Saw Renshaw coming down the track. He's only going to get one for this one, yeah. Plays it out towards mid-wicket, picks up a single. And score moves on to 1, 2, 4 for 4. Just going at a runner ball in this over. Dockrell.
Yeah, just the boundary now would change things for Ireland. Australia.
Yeah. Well, it would change.
Do you know what actually just happened then? I spoke for the sake of it to try and help the levels out in my own ear.
Oh, I see. I could see him gesturing to you, so I thought, okay, let me just shush for a second while you speak.
Yeah. I couldn't hear myself, so we were trying to figure it all out.
Worth it! Right, Dockrell. Can he finish strong here? Just wants to get out of these two deliveries without conceding a boundary. Short, pummel down towards long off. Should be, fielded by Camphor down there. They'll pick up a single. Just really struggling to just find the boundary at the moment, these two. It's got a little bit stuck. And I was saying to Nathan, sort of, for me, there's shades of the Tector-Tucker partnership against Sri Lanka in this partnership. They're just not able to break free. And of course, the longer they spend out there, the more the likelihood of them breaking free and indeed finishing with a flourish grows. But I feel like if Australia could get, if Ireland could get one or both of them out here, it could be troublesome. This is short, clobbered out towards deep extra cover. That's going to go to the boundary for 4. Dockrell can't get away in his final over. He does go for 9 runs in that last over. Australia 129 for 4. And we've had an email, by the way, from Gordon listening while working in Dublin. He said, surely the Ireland away strip should be St. Patrick's blue. Well, there's a thought, Gordon. I'm going to leave that thought with Alex Hartley. And to pick up commentary here, it's going to be Daniel Norcross.
I'm just going to agree that, it's the blue. But are we talking home and away kits because these two are clashing? Is that well, one's dark green, one's light green. So I can differentiate, but lots of green. But there is lots of green this tournament, actually. Atif,
I didn't realise that whatever Australia are playing in is supposed to be green. Looks black to me from here.
You are famously colourblind.
Yeah.
I would love to see what you see. Like, I'm so intrigued.
Oh, it's beautiful out there.
Is it?
Yeah.
Even with the lack of colour?
No, it's not that I can't see colour. It's I can't...
See certain colours?
I can't see... It's rather unfortunate when I'm doing a test match. I can't see red on a predominantly green background.
Don't tell Adam.
Oh, sugar. Yes, he doesn't need to know that. Pulled out towards deep mid-wicket. Oh, and there might have been a catching opportunity there. The fielder out in the deep. Well, Harry Tector, he's He's running, and then he sort of stopped. He stopped, and started again. It's a tricky one because it was very flat from Stoinis, and then by the time he goes, right, I am going to commit, it was nearly a dental job because it bounced just in front of him. He does well to get two hands at it in the end.
Yeah, he was just trying to judge it. Just trying to judge it, wasn't he? One of those ones that you're coming at and you know you've got to dive forward, but you're so cautious of if it's going to drop short or not. I think it's hurt him, that as well.
2 to Stoinis there, moves into 25, 131 for 4. So it's pulled out towards deep mid-wicket. They're going to come back for a second. The throw comes in and directed. He might have been in trouble, but Renshaw gets back. Well done, Ren, says Marcus Stoinis. 133 for 4. So McCarthy's bowling his second over here. He had that nightmare over the other night against Sri Lanka, and I'm just looking at the bowling options. I don't think Harry Tector's going to come back on. Now he's bowled 3. Delaney's got a couple. Humphreys has bowled at the death. So there'll be 3 overs there, and then 1 from Mark Adair, perhaps. Is that the way they're going to go? Be interesting to see just how much they feel they need to just stick with spin here.
Well, the seam was expensive at the death in the last game.
Very much so. And this man in particular is guided away nicely through deep backward point. But there is a fielder out there. They come back for a second. The throw comes in. It's a good throw, but it's good running as well by Stoinis, who's an incredibly fit man. I mean, he's getting on now, well into his 30s, but he works hard, let's say.
I remember when I used to think well into your 30s was well old.
It is.
I am that person.
You are?
And I feel young.
You are. Well, the fact that you're in bed by 11 o'clock with your knitting doesn't suggest that to me.
I make a glass of brandy.
Yeah.
Take my dentures out.
Just have a sherry once a year at Christmas. As Barry McCarthy's in again. Short, pulled ferociously out to Tector, who fields well on the boundary. There's just a single. 3 twos and a single in this over so far. 136 for 4. A couple of balls left. The partnership approaching 50. Matt Renshaw's finally made it to a runner ball.
Question. Because Paul Sterling bashed his head and he's just precautionary, is he allowed to open the batting because it's an external injury?
Yeah, I think so.
I think so too.
I think so. I think you're right. Because they don't really want to not have Paul Sterling open the batting.
Exactly.
Right, Renshaw, I think he's going to become part of an interesting conversation.
Is he going to be the first person to be retired out in this World Cup?
I was liking the fact you're going in that direction. I suppose there's a chance, isn't there? I think if there were 3 down and there was Stoinis waiting, then he might have been retired a moment ago. As McCarthy is in, this is pulled without timing at all out into the deep. They might get another 2. He's coming back for 2. Throw comes in. It's not a good one. It was too wide of the keeper. He had to make good ground to his left. A really pinpoint throw there on the top of the stumps. Might have seen the back of Renshaw, but that's a 4th 2 in the over. And if you get 2 a ball, then obviously that's more than acceptable. 9 off the first 5 balls. 50 partnership came up with that too. 50 off 39. Australia 138 for 4. And the other part of it is, I think, because of the news you may or may not have heard if you're just tuning in, that Mitchell Marsh is a doubt now after a blow to the groin. As McCarthy's in. It's brilliant. It's a strapple straight back over the bowler's head, banged in short. He's gone the shortest route to the boundary, Renshaw, and found it, just as we were speculating as to whether or not he was going to be retired. A boundary to finish. Cleared the bowler's outstretched arm comfortably and went straight as a die behind him. 142 for 6, 16 overs gone, but 13 off that over takes Renshaw to 35 and Stoinis to 30.
It's just a perfect way to finish the over for Australia as well, because 13 then comes off the over and they can push towards that 190, 200 if they can go at 14 and over.
Yeah, that would get them to pretty much 200, wouldn't it?
Yeah, they've got the platform for it, but Renshaw's going to have to start to get going here.
Yeah, I mean, there's
plenty of
4
time.
overs left, and there's thrashers to come. But yeah, what I was thinking is that Mitchell Marsh out with this blow to the groin.
Internal testicular bleeding.
No fun. Absolutely no fun. Now, we wish him the very best, and Stephen Smith has been called up as cover. He's not been brought into the squad, but he's come out to act as cover.
Well, they've got two covers now.
Two?
Because Sean Abbott's a cover for Hazelwood.
Oh, right, yeah.
But they also haven't officially added Sean Abbott into the squad. So they've got a squad of 13, potentially.
17, do you mean? 15 plus 2?
But 2 have gone. They haven't added 2.
Oh, they've gone. But they just got the 13 here.
Yeah. So Sean Abbott's here as cover, but isn't officially in the squad.
In the squad, right. Start of a new over. Humphries bowling it. It's whacked off the back foot into a pocket between deep extra cover and wide long off, and they're able to amble a second. Stoinis to 32, 144 for 4. But if Steve Smith then comes into the squad, the clamour for him to play ahead of Renshaw, I would be feeling it. I mean, especially the way he had his big bash. I'm not quite sure it wasn't here initially.
I think he wasn't here initially because every time he's played the way he has in the big bash, he hasn't done it on the international stage.
Right. Which is a fair point. Humphries flat in, driven away. It's exactly the same pocket. They're going to come back for 2. So they're doing a lot of running out there, Renshaw and Stoinis. And it is pretty warm this time of day with the sun on them, although the shadows are starting to creep. And when the shadows begin here in Sri Lanka, you know why? But because we're near the equator, those shadows gallop across the outfield.
Me and Jack learned something new the other day, actually.
Oh, yeah?
About the equator.
Yeah.
And Ecuador.
Oh, that was a funny one, yes. Well, when Jack discovered that the reason why Equatorial Guinea is called Equatorial Guinea is because it's on the equator.
Yeah.
And then I blew his mind by saying, well, Ecuador's on the equator. Humphries in, and it's driven away off the back foot into that same pocket, but a little bit closer to the fielder this time, so only the single, 147 for 4. And he said, no.
Yeah.
There's no way Ecuador can be on the equator. I thought, well, where do you think it is?
Yeah. Well, I sat very quietly listening, and I was also mind blown as well. I didn't know that.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, it's not something you learn, is it?
Hey, there's a country called Equator in Spanish.
Well, I'm not Spanish.
It sounds
I'm
a
not
lot
bilingual.
like it sounds a lot like Equator, doesn't it? You just get rid of the D and
yeah.
put a T in. Now the reverse. It's a top edge and it's going to land just safely. I don't think the fielder could have got there, even if he'd legged it back. Barry McCarthy. It was just tantalisingly out of reach, the reverse sweep that took a top edge. And it's yet another 2. Is that the 7th 2 in the last 10 balls? So that's 220 yards of running they've done in no time.
Yeah.
Full pelt.
Matthew Humphries feeling hard done by because he just keeps getting catches dropped off his bowling. But Barry McCarthy was never going to get there. There's a reason he fields it. Short third, short fine.
Yeah, it was always a little bit out of reach. Maybe if he'd just set off with purpose immediately, but you've got to set yourself. I mean, I don't think that's... Yeah! Oh, bowled him! Clean through him. Renshaw looking to whip the ball into the onside, middle stump out of the ground, and Humphries has got a wicket. The wicket of Renshaw. Australia finally lose their 5th after a partnership of 61. Renshaw goes for 37 off 33, and maybe that'll just make Humphries a bit more gruntled.
Yeah, back of a length, quicker, a little bit flatter. Renshaw looking to knock the ball into the leg side to continue to rotate the strike. Gets right through him, and he's so furious he doesn't even celebrate the wicket.
I love an angry bowler when they get a wicket.
I'll do it myself then.
You know, the absolute apotheosis of that is Alzari Joseph. He is the angriest wicket taker I've ever seen in world cricket. Yeah, because it's just... Oh, I should have had 7 by now if it wasn't for all of you and misfortune and the unfairness of life. And Matthew Humphries, he had that look on his face.
Well, he has had 2 drops today, 3 drops in an over in the last game. Yeah, you know, I can understand.
Yes, I guess it does add up, doesn't it? Yeah. I mean, quite literally, in this case. Now, we're already past the point at which this innings was supposed to end.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And
I don't get it then.
Well, this is what I want to ask you, right?
Yeah.
4 overs from Dockrell, 3 from Tech to make 7. 2 from Delaney is 9. And 4 from Humphries is 13 overs of spin. We haven't had a review.
No.
The ball hasn't been flying into the stands.
No.
When Paul Sterling went off, he just went off.
Yep.
We're not seeing the trainers on, right?
So what's going on?
So are they behind the rate? So far, nobody's been penalised, and we've never got anywhere near the 1 hour, 25 minutes. Humphries into the new batter, nearly cleaned up straight away. Cooper Connolly, it goes straight through him, and Humphries, he would love to have another over now, but he can't. He's bowled his 4, conceded just a 7 off that one, and picked up the wicket of Renshaw. 149 for 5. And if Australia are going to get to that 200, they're really going to have to go some. It's 51 away. I don't think it's possible with Stoinis there, but it's receding in likelihood. And so, look, we shall see. But I think it's been a pretty good comeback from Ireland. They're kind of stuck at it, haven't they?
This is a crucial 3 overs, though. We saw in the last game against Sri Lanka, they were so in it for the first 17 overs of the game. And then they had a disastrous end of the game. Disastrous. Got it.
It was horrible, really, wasn't it?
That's easier to say.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know what it does for morale, something like that. But I think the suggestion I heard was that they're focusing on the other 34 overs of the game, not the 3 at the end of each.
Yeah.
And sort of reminding themselves that therefore they can stay in with the best teams. But nonetheless, you could be forgiven for dwelling slightly. Mark Adair is back into the attack for the tennis court end. He's into Stoinis, who clatters this. Oh, to short. Extra cover. Was that a chance for Delaney?
Yep.
I think, is that another one gone down? Tough one. Diving away to his left, but I think we might have seen another Irish drop.
Yep, this is a drop catch from Delaney. As you say, it is tough. It's a dive, but yeah, it's a drop catch.
It is.
Extra cover.
It's carried. He had to dive, not full length. Yeah, it was more that he had to go down low because it was only about an inch off the ground. That was his problem. But if he'd held on to that, suddenly Australia would have lost 2 quick wickets, 2 new batters at the crease, and most importantly, the very dangerous Marcus Stoinis would have been sent on his way. Instead, he's still there on 35. And if the last 3 overs of the last game didn't go by, Alex,
I can't watch.
That's not a good portent.
Ireland hadn't dropped a catch in 5 internationals before the Sri Lanka game.
Ooh. Adair in. Very slow short ball is really worked out to deep square leg. The throw comes in, direct hit, but Stoinis is home. And again, I don't know whether they're actually addressing the ball as quickly as they might either, because that felt like it should have been a riskier 2 than it was. Stoinis is very rapid between the stumps, but he seemed to be able to amble the last bit of that. So I fear for Ireland here that they could get punished.
Me too.
This is Adair's 3rd over, so he could, in theory, bowl the 20th as well. I wonder, would they risk Delaney bowling spin here? I think they might. For the 19th over? It's either that or you bring McCarthy back, isn't it? I don't think they'd go with Tector.
Trying to think.
You're
as
pondering,
well.
aren't you?
I'm pondering.
You are, I can see. When you ponder, your eyes narrow slightly.
Do they?
You look in a completely different direction from me.
Yes, because I'm thinking. McCarthy? Yeah, it's got to be McCarthy.
Adair scurries in. Stoinis. Oh, has whacked this for 6. Over deep back of square. It's enormous. Huge. That's got a long, long way back. Banged in short, and it's a sort of ball that Marcus Stoinis rather appreciates. I'd like to see the meterage on that, because I think it's a lot.
It was meaty. It was definitely meaty. Yeah, Mark Adair there, just going back of the hand, slower ball, but it sits up really nicely for Marcus Stoinis, who just adds a bit of firepower onto that. There you go, Dan. 85 meaty meters.
Yeah, felt even longer. Yeah. Oof. It's a good blow, that. It's absolutely massive. 157 for 5. Adair under the pump here. Stoinis chips this up in the air, and he's going to find a really cruel pocket at mid-off. And he's going to get back for 2. Everything will be irritating there to Mark Adair, because bowled a good ball, full in the block hole, and Stoinis has chipped it to a sort of where mid-off would be if he was about 7 yards outside the circle. So long off and a lot of ground to make, and they get two comfortably. I'd love to know how many twos Stoinis has run in this innings, because it's 2 more in this over, 10 off the over so far. 2 balls left, 159 for 5. Stoinis on 45, flicked away out towards deep square leg. And Marcus Stoinis has just got out, caught at deep backward square leg, which is something of a surprise, because Ireland have yet again given us a litany of drop catches. Australia 159 for 6 with 13 balls remaining. Ireland's bowling has been splendid, but they've not been helped out by their fielders today. Took an early wicket when they got rid of the dangerous Travis Head, who was run out. He's captain, by the way, because Mitchell Marsh is not available for Australia for this game, and his participation in the tournament is in peril. Josh Inglis with 37, Cam Green with 21 got them off to a flying start in the power play, but they've been pegged back a couple of wickets from Mark Adair, and wickets for Dockrell, Harry Tector and Humphreys have kind of kept the lid on things, but crucial drop catches have cost Ireland a little. Australia with 13 balls to go are 159 for 6. So Adair does finally get his man, which he needed to, I think, for his own sanity.
Yeah, and Callett's taking the catch as well for Ireland's sanity. What you could see when Callett's was taking that catch, his finger willy flew off. So he's got those, like,
sorry?
We call them finger willies, so they're like padded finger sleeves.
Oh, right, yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
I do now.
Yeah.
I do now. Mercifully, I do now.
Yeah, so you put put a sleeve on your finger, it's like padded, and it just slots on. But when you're sweaty, they do fly off. So as Callett's was taking that catch, the finger willy flew off, and you can see it on the camera.
I'm about to see it now.
Oh, you can't see it from that. There you go. It flew across the screen. Watch it come up here as he takes the catch.
There it goes. There it goes. Yeah. It's the ball
so,
hit hands.
Annoyingly, that won't have protected his finger because it fell off.
Right, exactly. Sort of makes you wonder the efficacy.
Oh, he's gone off as well. Look.
Oh, 159 for 6. Last ball of Adair's over. It's tucked into the onside by Xavier Bartlett. And there's no run as he picks out short mid-wicket. 159 for 6. So 2 overs to go. Australia will still be eyeing 180 and slightly beyond, but they've got 2 new batters at the crease. If they'd just been able to take the catch off the first ball of the over, they'd have got Australia into that predicament 10 runs earlier than they did. But it may not be the most costly drop, but nonetheless, it's just kind of indicative of Ireland's plight. Do you think that was fair of me?
Yeah.
So I was having to administer to the parishioners of 5 Live.
Yeah,
I wondered if I got a bit hard on Ireland there.
Well, I switched off as well, to be fair, because I knew you were going to talk for 30 seconds, so it's my peace and quiet time, you know?
It's your time to just chill, relax, take in the world. Yeah.
And you don't need me for an update, so, you know?
I don't.
How clever is this, though? I've just had a message from a well-known taxi company that you can get on your phone.
Yes.
Saying, are you heading to Candy for a cricket match? Take a one-way trip with us. Get 5% off if you tell us what team you're following.
Ooh.
How good's that? Book now.
Right.
Clever.
I'll bear that in mind. Barry McCarthy's going to bowl the 19th over. It's not going to be a spinner, and his first ball has been played around behind square off the back foot. Square on the offside, that is, and they're going to get through for an easy 2. 2s have been the order of the day. Cooper Connolly, the man on strike, left-hander, with Xavier Bartlett for company. So you've got to hand it to Ireland here. They are stuck at their task. They might still think that, I wonder if they... Look, you can always be very self-critical, can't you, and think maybe there's 10 or 15 runs here and there which we could have not conceded, but they are where they are at the moment. They're still in the game as McCarthy is in. This is pushed off the back foot. There's never a run there as it's pushed straight and on the bounce to Humphreys.
Well, it's not quite
no run.
Being a horror show like last time, has it?
No. There's still 10 balls to go, Alex, and that was around, this general area.
Yeah.
Barry McCarthy will be doing his absolute best to not to be thinking about that.
Yeah. Oh, he's such a nice man as well.
He runs away from us. Right arm over the wicket. It's Connolly who hammers this out towards deep mid-wicket, but there'll only be a single because it's a well-tenanted boundary. It's deep square, deep mid-wicket, the long on. So just 3 runs of the first 3 balls. This is very much what the doctor ordered. It brings Bartlett onto strike. We've seen him wield the long handle a fair bit in the Big Bash. Xavier Bartlett. It's such a cruel ask for these players. They've got to start immediately, and then we judge them if they spoon one straight up in the air.
Yeah, it's hard, isn't it? It's not easy.
It is hard. It's
Right,
hard
what's
for the
going
lower
on here?
order.
What's this field?
What's going on?
Oh, there we go. Deep cover, deep third, so mid-off in the ring.
McCarthy in. This has been pulled, straight pulled, up to long. Oh, and they're going to come back for 2. It's another 2. Again, good running.
It's great running, that, Dan. It's
It's,
great running.
There shouldn't really have been 2 there, I don't think. But
it was never anything but 2, if that makes sense.
I know what you mean. You always knew they were going to run 2.
Yeah.
But they just run that first very, very fast. They know what they're doing. 164 for 6. 5 have come from the first 4 balls of the over. Deep mid-wicket, long on, deep backwards square on the boundary on the leg side. McCarthy is in, very wide. It's going to be a wide. It's only the 4th wide of the innings.
Yeah, just takes a bit of pace off that one. Runs his fingers down the side of the ball, tries to go Yorker, wide Yorker, slower ball. Gets it horribly wrong.
Yeah.
Could be worse. Could have been 5 no balls.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, the end of the Afghanistan game against South Africa, you really should go and check that out on the BBC Sport website and app, because the played clips and highlights for that game are going to be startling, long and amazing. I mean, Afghanistan coming back into it, throwing it away, coming back into it. It's an incredible topsy-turvy game. Now, short, wide, whacked back down the ground, and it's going to be 4. A valiant effort by Camp for a long off, but he's just a little bit too wide there, and that was hit as straight as a die. I don't mind the idea from Barry McCarthy. He's sort of hiding it wide outside the off stump, and it was a cutter. It was pace off.
It's the right ball to be bowling, but he's just flat batted it straight back down the ground.
He's a very muscular man, Bartlett. He's got very wide shoulders, and that's a sort of shot that he can play. He's got a lot of upper body strength. 169 for 6. There's 1 ball left in this, the 19th over, with Ireland desperately keen to try and keep this below 180.
It's got to go wide Yorkers here.
He's coming round the wicket with a short third in place. And he's beat the bat there with a nice one. A swing and a miss. Went after the big swing, and I like that from McCarthy. Just 10 off that over, included the wide. Australia 169 for 6. One over remains. It's going to be, I think Markadere is going to bowl it. Yeah, he's trotting away from us, long on, heading towards the umpire at the tennis court end, with Cooper Connolly on strike. And you've got to think that Ireland have given themselves a bit of a chance in this. There have been no really big overs since the power play. We had one which conceded 17. Since then, there's been a 13 in the 16th over and a 12 in the 12th over. But other than that, no really massive overs, which will please Ireland's coach, who could do with a bit of pleasing after what happened the other night.
Yeah.
I think it's safe to say.
Be frustrating for him that they couldn't quite get over the line in that one.
Right, here we go. Markadere start the last over. Cooper Connolly goes across his stumps and then leaves it.
Pardon?
And he'd gone too far across his stumps for that to be a wide. It was delivered wide of the off stump, but once he'd shuffled his way across outside off stump, you've got to throw the bat at it, or you've got to run the bye.
Yeah, that was
clever bowling.
Peculiar. It was a slower ball from Markadere. We've not even seen a replay. Maybe the truck doesn't even know what just happened.
No, I don't think any of us do. It's quite seldom that you see a ball left in the last over of a T20.
Surely you just kind of whack it anyway.
I can tell you.
Not quite there.
Well, I'm going to tell you a story of a very consequential ball that was left alone off the last ball of a 50 over game. in the first innings, this is. Here is Adair. Oh, now this has been whacked so far back by Cooper Connolly, and it's going to make it into the stands. It was in the air for a very long time. It looked like it had gone further, actually, than it has. But if they track the height of that, as they do, that's probably travelled to the moon and back. It went a long way up in the air. It was a full toss, and Connolly's thwacked it over deep mid-wicket.
They're going
to have to check that for a no ball.
I think it's all right.
I'm going to go with high 5.
Yeah.
Not quite above waist.
Not quite high 5.
No. Don't think you're high-fiving Mark for that. Or 175 for 6. Just got it wrong there. Slipped out. Can happen. He's deep in his creases, Connolly. His back foot's 6-7 inches away from the stumps as Adair is into him, and he hacks at this, gets a thick inside edge, it rolls to short, fine, and take a single. So Surrey were playing Glamorgan and scored an
How have you got Surrey into this?
That can always be done. Because they scored 430 odd. I think it was a game when Ali Brown, we just see the replay of that, it was quite tight, but I think the fine's just going below the waist. I think Ali Brown got 268. I think it was that game. And Alex Stewart came out to bat at the very end, and he left the last ball alone.
Okay.
And Glamorgan was so incensed by this, they've been enraged by it ever since, that whenever they play against Surrey, 30 years later, they remind themselves of this, about how cocky and arrogant Surrey are and how they're going to get their own back.
But
and they've used it as ammunition, and they keep winning at the Oval.
Well, did they win that game where Alex Stewart left it? Well, exactly.
No, they only lost by about 7 runs. They got really close. It could have been even worse. Adair. Inch. Oh, short, wide, outside the off stump, thick inside edge, is running down to the boundary, and it's going to get there. That is so unlucky for Mark Adair. He can manage a smile. I don't quite know how, because he's bowled a good ball there. 110 kilometres an hour, pace off, shortish, outside the off stump, and Bartlett had to reach for it, got a thick edge and didn't get a lot on it, and missed the stumps by not very far, and it's just trickled down fine. There's no chance for the man at long leg to get there. Despairing dive from Lorcan Tucker, and Australia moved to 180.
Lost some facial hair.
Oh yeah, yes, it's very 70s. Adair in again, clipped out towards deep mid-wicket. They've run the first quickly. They're not going to get the second, though, as the throw comes into the non-striker's end. So Cooper Connolly will face the last ball of the Australian innings. And by my reckoning, we are 20 minutes over time.
But it's not even been mentioned.
But it's not even been mentioned, no. I've not seen a thing.
I just think whatever we've been sent's wrong.
Well, I don't know. I just think that what's going to happen is that 1 hour 25 minutes is entirely notional.
1 hour 45 minutes.
It is really, and there'll be no consequences. Here we go. Adair with the last ball. In, and Connolly chips this in the air, and I think it's going to land irksomely safely from an Irish point of view. Around about a short mid-wicket, there was a fielder there who came in, collected on the bounce. But a good last over from Mark Adair. It doesn't look like it when you see that it went for 13, notwithstanding the full toss that got hammered into the crowd. Every other ball there was expertly bowled, and he got very unlucky neither to pick up a wicket, and indeed he concedes 7 further runs. 182 for 6, Australia, with Connolly unbeaten on 11 and Bartlett unbeaten on 11 as well. Earlier, Travis Head was run out for 6 from 7 balls. Inglis and Green really got going in that power play. Inglis making 37 off 17, Green 21 off 11. Inglis opened the batting in the absence of Mitchell Marsh, and we don't know how long Mitchell Marsh is going to be absent for. He's being assessed after a blow to the groin that's caused testicular bleeding, which sounds particularly uncomfortable. So we do wish Mitchell Marsh the very, very best there. Hope he can recover to play some part in the tournament. Meanwhile, Inglis was up the order with him. Then Matt Renshaw was involved in a lengthy partnership with Marcus Stoinis after Australia, as I say, subsided. They were 88 for 4 at one stage, and the partnership was 61. Steadied the ship, really. Renshaw 37 off 33. Not much in the way of boundaries in that innings. Sort of playing a consolidating role. Stoinis, the more aggressive partner, with 45 off 29. They fell in quick succession, and 159 for 6 Ireland would have hoped to just keep it a bit below 180. Well, they've not conceded much more. 182 for 6 in the end. Spinners were impressive. Matthew Humphreys, 1 for 33 off 4. He opened with Mark Adair, took 2 for 44 off 4. A bit luckless, I felt. Barry McCarthy, 3 overs, none for 37. It's something of an improvement from an over at least. It would have been giving him nightmares from a couple of days ago. Delaney, I felt surprisingly underbowled. 2 overs done for 12 today. Dockrell, 1 for 31 off 4, the left armour. And Harry Tector only bowled 1 over in the game against Sri Lanka. Got 3 out of him today. Bowled well, 1 for 24 in 3. So Ireland need 183 to win. If they lose this game, they're not out of it, because this is an intriguing group with the likes of Zimbabwe and Oman in it. The way Oman played the other day, you would not be surprised if they lost all 4 of their games.
Matt Renshaw, thanks for joining us. Yeah. Bit different conditions out there compared to the Gabba where you're used to.
Yeah, the weather's similar, but the pitch completely different. So, it was nice to get a score on the board, but, it was a really important partnership between Stone and I.
Yeah, talk us through that partnership even more. What were the conversations? What target did you have in mind when you're out in the middle?
We never really spoke too much about target. It was more just trying to keep it nice and simple. Knew that we probably were the last pair that needed to build a partnership there, and Stoyan was really calming. He was a really nice influence for me after never batting with him really before. So, kept me calm, made sure that I was watching the ball and hitting where it needed to go.
How do you go about establishing those partnerships when you haven't batted with someone in the middle?
Yeah, we've had some really good conversations in the dressing room, even though we had the rain out in the practice game, just making sure we all knew what each other's plans were. Know that for me, it's probably a bit different than some of the other boys. It's more trying to hit those twos, run hard, hit the gaps, and do it my way.
There's certainly a lot of twos. You look pretty cooked out there at one point.
Yeah, it was pretty hot. I felt like I needed another pre-season in there, but managed to get a total on the board, and hopefully we can defend it.
What do you make of the total?
Yeah, it feels like a nice total. Felt like it got a lot harder as we got on, but I think our splits were 90-90, so did a really good effort in that back 10 to get some runs on the board.
Well played, mate, and all the best for the second half.
Thank you, cheers.
That was Yorkshire-born Matt Renshaw there, top scoring for Australia, typical. Just to finish off the point I was making just before then, Zimbabwe could be their saviours if Zimbabwe could beat Sri Lanka, Ireland's saviour that is, and then Ireland beat Zimbabwe. So as a result, you could probably say that this is an important game for Ireland, but it's not catastrophic if they don't win. But my word, they would love to do it, though, wouldn't they, if they could get one over on Australia, needing 183. I'm not sure our ABC listeners will thank me for suggesting it, but our Irish listeners might. After we finish here, we're going to take you to Mumbai, where England are playing the West Indies, hoping for a less stressful encounter than their first game against Nepal, where they only managed to squeak a 4-run win. There's commentary there from 1:15 UK time, and we can hear from our team at the Wankhede Stadium and say hello to Henry Moran.
Well, here in Mumbai, it is almost time for England's second group match, having squeaked past in their opening game. And a Nepal side who played quite brilliantly, but England did get over the line, and that was all that really mattered to get their tournament off to a winning start. Stephen Finn, Ashes winning fast bowler, part of our team covering this tournament. And Stephen, a couple of days to reflect on England's win in that first game. And the message coming out of the camp is one of relief that they did get over the line.
Yeah, we've had a couple of days to digest what happened now, haven't we? And when you're there at the ground, you're thinking, what did England do really wrong? What did they do badly? And there are certainly things that they could have sharpened up on, and they'll look to as the tournament goes on. But my major reflection on that was how blooming good Nepal were in that game. They did everything right, just didn't quite manage to get over the line. And the experience of Curran in that last over, the conviction with which he bowled those 6 Yorkers and the way he executed them was eventually got England over the line. So they'll be glad to have scraped through and areas to sharpen up, but it was a good start to the tournament.
The win predictor, which take it or leave it, I'm never quite sure about it, Finny, but it had Nepal at 22% before Jofra Archer bowled that over that went for 22, and then Luke Wood bowled an over that went for 14. It was all littered with wides and all sorts of chaos. But by the end of that, when Sam Curran stepped up to bowl that final over, it was 80% in favour of Nepal. So England really were up against it.
Yeah, well, as a player there, you're thinking, well, it's an inside edge and a few singles away from
10 off 6
away from losing the game, and I think the way that Curran controlled that situation. I thought actually the way that Harry Brook also looked really calm. Clearly he wouldn't have been calm, absolutely calm in that moment, but the way that he would be perceived as calm, the way he slowed the game down, the way he made sure that everything was right before any of those 6 balls was bowled, is something that will stand them in good stead, and the closeness of the game will serve them well, I think, as the tournament goes on.
What about West Indies then? Familiar opponents. 10 years ago, they played a game here in Mumbai that was won by West Indies thanks to a Chris Gayle century, high-scoring game. Then, of course, we know what happened with Carlos Brathwaite in Calcutta in the final. But this is a much more familiar opponent, which I suppose in some ways actually kind of helps a little bit.
Yeah, it does. You know what you're coming up against, and in particular from a bowling perspective, you know generally where players hit the ball, and you've played against them, so you have a feel about what's going on in the game. You're not trying to work that out on the hop, which will certainly make the bowlers a touch calmer, I think, in that situation at the end of the game. And yeah, look, the West Indies are always dangerous at T20 cricket. They've almost become experts at it, and they're kind of the pioneers of people going around and playing just T20 tournaments. So they're so attuned to the rhythms of the game that they will always be a dangerous team in world tournaments, 2-time champions as well. So England will have to be on their guard, but the team that England have built and the power and the depth that they have, I think, should have too much for the West Indies, but you just never know in a T20 game.
England have made one change. Jamie Overton comes in for Luke Wood. It strengthens the batting a little bit, and if there's one area of weakness in the England bowling attack, it possibly is that second seamer that isn't quite as nailed on as others.
Yeah, and I thought they were right in picking Luke Wood for that first game because of his ability to take wickets with the new ball, the ability to swing it and attack the stumps, is something that I think is really valuable in T20 cricket. But clearly, I think having seen the pitch and the way that it played and how much control Dawson gave them in the power play, I think they're probably looking at Dawson maybe fulfilling more of a role inside that power play than a seamer in this match at this stadium in particular. So there's probably a nod to that, and then Overton can come in those middle overs and change his pace and hit the track and try and use the slowness of the surface to make a difference there. So a tactical change by England.
If England win tonight, they're in a fine position for qualification, as good as through, really. If they were to lose this game, I think that the key message that we probably have all digested over the last few days is there shouldn't be panic, and what has served England well, actually, in that opener is calm.
Yes, stay calm, and it's not a disaster if they lose. Clearly, they would absolutely prefer to win and give themselves an easier route into that Super 8 stage. But if they do lose, that staying calm and not going away from what you are as a team. I think different format, but in the Ashes, some of the selections, it seemed as though they went away from their guns that they believed in the build up to the tour. So it's important that Brook and McCullum and the people who make those decisions about the way the team play, if you do lose, you don't go away from that, and I don't think they will.
And what we'll inevitably see is the return of the walkie-talkie, Brendan McCullum, and that walkie-talkie, which it's a funny one, isn't it? Because Joss Butler said to me yesterday, he said, look, he's always been as active and involved. He has this persona of very laid-back, feet on the balcony, but he's somebody that thinks deeply about the game.
And has great experience. I think even clearly captained loads in test matches, but in T20 cricket, that's where he really made his name, especially here in the IPL in India. So his tactical nous and awareness in those situations is outstanding. And actually, when you're the coach, you're sat up and back, so when you're in the dugout, you can only really see what's immediately in front of you, whereas if you're sat as we are in an elevated position back from the pitch, you actually have a panoramic view of the rhythms of the game and what's going on. Sometimes you see things way earlier than the people do on the pitch, so there's probably a nod towards that, and the walkie-talkies is just a way of getting that message down there as quick as possible. You just hope they're tuned into the right channel.
Roger that, Finny. Right, Test Match Special on air at 1:15 for this fixture. Looking forward to it enormously, with England up against West Indies. Feels like a big game at the Wankhede Stadium tonight.
It will be a big game. Looking forward to watching that from our hotel in Colombo, I imagine, later, or maybe somewhere more exotic if Alex can find us somewhere cool to go. She knows all the best spots. It should be a very, very good game. Thanks for that chat to Henry Moran and to Stephen Finn. England against West Indies at the conclusion of this match here in Colombo at the Premadasa Stadium, where Australia have set Ireland a target of 183 to win this match. The lights are on here as well as the sun begins its slow descent here at Colombo. I can see the Ireland openers, Paul Stirling and Rossiter, making their way out to the middle, as are the Australian fielders. And this is going to be a tough chase for Ireland, I imagine, on this surface, Alex. But if they have a good power play, if Paul Stirling can get going, you never know. They might be able to push them a little bit close.
Yeah, you never know. It's the hope that kills you, though, Atif. But yeah, no, you never know. You do feel like it will be too many. We know we've seen it a couple of times during this World Cup that 9 runs and over for the smaller nations can sometimes, or has been, too many from the get-go. However, if they can stay up and around that rate, and if they can go at 8 and over for a period of time, take advantage of the power play, they give themselves the best opportunity. So, look, it's not going to be easy because you've got Adam Zampa, who will bowl out of the power play for Australia and no doubt will slow things down. Spin's been incredibly tough to play on these surfaces. Spin's played a massive part in this World Cup so far here in Colombo, so we shall see. But Paul Stirling, he couldn't quite get the ball off the square the other night. He was swinging a little bit too hard. He'll be hoping for a better start tonight.
He certainly will. Another player to keep an eye out for, Matthew Kuhnemann, the slow left armer.
Love a slow left armer.
I know you do. It'll be interesting to see how he gets on this surface as well. I know a lot of the build-up and focus has been on Adam Zampa, but Kuhnemann can quietly just have a good tournament here. We'll see how he gets on. Xavier Bartlett is going to start things off for Australia. He's just beneath us, actually, from our perspective, as we look onto this beautiful cricket stadium. Spider cam whizzing around all over those wires.
Right arm over.
Umpire says, play, gentlemen, right arm over. So here we go. Bartlett into Stirling, who digs out a Yorker length delivery.
Oh, he's hurt himself.
Oh, he's limping as he goes through for that single. Oh, he's really cramping up here.
No, he's really hurt himself there as Paul Stirling.
Oh, he's really limping hard, just favouring one leg. And he's grimacing as well, gritting his teeth, Stirling.
I don't think he's going to be able to run here, Paul Stirling.
I'll take another
He
look
just
at
nudges the ball and he goes to take off. And there, just something pops, something goes for him there.
Yeah, just started limping sort of 2 strides in and really had to limp to the non-striker's end on one leg, hobbling about. Oh, he's going to continue here, it looks like. He was taken off as a precaution in the first innings after taking a brilliant catch.
But that, for me, felt like he's going off.
Oh, he's going walkies, isn't he? I think he's going off.
Yeah.
I think Paul Stirling is going off, retired hurt. He's walking a little bit better now, but I think when he had to make a sprint to the non-striker's end...
Well, he's not going to be able to rotate the strike. He's not going to be able to run between the wickets. He can come back on as well later on in the innings, so he's going off. He'll get checked out here. I love how the TV screen's just shown an ambulance on the TV as well. I'm not sure he quite needs the ambulance, but he might need the team doctor. So he's going to walk off and Harry Tector's going to come on. But this is a huge, huge blow for Ireland. The captain, he's not far off 4,000 T20 runs for Ireland as well. But as he nudges that ball and sets off for a single, something's gone, something's popped. He had to use his bat as a walking stick to get up to the other end. So a huge blow for Ireland here.
Yeah, he's 105 runs away from that mark of 4,000 runs.
And all the Ireland supporters standing up looking really concerned.
That's the captain, X-Factor player, so powerful at the top of the order, so aggressive, can get Ireland off to those really quick starts. And it doesn't matter, Harry Tector has come in now, he's at the non-strikers, and Rossiter on strikers, Bartlett in. And under edge, nearly goes through to the keeper. Well, just had a drive at that Rossiter without much foot movement. The ball just passes the inside edge of his bat. I think a bat just caught a little bit of the surface, which made that sound. Have another look at it. Oh, no, he did get an under edge. Yeah, it just bounced short of the keeper. That's what happened. And he survives. There's a hint of movement there as well for Xavier Bartlett. Wasn't a fan, was Dasun Shanaka, the Sri Lankan captain of the grass on the surface.
I thought you meant it was Xavier Bartlett.
He doesn't like Xavier Bartlett. Bartlett in again. This time he's clobbered by Rossiter over the infield, out to the deep cover boundary. A couple of bounces into the sponge for 4. Terrific shot that from Rossiter. Fairly safe with all the fielders inside the circle, only one in the deep in the offside behind square. So going in front, he was always safe. 5 for no loss Ireland after 3 balls.
Yeah, lovely shot from Ross Adair. Clears that front leg, opens up the face and goes up and over, cover. A couple of bounces, goes for 4. And Ross Adair, he's there to take advantage of the power play. He's there to just hit the ball. Not a conventional batter.
Bartlett into Adair again, who makes a bit of room and goes straight this time. Down the ground, over long off for 6. What a hit from Ross Adair. Just his 3rd ball, advances down the track, makes a bit of room, and clobbers it. 11 for no loss Ireland after 4 balls.
What a shot that is from Ross Adair. Shimmies down the pitch, up and over, mid-off for 6. Brilliant delivery. Just puts Bartlett under a little bit of pressure. Travis Head has the ball in hand now, just having a little word with his seamer. Probably just saying, don't worry about it.
Just don't let him do it again.
It does feel like he could get excited and shoot one up a chimney here, Ross Adair.
Let's find out. Bartlett into Adair, who just blocks this one, actually. Back to the bowler, no run. He really got a hold of that last one. 89 metres, that 6 down the ground. Ross Adair, still relatively new to the international scene. 20 T20 matches. He's got a 50 and 100 in that time, so...
It must be really weird playing with your brother.
Yeah.
Mark Adair, Ross Adair, then you've got Harry Tector and Tim Tector.
Yeah.
Tim Tector obviously on the bench.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing him in action later. I wonder if he'll get a start in this tournament, Tim Tector.
Well, he might do if
Sterling. Yeah. Bartlett into Ross Adair, who turns this ball, keeps a little bit low on his pads, and he pushes it to Travis Head at mid-on. They go through for a single, so Ross Adair will keep the strike. Harry Tector will keep watching from the non-strikers end. And a very good start that for Ireland, other than the fact that Paul Sterling has been retired for 1. They're without loss, 12 for that loss, in fact, after 1 over. Keep that going and you'll win the game in 17 overs.
How good would that be?
Well, we saw a 10-wicket win yesterday in the World Cup, so who knows?
Yeah, that was New Zealand against...
Oh, God, my mind's just gone blank, actually. I'll tell you in a second. There's so many, because there's 20 teams in this World Cup. The action comes thick and fast. We're doing 3 games a day, bringing you all the action here on...
It's against the UAE, slightly different.
Of course, yeah. Of course, yes. Mohammed Wasim had a good knock at the top as well for the UAE yesterday. It's all come back to me now. All right, now, it is going to be Matthew Kuhneman to bowl inside the power play. This is curious. The slow left armour from the Ketarama end is in. He bowls to Ross Adair. Just keeps a little bit low. Adair turns to mid-wicket where Bartlett fields. There is no run. Curious to see the approach that Ross Adair is going to take against Kuhneman. I wonder if he's going to try and put him under pressure or go after him. What's he going to do?
Sorry, I'm just...
Were you looking at the replay of Paul
The replay,
Sterling?
and they're saying he got 2 metres off the ground. He didn't get to...
No.
He got about 2 inches off the ground, but it was 2 metres from the floor to his hands.
Yeah, makes a bit of room outside. Off, straight to backward point. He's put it down. It's a drop catch. Matt Renshaw at backward point has put it down. Ross Adair hit the ball right down his throat. That's a regulation one, really. And Matt Renshaw has dropped it. It's Ross Adair, who's been looking good so far. Just gave a gift to Australia, who just rejected that gift. They re-gifted the gift. 12 for no loss after 1.2. Kuhneman into Ross Adair. Goes a bit fuller this time. Adair turns this ball out towards deep mid-wicket. And they'll jog through for a single. 13 for no loss after 1.3. Taking another look at that drop chance. He was moving about his crease and he hit the ball straight down his throat. And you saw that expression on his face. The TV cameras caught it really well, where you could almost see him say, "Oh no!" But
yeah, simple chance for Australia. Very rare do you see those be dropped.
Yeah, not a great effort that from Australia. Here's Kuhneman into Harry Tector. Plays this ball of a thick inside edge to short fine leg. Tumbling stop from Adam Zampa prevents any runs. Very tidy start this from Kuhneman. Matt Renshaw at backward point. He'll really be hoping Ross Adair doesn't get too many here.
Yeah.
I don't think Australia will be too worried just yet, but if he finds his range and a couple of other Ireland batters are able to join him, it doesn't take a lot, you know, in T20 cricket. Kuhneman into Tector. This is short. Tector clobbers this one straight to cover. There is no run. Played a nice little knock, Harry Tector, maybe a touch slow, but he spent a lot of time out in the middle against Sri Lanka here at the Premadasa. Been looking to capitalise on that.
Yeah, he's got to go a little bit quicker than the other night, though, hasn't he?
Kuhneman into Tector, who lofts this ball up in the air. There's a chance for a catch here. Mid-off, circling round and takes the catch. It's Cam Green who got underneath that. Never really in doubt on that occasion. And an excellent end to an excellent over for Matthew Kuhneman. It's Harry Tector who goes for naught of 3 deliveries. Ireland lose their first wicket officially. Of course, Paul Sterling is retired hurt already. But now Harry Tector is going to go back to the dugout as well. Ireland 13 for 1 after 2 overs.
Yeah, you can see what he was just trying to do there. Tector, he's trying to go up and over mid-off, use his feet, get to the pitch of the ball. But Cameron Green has got buckets for hands, and you very rarely see him drop catches. And you can see that he didn't want to absorb too much pressure, so he's trying to release that by going over mid-off, doesn't quite get hold of it.
Yeah, it's a good catch that from Cam Green. He's very frustrated with his own dismissal a little bit earlier today. He was really middling the ball so well, hit 2 monster sixes, including one into the second tier here at the Premadasa, and that's a big hit because this is a really, really big playing surface. And then he just spooned one to Dockrell off the toe end of his bat. He went for 21 off 11 earlier, but he's just taken an excellent catch for his team. Lorcan Tucker, the other half of that good partnership for Ireland against Sri Lanka, is now out in the middle.
Poor bloke's been on the field basically the whole time. He's going to be knackered.
Lorcan Tucker is at the non-strikers end. It's Nathan Ellis is introduced into the attack by Travis Head. Eddie comes to Rossiter, bowled him! Well, that one kept a little bit low. He didn't know too much about it, Rossiter. It knocked over the middle stump, right out the ground. It's a gap-toothed stump, and it's a second wicket down for Ireland. 13 for 2 after 2.1 overs.
Well, he's beaten for the lack of pace there, is Rossiter. Nathan Ellis starting with a slower ball. It's a back-of-the-hand delivery. It's short, it does stay low, but Rossiter, he's absolutely bamboozled by that ball. And unfortunately, he doesn't pick that ball and he's got to go. Nathan Ellis with a huge smile on his face. Brilliant start for him. Well disguised back of the hand ball. Rossiter with a smile on his face as he gets cleaned up.
Yeah, it's one of those where, yeah, you've done me there, buddy. You've done me there. Slower ball first up. What a choice from Nathan Ellis, and executed to perfection. As you say, back of the hand. Still with the perfect seam position, which is why actually I thought it kept a little bit low, but it was really just the bounce. It did take off its seam and hit the middle stump, taking it out of the ground. Ireland in a bit of trouble here. They're 2 down, but sort of effectively 3 down with Paul Sterling retired hurt. 13 for 2 after 2.1 overs as Curtis Camphor makes his way out. Now Ireland have 2 batters out in the middle who haven't yet faced a ball between them.
Yeah, it's not a good start this for Ireland. As he's saying at number 4, but it's basically number 5, isn't it? But Paul Sterling can go back out if Ireland get close to this.
Ellis into Camphor, who goes inventive first ball. He's lofted this ball, just ramped it. 1 bounce 4. Well, it's been a really difficult start this for Ireland in their chase of the target set by Australia. 183 the target after Australia managed to pile on the runs earlier, courtesy of some terrific batting from Marcus Stoinis and Matt Renshaw. Ireland, in their pursuit of 183, have already lost 2 wickets, but put a 3 in inverted commas next to that because Paul Sterling has had to go off retired hurt. So Ireland are currently 17 for 2, chasing, needing a further 166 of 106 balls. But what a start from Curtis Camphor with that 6 down to fine leg. 4, I beg your pardon. Ellis in again. Pulled by Camphor, straight to the fielder at mid-wicket. Oh, he's just thrown it away, Curtis Camphor. Just hit a terrific boundary, looking for another one. And picks out Cam Green at short mid-wicket. It's a disastrous start this for Ireland. We now lose a 3rd wicket, 17 for 3 after 2.3 overs. What an over from Nathan Ellis. Wicket 4 wicket.
Yeah, he's filthy as well there, is Curtis Camphor. It was there to be pulled into the leg side. And we've seen it on a few occasions in this World Cup that short mid-wicket has just been found time and time again. He goes back, plays that pull shot straight to Cam Green, who's taken 2 catches already. And Australia are well and truly on top of Ireland. We're still not even halfway through the power play.
Yeah, just a reminder, Paul Stirling went off retired hurt. He did spend some time off the field during Ireland's bowling effort, just to, at the time, as a precautionary measure, but he looked like he was in a lot of pain when he ran through for a single off his first ball. He hasn't featured since, and Australia really threatening to run through Ireland here now. 17 for 3 as Ben Callitz, as the new batter, makes his way out. And just like that, I feel like I said it a moment ago, but still 2 Ireland batters out in the middle without having faced the ball between them.
Yep.
Again?
Deja vu?
Yeah, deja vu all over again. What an over from Nathan Ellis. He's continuing, and he comes now to Callitz, who guides this ball to short third. That'll be a dot, well stopped by Zampa. Nathan Ellis has done really well here. Started with the slower ball, which Ross Adair had no idea about, and then was ramped for 4 by Curtis Camphor. A lovely shot, but the next ball, Camphor just pulled the ball straight down the throat of Cam Green.
Just came off the splice of his bat there, so almost threw the shot a little bit too early.
I'll be really frustrated with that. You play a lovely shot first ball, you're feeling good immediately. Here's Nathan Ellis into Ben Callitz, who's about to face his second ball. Short and pulled nicely. Pick up a single out towards deep backward square leg. So, Callitz off the mark. And Ireland on to 18 for 3. It's been a very busy power play already. 1 retired player, 3 dismissals. They used to have that stat for 3 dismissals in the power play. 3 dismissals in the power play, you went 80% of the time. But apparently that's down to like the early 60s now.
Is it?
Yeah.
I guarantee Australia are going to win this one.
I tell you what, if Ireland were to win from here, it would be one of the great wins.
Wouldn't it just?
Might be the greatest if they could do it. 165 needed off 103. Ellis in. Oh, gets a little tickle on that down the leg side. Does Tucker, but it bounces on its way through to the keeper. It's not a wide because of the contact. So it's 18 for 3 after 3 overs. If you missed it earlier, by the way, South Africa needed 2 super overs to see off Afghanistan. You can watch the best of the action on the BBC Sport app and website. Really was a spectacular end to that game. Terrifically called by our colleagues Simon Mann, Nikesh Rughani. What a game that was. And of course, that's just how we started the day. This is our second game of the day. Australia-Ireland here in Colombo at the Premadasa Stadium. And then later on, England will be in action against the West Indies. Big game that for both teams. And, Henry Moran and the team will bring you that back 1:15 UK time, live from Mumbai. So make sure you join us for coverage of that on BBC Sport website and app, BBC Sounds, and the ICC app as well. Now then, Matthew Kuhnemann, who bowled a terrific first over, just 1 for 1 from his 1. All the ones. 1 for 1 from his 1. Is going to bowl to Callitz, who's also on 1. Just taking his time, getting his field exactly right. I'll talk you through it after this delivery as Kuhnemann is in. It's a short. Callitz guides this just past backward point. It's a tumbling half stop there by Matthew Renshaw. The umpire was sort of in his way. But they get through for a single. Richard Illingworth just having a smile with Matt Renshaw. Sorry I got in your way there, pal.
Sorry, mate. Couldn't move there.
Right, so for Tucker, who's just faced the 1 ball so far, there is a fielder in the deep in the leg side, so just behind square on the leg side on the boundary, and then long on is also back.
That first over as well went for 12.
Yeah.
And it's all been downhill.
It really has. Kuhnemann into Tucker. He gets forward, plays a classically defensive shot back to the bowler, who fields. There is no run. At 19 for 3 now, Ireland find themselves. Not sure if they'll have the services of Paul Stirling again. We don't have an update on his condition just yet, but he did look in all sorts of discomfort as he walked off. Kuhnemann into Tucker. Goes a little bit quicker into the pads as Tucker turns this to mid-wicket, no run. It's varied his pace and angles quite nicely. in the 9 balls that he's bowled so far, Matt Kuhnemann. I mentioned that he might be a factor in this innings. He's kind of comes in under the radar. Everybody's sort of preparing for Zampa. But Matt Renshaw, beg your pardon, Matt Kuhnemann, something to him. And he comes again, goes Fuller, strikes the pad, a little bit of an inside edge, which is why there wasn't an appeal. There was almost a stumping there from Josh Inglis.
Yeah, it went up for the half appeal, but inside edge.
Yeah, that's why nobody else was really interested. Again, proving very difficult to get away, Kuhnemann. 1 for 2 from his 1.4 so far. Ireland really struggling here, 19 for 3 at this stage. Australia were 27 for 1. Big gap between these two at the moment. Kuhnemann just twiddles the ball in his hands as in he comes to Tucker, who's gone after this one. He's got a long way down the ground. A chance for long on, is it? No, it'll drop wide of him. Glenn Maxwell running round from long on to a mid-wicketish position and gets the throw back in. They'll pick up 2, so Tucker would have had his heart in his mouth for a second. We'll pick up a couple to get off the mark. 21 for 3.
Yeah, it would have been a horrible way to get out when your team's 3 down, basically 4 down. But there's also that fine line. They've got to be aggressive. They can't just allow the left-arm spinner to settle here, Ireland.
Kuhnemann into Tucker, who's gone after this, got a better chunk of the bat on that one. That might go all the way. It does. It's gone for 6. Tucker just got forward, put his hands through that ball. Clean hit, down the ground, spoils Kuhnemann's over. And sends this Ireland innings in the right direction as far as they're concerned. 27 for 3 of 4 overs. That is just the first 6 of this innings.
Yeah, it's in the slot from Kuhnemann. And even though your team's in a little bit of trouble, you've still got to play the shots. You've still got to go after the balls when they're in your slot. The slog sweep there from Tucker into the leg side. And he gets a good chunky bit of it.
Kuhnemann bowled 8 dot balls in his first 2 overs. Still got figures of 1 for 10. It's 6s, aren't they? They just spoil everything for a bowler.
Yeah, I used to watch my figures and go, well, that one went for 4, so take it off.
Right, Ellis is going to continue here for a second over, and why not? Took 2 wickets in his first. 2 for 5. It was just that Curtis Camphor boundary and a single off his last over. He also picked up 2 big wickets. Ben Khalid's heard a lot about his power hitting. He's going to need to bring that power to the fore in this game for Ireland. Ellis in. Bowled him! Inside edge, onto the stumps. Khalid goes. Ellis has yet another wicket. 3 for 5 his figures now. He's only bowled 7 balls. And Ireland's innings in complete tatters here. 27 for 4 after 4.1 overs.
Yeah, another back of the length ball from Nathan Ellis. This time, he goes pace on and a thick inside edge, and it just clatters into leg stump. We saw in the first innings a couple of those squirt away to the boundary, but we see it quite often. They do get dragged onto the stumps, and Nathan Ellis, it goes down as bowled, so he'll take it. And he is having a wonderful day. 3 for 5 he's got now, Nathan Ellis. And Ireland find themselves 4, effectively 5 down, and there's still 2 overs left of this power play.
I'll tell you what Ellis has done, they'll be really pleased with. It's at the stumps twice.
Yeah.
That's always a pleasing one for a fast bowler. Ireland, though, running out of batters as Gareth Delaney makes his way out to the middle. George Dockrell still to come, Mark Adair, Harry McCarthy, Matthew Humphreys, but that top order has been pretty much dismantled. Only Ross Adair's got into double figures so far. Sterling retired, hurt for 1. Harry Tector went for 0. Curtis Camphor went for 4. Now Ben Khalid has also gone for 2. Lots of single-digit scores there. Gary Delaney has a bit of a job to do here. Lorcan Tucker's just started to find his range at the end of the last over, but Nathan Ellis proving a tricky proposition for the Ireland batters here at the Premadasa. A bit of a breeze picking up here at the Premadasa. I can see the flags in the distance just fluttering away as the sun continues to set. It sets very quickly here because we're near the equator. Ellis in. It's a slower ball, well watched by Delaney. Back to the bowler. It's a dot ball from Ellis, but watchfully played. He wasn't going to get done like Ross Adair was earlier. I think when you see one of the top order before you get out to a slow ball, you're extra watchful. Oh, there's a lady in the crowd who's just lost her hat. I told you the wind had picked up. She lost her hat.
It has.
Yeah.
It's blowing from our left to our right. So sideways across the pitch.
Yeah. Which I'm pretty sure, because this is quite a true direction, it would be about, it would be east to west, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure, yeah. Jack's nodding along with me. Not completely convincingly. Ellis into Gary Delaney. Strikes him on the pad, but it's going down leg, so only a stifled appeal. And Ellis just completely bamboozling these Irish batters at the moment. Just can't play him. They cannot play him.
No, he's bowling so well. It's a change of pace, the back of the hand slower ball, then the pace on.
And there's a big difference between the two as well. When he drops that slower ball, his stock ones are sort of high 80s. And then when he drops the pace right down to 70 miles per hour, so it's a big drop off in pace. Ireland 27 for 4, really up against it here in Colombo. Ellis into Delaney, who drives nicely. We're back towards Ellis, who takes enough off it that Maxwell just has to run round and pick it up. No run. That required rate, Alex, has already gone over 10 and over.
Yeah.
The current run rate is just under 6.
I think it might be curtains for Ireland.
Yeah, I'm afraid so. It's hard for them to see them coming back from this. Although I would suggest that they want to try and bat out their overs for net run rate purposes and things like that. You never know what other results might come along in the group.
Yeah, especially because Zimbabwe had such a big win when they played Oman.
Here is Ellis. This dramatic run up, and he comes slightly short of Delaney. Cuts this down the ground to mid-off. There is no run. He's looking for a wicket maiden here is Ellis. Wicket and 4 dots. Glenn Maxwell's got a big smile on his face, even though he's lost his glasses off the back of his head.
And his towel out the back of his trousers.
I don't think he's noticed the towel yet. Oh, grab it. You don't want to give away 5 runs. There we go. He's picked it up. Maxie. Every time I see him, I always think about the time where he showed us this horrible scar on his knee from his surgery. Ellis into Delaney. Strikes the pad again, but they will get through for a leg bye this time. I think it'll be a leg bye, so it'll still be a maiden for Ellis anyway. It's a leg bye to the team, though. 28 for 4 after 5 overs. I always think about that because he showed us a scar on a T20 Blast finals day when he was joining us for commentary. And I said to him, this is back in 2023. And I said to him, are you going to play the World Cup on that? He said, I'm going to win the World Cup on that. So, wow. And then you know what? He did. Listen, I'm going to get out of the way. 28 for 4, Alex. I don't know what you're going to say about it, but say something, and then you're going to be joined by Daniel Norcross.
Well, nothing like a little bit of confidence, is there? Nathan Ellis, 3 for 5 off his 2 overs. Australia have had the perfect start here. And Nathan Ellis just mixing up his pace, back of the hand, slower balls, cutters. Absolutely bamboozled Ross Adair at the top of the order. And then Callett's chopped on and Curtis Camphor caught at short mid-wicket. There's his 3 wickets and Ireland in a spot of bother.
I was between floors when Camphor was out. How did it happen? As Kuderman starts a new over from the tennis court's end.
Well, he ramped his first ball for 4.
Nice.
Beautiful shot.
Yeah.
No short fine, no fine leg. Short ball into the pitch, pulled it straight to Cam Green.
Yeah, not a good man to pick out.
Off the splice of his bat.
Stretch him a bit.
Well, it's been sort of kind of a day for Ireland in a way, as Kuderman now gets the start, and there's a big heavy hack at this. There's Delaney, and he gets off the mark off his 6th ball. Sort of squirts away down to deep backward square leg. 29 for 4, 154 needed, 89 balls to get him in, but probably only 5 wickets in hand. Very strange, the Sterling situation, isn't it? Did he do the injury in taking the catch, though? Because it didn't look like he did much more.
He sat still for almost 2 hours, hasn't he? And then come out to bat.
Sweep nicely connected with, but is only going to make it as far as short backward square leg. They did get a run for it, though.
So, yeah, he sat still for an hour and 50 minutes.
Yeah, but so did it look like
he can't have done the injury when he was taking the catch, because Otherwise, he wouldn't have been allowed to bat.
Yeah, so was it just... Yeah.
I don't know.
Just pulled
He's in his training kit, so he's not going back out.
No. Kuhnemann in, another big heave, barely connects, rolls back down the wicket towards the bowler, and there is no run. This is all a bit of a hopeless cause now for Ireland, you feel, unless something truly magnificently remarkable happens. The lady's giving it his best shot, but he keeps on swinging for the hills and missing. He's on strike again, gives himself room and hits that firmly in the air, back down the ground. That'll give him some encouragement. He's going to get 4 for it. Mid-off's up inside the circle, long on his back, and he hit into the offside. And he's getting some enthusiastic and encouraging support from the Irish contingent in the crowd. 34 for 4, Delaney to 5.
Yeah, just steps outside leg stump, goes down the ground. He's been swinging hard and not been connecting so far, Delaney.
Yeah, needs a few more of those blows. 34 for 4. Kuhnemann's just making a very slight, rather pedantic adjustment to his field and is now ready. He's in. Flat, and then swiped at again by Delaney, but all he can do is send it back to the bowler. And there's no run. There's a lot of bottom-handed heaving going on here.
Yes. Well, your number 7 is batting in the power play.
It's not fair, is it?
No.
You said no in a very Australian accent, then. No.
No.
I wondered if you'd gone native after spending the best part of 2 months out there. Kuhnemann in again. Down the wicket he comes. Wow, he's got loads of elevation on this, and he's got all the distance he needs. He hits the side screen just to the offside of straight. Now, a lovely way to finish the over. 12 off it. 6 and a 4, and the power play is over. 40 for 4, Ireland. Effectively 40 for 5. Can't really see Paul Sterling coming out to bat. As I mentioned earlier, this isn't terminal for their World Cup hopes, but if they are to get through, they're going to have to get through as one of 3 teams that wins 2 games. For that to happen, they're going to need some assistance from Zimbabwe or Oman in defeating Sri Lanka, or Sri Lanka beating Australia, one of those 2 teams also beating Australia, which is possibly the less likely option, and then net run rate would come into play. So they've got to keep an eye on that, and I don't mean by that that they should fiddle their way to 120. They've got to try to get up near a 150, 160 at least, just to keep in touch, haven't they?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. They'll be kicking themselves about the Sri Lanka game, and then they've just been Nathan Ellis, really, haven't they? It's such a frustrating start, I imagine, when your captain goes off second ball, or after the first ball, before the second ball.
Especially the sort of man who opens in the power play is a legend of your game.
Yeah, he's such a powerful hitter.
5th most prolific T20 international run scorer of all time.
Not far off being the first Irishman to score 4,000 runs.
Exactly.
First and only, you would imagine.
Well, yeah, time will tell.
No, well, he's played for about 40 years.
But Ireland might play more T20 nationals now. You never know.
They'd need more money for that.
Some of the youngsters maybe eyeing that accolade. The Tectors and Tuckers and Camphors and Calitzes of this world. You never know. But I take your point. It's a strong point, well made. So, yeah, that is a big blow for Ireland. They haven't had the luck. I mean, their fans will watch on and perhaps feel they've been unlucky.
Can you believe Nathan's come in and finished the fingers?
Has he?
Yeah. And then now look, he's leaving. I've not even had a finger today.
That's outrageous. That is absolutely outrageous on so many levels. Incredible. I had a few.
Oh, don't worry, I've got...
It's quite a nice little mini pizza, that.
I don't want the cake, but thank you.
I just thought you might want some fruit.
I'll have the pizza.
That's all.
I had fruit for breakfast. I had pineapple.
I'd had pineapple. It's because it's got the enzyme for our throats. Right, we've got to change a bowler, and it's a significant bowler. Adam Zampa, who's I mean, am I allowed to say this? He's the one world-class bowler in their lineup. I'm not saying Nathan Ellis isn't, but he's the guy that, you know, he's in the conversations about the best spinners around. And these are the kind of conditions which he ought to relish. So Ireland may have hit 12 in the last over, but their task may be about to get that little bit trickier, as if it wasn't tricky enough already. In he comes, a first ball, big appeal for LBW, moving across his stumps is Tucker. I think he's got just outside the line. They're scampered through for two, what I think will be leg byes, but the umpire will hold off on the signal. Zampa's making all sorts of gestures as if to suggest that he doesn't think it's out, and then makes a suggestion that he does. So they have gone up. Travis Head has made the T sign. My feeling is that if he's hit in line, he's out, but I'm not sure if he is in line because he did move fair way across.
Yeah, I thought hitting outside the line of off-stump.
Player review for LBW, on-field decision is not out. Fair delivery, watching split screen.
Right. So let's see here. Oh, this is outside off, isn't it?
It's copy.
Like to see the ultra edge when it's ready.
I'm not even sure if it's going to be umpire's call on impact here. Do you know one of the wonderful things about our schedule is that I can actually leave the Australian team sheet here?
Yes, just right there.
Yeah, just right there.
Yeah, but what if it gets taken away?
Oh, might they do that?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll take it home.
See, it's rubbish.
We're waiting and waiting here. We're waiting for...
Gabby Lewis on the screen, the Ireland women's captain, getting a massage from her sister. Caught on the camera.
It looked very comfy. Well, I quite fancy.
You reckon we can have a cue?
Ultra edge is coming.
Here we go, ultra edge, which I think could be completely unnecessary. I mean,
move forward, gap between the batter and the ball. Okay, move forward.
It's all about ball tracking this.
Okay, no battery, no look, can go to the ball tracking. On-field decision is not out. Pitch outside the line, impact outside.
Miles outside.
Chile, you can stay with your not out decision.
Side.
Yeah.
You're on the screen.
Well, mercifully, they've only got one more review to put us through. They might as well take it now because the judgment of what constitutes a good review is absolutely abysmal. But they're going to get two leg byes for that, Ireland. After all of that. Yes, I mean, he was 6 inches outside the off stump.
Yeah.
Or a foot, nearly.
Yeah, no, it didn't even look out.
No.
Adam Zampa's better than that.
Yes, you're better than that.
Better than that.
Loves his coffee, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He really
Doesn't mean to say he's better at reviews for that, though.
No, you think about sharp of the mind. Full, tipping, dug out the block hole by Tucker. He was famous for it when he came to the Oval Invincibles, wasn't it? And he lived in Clapham.
Right.
And he was obsessed with coffee. He used to make coffee for the team.
Coffee for the lads.
Yeah. Fancy gizmos, the whole lot.
Well, every team brings a coffee machine on tour now.
Do they? Zampa, short, flat, cut away, out towards deep extra cover. That'll just be the single.
Nice coup.
Nice coup, as Cooper Connolly does the fielding. 43 for 4. The crowd slightly subdued. I think the neutrals are sort of supporting Ireland here. There is quite a contingent of Irish fans.
Yeah, my parents didn't fancy it today. They came to the last game.
They did.
Dad's not watched cricket for so long, you see.
Has he not? Flat again, pushed into the offside, straight to short, extra cover.
Well, no, why would he?
There's no run. Well, I don't know, it's quite a fun game.
His precious daughter is retired. So...
Well, there are other people who play cricket.
Nah, not that he wants to watch. But because his excuse is that I'm here working on the game, it means he's like, Julia, we can go and watch Julia being my mum.
Oh, I see. Tossed up a bit more, edge through to the keeper, gone. Finger goes straight up. Good sharp catch behind the stumps. And that is the 5th wicket to go. Delaney swinging and not missing, just getting a bit more than a feather. You could hear it from here. Ireland are subsiding. They're 43 for 5. Zampa strikes in his first over. Delaney gone for 11 off 12.
Yeah, just looking for the slog sweep there, Delaney. I mean, he's been swinging and swinging and swinging, hasn't he? And not really connecting in his innings. The 12 balls, he's hit a 4 and a 6 in that as well. So, yeah, it's been very much all or nothing and he'll go off and be frustrated with himself, but he's just trying too hard. But you know, the precedent have been set in the power play, and there's not much middle and tail can do here.
No, the game basically is up, and it's one of those slightly disappointing situations you get. A little bit like we had the other day when we had Oman being completely obliterated by Zimbabwe.
Like,
it can happen in T20.
There's bigger context to these games, though, isn't there? Like, you're talking the net run rate, and if they lose this heavily, they're banking on a miracle.
They are then, yes. They'll need to beat Oman very heavily. The problem is that Oman have already been beaten very heavily by Zimbabwe. And
they'd have to beat Zimbabwe heavily.
Heavily. So their participation is hanging by a thread, let us say, at this stage. Zampa into the new batter, Dockrell. Forward and just works the ball into the short mid-wicket area, where it is fielded tidily enough by Cam Green. End of the over, 7 gone. Ireland 43 for 5, needing a very unlikely 140 from 78 balls. And without the services of Paul Sterling, who had to retire hurt after facing just the one ball. Nathan Johnson's going to join us. I don't know whether he's sharpening his quill or getting out his hanky. We're going to find out in a minute, because
both. Option A and B.
This is a big disappointment, isn't it?
Look, it's easy to overreact. I mean, look, it's T20 cricket. There's a score on the board. You always have to go hard, especially with what they're chasing. I'm so tongue-tied after watching the last half an hour. But so it's easy to overreact. These collapses can happen, but that doesn't make it any easier to watch. And I think this will be another tournament now where Ireland go through without taking a big scalp. They used to be quite reliable for an upset or two over the competition, so something has regressed in the last few years.
Cooper Connolly is in his first over. He begins with a flat, shortish ball, which is pumped through the offside by Tucker up towards deep extra cover. They take the single, 44 for 5.
There's no shame in losing to Australia. Dare I say shame? No. Shame's a strong word in general.
Everybody does. Yes.
But I just think it's the nature of the performance, and it's been opposite ends of the spectrum, hasn't it? On Sunday, they threw away a winning position, which was very disappointing to see from their point of view. And today is just almost the complete opposite. It's just they've never even been remotely competitive.
Tossed up. Worked nicely into the onside by Dockrell to wide long on. Just takes a single. 4 along the ground. 45 for 5.
They look like what they are in this game, which is a team that doesn't play enough international cricket consistently against a group of players who play a lot higher level a lot more often, especially when they've all come off the big bash.
Tossed up, and then gets in a tangled as Tucker, and the ball just rolls back to the bowler. No run. It's as you sort of feel that Australia were almost there, not there for the taking, but there for the competing, especially at 80 odd for 8, 80 odd for 4, and what have you. And I don't know. And again, comes Connolly, and he gets that to defeat the bat of Tucker as he looked to work it into the onside. It goes through to English gloves. There's no run.
Well, I think I mentioned this last night when we were talking during a lull in the Pakistan game. I mean, Ireland were of the opinion that if there was ever going to be a good time to play Australia, it was now. And that was only heightened by the news this morning that Mitch Marsh
goes on a reverse, gets very little on it. It'll roll to short point. Green does the fielding. They'll take a run, though, 46 for 5.
I had to take a second there to think, how do I describe Mitch Marsh's injury? He took a ball to the groin.
A groin, yes.
Yeah, that's an accurate description of what happened, I think.
I think so. Yeah, I think so. I mean, we can bang on about testicular bleeding, but that might upset our listeners as this is clipped into the onside out towards deep mid-wicket for a single. It's in the official communique. 47 for 5, a single at the end of the over. 4 singles from the over. Tucker 12. Dockrell has 2.
That's twice in 2 nights you've had me in stitches. I'm unable to speak momentarily. It's not like me.
It isn't like you. No, you're one of the least speechless men I know.
I'll take that as a compliment.
It's meant that way. Yeah, I just think that will be the disappointment, because you were dead right yesterday in thinking that could land. You never go into a game against Australia expecting to win. That's not what I mean at all. But I think it was a bit sloppy in the field. Some drop catches early on, a little bit sloppy actually ground fielding as well, perhaps giving away a few more twos than they might have done. And Zampa starts a new over. He's given himself some room here as Dockrell and driven that beautifully. Deep extra cover inside, out for 4. Wonderful shot. And that's the thing, you sort of see these glimpses of what's possible. And they've been... It's a massive misfortune to lose your talisman, your opener, a man with nearly 3,900 runs in T20 cricket, got the first ball of the innings. And if you're going to make a, fist of 183, you sort of don't need that. Zampa in again, cut, but straight to short extra cover, no run.
It was a bizarre set of circumstances, wasn't it? Because I was on air, about an hour ago. I got word through from the Irish camp that it was just precautionary, that he went off.
I don't know what the precaution was for.
Well, clearly, because he took 2 steps down the wicket after, bunting it to mid-wicket, and the bloke could barely move. I mean, the only reason he didn't keep running and go straight off is because he couldn't physically run anymore. And he stood there for a second to regather his mojo and walk straight back off.
In Zampa as a leg spinner that is slightly shorter and finds the pocket out towards deep long off, and they get 2. That's good running from this pair. Dockrell to 8, 53 for 5. Yes, I mean, you do get communications from every media department that slightly fudge injuries.
I
get very precious about that.
Oh no, and also I suspect the people I'm talking to just haven't been given the full picture because it's all happening very quickly.
A full ball is worked into the offside, but I suspect Dockrell was looking at the leg side with a bit of a leading edge there. Yeah, I mean, this isn't pointing fingers or things like that. It happens all the time. And the thing is that if someone's injured, you're going to find out anyway, because they're not going to be able to do their job. But I suppose they hoped that he was going to be okay, and hadn't turned out that way. Here is Zampa again, short and pummeled through mid-wicket for 4. Wasn't that short, but it was short enough.
He picked it up quickly, didn't he?
Did.
Right onto the back foot. And that's something that Australia did really well. I think the other night, Ireland spinners, when they were effective, they were going like that top of the stumps line. They weren't sure whether you can't slog sweep them, you can't dance down the track because it's too flat. It was hard to pull. I think Australia were ready for that. I think they've clearly done quite a good bit of homework, because if you think about the amount of boundaries they had pulling off the spinners, they were almost waiting for that back of a length ball, and they pull behind square as well, which is quite clever because it's obviously slightly shorter behind square than it is in front.
Zampa tosses this up again. It's just worked into the onside. They'll only get the single because it could be retrieved by Zampa inside the circle, but 11 off the over. The dangerous Zampa picked up a wicket in his first over, but it's gone for 11 in that one. 58 for 5, 9 overs gone. Ireland need 125 from 11 overs.
The word is Paul Stirling injured his knee while he was diving for a catch. He will not bat again today.
Right. What chances? We have no way. It's all speculation whether or not he's going to be able to play any further part of the competition. Looking at Ireland's remaining fixtures, they play Saturday, and today is Wednesday, so he's only got 2 days between now and then the Saturday itself, and then they play again the following Tuesday. So Oman in Colombo. They might be eyeing the Zimbabwe game perhaps and hope that they can get through without him for Oman. Hope they can get better by then. I suppose we don't know the nature of the injury, whether it's a twist or what.
Well, based on how heavily he was limping, it looked awful.
Connolly starts a new over. Down the wicket comes Dockrell, and he drives it out to wide long off along the ground for a single. Moves to 14, 59 for 5.
George Dockrell's going to have a bit of fun here, isn't he? He played Zampa quite well in that previous over, just manipulated the crease, made a bit of room to go over extra cover. He plays that shot very well. He plays very well in the V down the ground, and as we said, he picked up on the shorter ball quite quickly.
Connolly in, down the wicket again. This could be 4. That's a wonderful shot, that from Tucker, because he's got to pick the spot. And you've really got to thread that to the right of short extra cover and the left of what is a pretty wide long off. And not only did he find the spot, he found the power as well. Sent it all the way along the ground. He took it on the full by advancing down the wicket. And Ireland 63 for 5. They're not going down without a fight. Here's Connolly. Oh, now then, that's spun. A swing and a miss. Josh Inglis, like every wicketkeeper in the world, has taken the bails off, so is going to ask the question, even though I don't think Lorcan Tucker's back foot moved at any point.
Who was the wicketkeeper we were talking about recently, who you labelled the most untrustworthy wicketkeeper in world cricket because everything he appeals for is not out?
Usman Khan, possibly?
Oh, the Pakistan last night, yeah.
I mean,
that was it.
That was quite extraordinary. I'm sure in every other way he's not remotely unreliable, but it was just his enthusiasm for anything bore no resemblance to what you're actually watching with your eyes, as they might pick up 2 here. A nice little nudge into the onside. That's a shot you see a lot these days, trying to find that we keep saying pocket, it's a bit of a cliche, but it's a gap, really. Then there's a deep mid-wicket and a straightish long on. And so if you can play it such that it only goes 5 or 6 yards outside the inner ring, then it's very hard to defend that, because fielders are right out on the boundary. Big playing area that we have here at the Premadasa. 65 for 5 with that 2. Connolly in, nicely driven. Deep extra cover's gone as a result of a splendid shot played earlier in the innings. So now there's a deep extra cover and a long off. So that only brings in 1 now. 8 from the over. 1 ball remains. Docker on strike. Swinging for the hills?
Why not? I've got nothing to lose at this stage.
Let's see. Giving himself room. And well bowled from Connolly. Possibly got it just inside the wide guideline, or at least that is the judgment of the umpire. We are halfway through Ireland's chase. It's not been too much of a chase, really. It's been a sort of coy stalk behind a tree every now and then, but maybe it could turn into some fully fledged bursting action in which they put Australia under some pressure. I don't know. 117 off 10. It's not impossible. The problem is they're effectively 6 down, so it's going to have to happen. You'd imagine, Nathan, with these two. Tell us what is to come, and then it'll be Atif Nawaz.
Well, after this, we're into Mark Adair, who certainly has his strong shots in the locker. Definitely earns the label of all-rounder. Barry McCarthy can slog a couple as well. Humphries can get a few away, but they do bat deep, which is the only silver lining if you were looking from an Irish point of view.
Well, at least it's a nice sunset. It's lovely in the distance.
We can't see it.
Nathan Ellis into Tucker, who's looking for the pull shot, misses. Maybe gets a little inside edge onto himself. And he survives. It's a dot ball. Ellis has been remarkable today, 3 for 5 from his 2.1 overs. Something about this Australian team, I was just thinking, Nathan, I mean, they've come in a little bit under the radar. I don't know if it's because they started after everybody else. I don't know if it's because they were so hapless against Pakistan when they got smashed 3-0 in that series in Lahore. But all of a sudden, it's sort of a reminder game, like a notice game to the rest of world cricket. Like, hey guys, we're here as well. We're pretty good.
It's probably a bit of both, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Also over here in Sri Lanka, maybe a little bit out of sight, out of mind.
Ellis into Tucker, who swings and misses outside the off stump. It's another dot ball. Yeah, I think there is an element of that, outside, out of mind. Some of the biggest stars not on show, although there might be. You might get a bit of Steve Smith here at the World Cup. Wouldn't that be something? Terrific run he had at the in the Big Bash this year. Record signing at the PSL as well, the most expensive player in the PSL this season, $500,000. And could play a little bit of T20 World Cup in between the leagues. Here's Ellis running into Tucker. Short. Tucker's pulled it wide of the fielder at mid-wicket. Bit of a chase on here. Fielder at deep backward square leg. Had a lot of ground to cover. Bit of relay stuff, actually. Good, pretty smart fielding in the deep for Australia. And Tucker back for a second. 68 for 5 after 10.3.
Be interesting if Smith does come in. Obviously, he's kind of like a de facto travelling reserve now, isn't he? Coming over to see how does Mitch Marsh hold up after his very unfortunate injury. Where does he play? Does he go straight into the 11? Does he open the batting? Because that's where Mitch Marsh would have been, isn't it? Do they move things around? And Matthew Renshaw. I know he got a few today, but he just looked like he got a little bit bogged down. Do they put Smith into that middle order to try and add a bit of impetus? Granted, you lose the left-hander then.
Alice in again, and once more wide outside the off stump. Tucker throws his bat at it, doesn't get anywhere near it, and then you could hear the grimace as the ball went through. 68 for 5. Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a puzzle for Australia where to slot him in. But I mean, a player like Steve Smith, he's shown he can do it from different positions for Australia over the years, and just the experience and frankly, the star power he brings to the side. less likely to be ignored with a player like Steve Smith in their ranks, even if they're missing some of their other stars, Australia. And they've still got some support. There's a few people with Australian flags around the ground. An inflatable kangaroo with boxing gloves. Gentleman's having a whale of a time in the stands. Here's Ellis. As Tucker pulls the ball up a thick inside edge out towards deep backward square leg. Pick up a single. Well, Tucker is on to 22 off 23. Dockrell's on 14 off 11. Ireland need 114 from 55, which seems a long way away.
He's just outthought the batters today, Ellis, hasn't he? I mean, look, the headline dismissal will inevitably be that slower ball that completely outfoxed first ball. Poor old Ross Adair, and just didn't see it at all. And look, I think Ellis probably does have one of the better back of the hand slower balls in world cricket, and it comes out with the seam straight up rather than going side to side. It just looks like a normal seam up delivery. It looks like there's pace on it. It was an incredible piece of bowling.
Ellison again, he's gone after this one, got some bat on it on this occasion as Dockrell, as he just sort of lofts it out towards deep backward point. They'll pick up a single to finish the over. 4 runs off it. Ellis still with pretty magical figures here, really. 3 for 9 from his 3. Ireland 70 for 5. They need 113 more from 54 to win this game. The sky turning a lovely shade of purple here at the Bremadasa.
And then at other times when he has been hit for runs, I say runs, gone for 9, when they have come back on ball. Ellis, of course, sorry. He's gone full and wide outside off, so Tucker play and miss, so he's been hit to his square fielder on the offside, or he's gone bang in delivery and he's been pulled, not particularly hard, meekly out to the leg side, and that actually got him the second wicket, didn't it, with Curtis Camphor when he cloths an attempted pull shot that was probably just a little bit, in between. I don't know if it was quite there to play that aggressive stroke, and he ended up mistiming it straight to mid-wicket. So he's just been, the planning is simple. He's obviously got that magic back of the hand ball, which when it works, it looks fantastic, but he's just gotten his reward by being clever, thinking his way through the game, and ultimately posing questions that the Irish batters haven't been able to counteract.
Well, let's see how Xavier Bartlett gets on now. There's a few spots of rain about here now at the Bremadasa. Some rain, just a few drops of it going across the ground as Bartlett in, makes a bit of room, does Dockrell, smashes theirs just over the jumping Stoinis at mid-off. The ball doesn't get to the boundary either. Glenn Maxwell's managed to run around from long on to long off to prevent the boundary, but Stoinis was right up on his tippy toes to try and take that. In the end, Dockrell survives and picks up another couple.
Just tipped it over the bar, didn't he? He's done well to get a hand on that. I think, look, it'll go down as a drop technically because he's actually got his hand on it, but he's timed his jump well. He's got it just at the top of his jump. It wasn't one of those where you jump too early and you're on the way back down. And he's just good save in a penalty shootout, tipping it over the bar.
Bartlett into Dockrell, who works this off his hips down towards the fine leg boundary. Should pick up 4 and does. Terrific shot that from George Dockrell. Just on his hips, had a little bit of room to manoeuvre and got it away. Ireland now just trying to play a few shots here, get themselves back in some kind of shape. 107 needed of 52.
He's came into this tournament with a good touch with the bat, George Dockrell. He's been their finisher. That's the vogue term these days for that role for a good few years now, probably since about 2022. And he had a good year or two in that position, but it's been a lean 12 months. It's obviously a very volatile area to bat. Failure rates are high. But just before this tournament, he found some form at the right stage.
Bartlett, wide full toss. And I think it would have been signalled a wide, but Dockrell got a tiny bit of bat on it on its way through to the keeper. So it's going to be a dot ball. Just slightly worryingly, that rain is still coming down. It's not what I'd call heavy or anything like that. In fact, it's very, very fine rain, but the breeze has picked up significantly.
It's very breezy out there. I did go outside for 10 minutes just to sit in the stand and see what the atmosphere was like. And we were talking about how warm it is outside. It's actually not that hot because the breeze is very cooling.
Pulled away by Dockrell down towards long on. So Maxwell is going to chase that down, looking for 2, and they will get 2 because it wasn't a clean pickup from Glenn Maxwell. So just starting to up the pace a little bit here, Ireland. And they need to do that. Got to get more than 10s. 105 needed off 50 balls. Just in this over, seen a little bit more attacking intent from Dockrell. He's on to 23 off 16. So the forecast for tomorrow doesn't look wonderful in Colombo. Bartlett, and again, slower ball. Dockrell's watched it all the way and hit it straight back down the ground. And another brilliant piece of fielding from Maxwell. That ball looked destined to go to the long-on boundary, but Maxwell cuts it off, and they just pick up another brace. That's the third 2 of the over between this pair. Tucker at the non-striker's end must be having flashbacks to that Sri Lanka game where they were running endless 2s.
Bit cooler today.
Yeah.
Slightly easier conditions to do so.
Probably happy with the rain, actually. Probably having a cooling effect. Just a few drops of rain still falling here. Tomorrow, thunderstorms scheduled. Colombo.
No idea. I'm sure Australia wouldn't mind a bit of rain here. Get off early, win on DL. Job done.
I know. I was just looking forward to going sightseeing tomorrow.
Oh, you got a day off, have you?
I do. Bartlett into Dockrell, full and into the pads, but going down the leg side, so no appeal. That's the end of the over. A better one for Ireland, actually. 10 runs off it. 103 needed off 48. That required rate just under 13 at the moment for Ireland. You'd imagine it's out of reach with just the 5/4 wickets remaining. As Paul Sterling went off injured, doesn't look likely to come back anytime soon. But you never know. Strange things happen in cricket all the time. So let's see how deep Ireland can take this game. If they leave themselves something like 30 off the last 2 overs, could be a spicy finish.
Glenn Maxwell's just gone off. I don't know if he's just hurt his hand there. Well, with that stunning piece of fielding really down at long on, but he's sprinted off, looking like he's getting something taped up or bandaged up or what have you. Given that he was running off, it seemed that he was keen to come back on as soon as possible.
Right. It's going to be Matthew Kuhnemann now in for his final over. Figures of 1 for 22 for him so far. Been impressive as Kuhnemann. Holding the power play earlier as well. And he comes to Tucker. It's short and wide. Tucker lays into it, but there's a fielder down at deep extra cover, and they'll just pick up a single. Yeah, Maxwell's off, and the substitute is on.
It's Bent Washers.
It is Bent Washers, yeah. How could I forget with that unmistakable moustache?
He's had that for years, isn't he? Some guys kind of have it and get rid of it after a year or two. He's had that for...
It's been a permanent fixture on his face.
Catch it, Coon.
Yeah, Kuhnemann. Just waiting a moment while Travis Head gets field right for him. Lots of fielders in the deep and the leg side. Long on, deep mid-wicket and deep backward square leg. Kuhnemann in. Oh, the ball turns sharply past the outside edge. An absolute beauty that from Kuhnemann. Dockrell just pushing forward. The ball gripping and turning off the surface. Lovely delivery that from this low left armour.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of drift there as well. There was. It just moved in towards his pads and bounced as well as spun. It's bounced over the top of off stump.
And he comes again, Kuhnemann. Ball's driven, but straight to cover, no run.
A challenge here for Dockrell. He does prefer pace on the ball. He's well able to find gaps. We saw that shot off Zampa when he made some room, carved him over extra cover, but this is where he risks getting bogged down a little bit with a top quality spinner, just giving it some air and asking questions.
Kuhnemann in again. Dockrell drives that ball right back to him. Another dot. That's 3 dots in a row. Now will Dockrell look for the release shot?
Straight is his area. He will look to go downtown in some way. Maybe go with the spin over extra cover again, but Kuhnemann's just not giving him that length.
There he is, Kuhnemann, and again, it's a short into the leg side. It's been pulled high up in the air. Has it got the distance? Yes, it does. It's gone for 6. He was looking for a release shot, and he found it, Dockrell. A little bit too short from Kuhnemann, and he was punished. Ireland 87 for 5 off 12.5.
It's not the first time he's played that shot. He's picked up the short deliveries and spinners very quickly today, has Dockrell. He didn't actually get all of that. It did sound good off the bat. On replay, I think it's sitting quite high up on the bat. So it's quite impressive he's managed to get that over the rope, given the size of that square boundary.
Kuhnemann in again. This time Dockrell happy to defend the ball. Back to the bowler. There is no run. So 87 for 5 after 13. These two batters have spent a decent amount of time out in the middle. They've got a partnership of 44 now of 37 balls. In that equation, 96 needed of 42 for Ireland. Well, could Tucker and Dockrell pull off something magical here at the Premadasa? It would really take some doing, but couldn't put it past him. And that shot from Dockrell in the previous over, just an indication that the big hits, when they're on, they will be taken on.
Well, they've no choice, do they? And look, this pair are more than capable. Like I said, Dockrell's in very good form. Tucker has previous against Australia, of course. He scored runs in, I think it was at the Gabba a couple of years ago when these two met. Probably the last time these two teams have played, actually, at the T20 World Cup. Shortly after, I think it was the next game or the game after Ireland beating England at the MCG in the rain. Bit of DL help there. They lost heavily. It's a very similar game, actually. Ireland lost a cluster of wickets in the power play, and Lorcan Tucker blasted his way to a very high score to make it a respectable defeat.
Full from Sampa, and Tucker drives down to long on. Cam Green does the fielding. They'll pick up a single. It does feel like it's going to be Dockrell who's going to play the big shots and look to get a hold of them. So Lorcan Tucker just look like he's struggling a little bit. Just can't really find any fluency in the middle just yet. Can tick it around and rotate the strike, but those big hits are evading him right now.
It's hard. It's been hard for those type of middle order players in this game, hasn't it? Who like to nurdle. You saw we mentioned before already. Renshaw at a similar time.
Steps across his stumps and works this ball out towards deep backward square leg. They'll just pick up a single. 94 needed off 40.
So he's probably happy just to give Dockrell the strike at this stage. It's not quite there where both of them need to play a shot of ball. I mean, if Dockrell hits 2 boundaries every over, they keep in touch. And I like the calculation that you made, actually. If they get it down to 30, 35 off the final 2, look, it's obviously still a big ask, but you are just about still in the game.
Sampa in. He saw Tucker coming, pushed it in wide and full, and they just about dug it out, did Tucker into the cover region. Dockrell was looking for a single at the non-strikers, but was sent back. So it's a clever piece of bowling from Sampa. It was, again, I think the standout really from an Australian perspective of that series against Pakistan. He had Babar Azam's number every single time in that series. Here's Zampa into Tucker, who's gone after this, got a hold of it. It's gone a long way up in the air, and it doesn't have the distance. The catch is going to be taken. Cooper Connolly takes the catch. So Lorcan Tucker's sojourn out in the middle comes to an end. 24 off 27. Ireland lose a 6th wicket. And likely they'll only have another 3 to play with because Paul Stirling retired hurt earlier. So Ireland now need 94 off 38 deliveries, and it's Adam Zampa who's delivered a 6th wicket for Australia.
It was there, it was full enough. Zampa gave it some flight, but with scoreboard pressure and a massive leg side boundary there. He's picked the biggest part of it as well, the biggest little pocket. If that went 10 yards to the left or right, it might just have had the legs, but he didn't time it, did Tucker. It was a googly, and I wonder if he was looking to free his arms and go from outside off, and he just had to adjust the angle of his bat swing at the last minute when he saw it was a googly, and that meant he wasn't able to time it, because it certainly came off the toe end of the bat, and it went high.
Yeah,
as you said,
a lot of elevation.
Yeah, he definitely had the required elevation, but he just didn't time it well enough to clear it. What is it, 82 metres out there, I think?
Yeah, we keep saying it. It's the biggest ground at this World Cup, biggest playing area to cover if you're trying to hit a big 6. So the players are going to have a drink now. They usually have one after 14 overs, but with the wicket falling at 13.4, umpires decided to sneak one in. Good decision that. Batters having a little hydration top-up, as are the fielders, and it gives the ground staff a chance to just repaint those lines, just for comfort, not just for the players, but also the broadcasters, TV umpires, things like that.
Hartley stitched me up. This is twice now. She's left me for the drinks break. Oh, look, I think...
Don't you love being on the air?
I love being on the air, especially with you.
There you go.
Especially with you.
That's it. Keep saying that, you'll find yourself there more often.
I think, look, Australia have been guilty of this as well. I think Ross Adair was dropped early on in the innings as well. But I think the most galling thing from an Irish perspective today is, not just today, but I think I've counted there, they've dropped 10 catches in the last 2 matches. And they've told us how good their preparation has been. And it's been good in the last couple of months. They had a series away in Bangladesh. They had 5 matches in the UAE versus Italy and the UAE recently. So the prep in the build-up to the World Cup has been good. But in terms of just consistently getting guys into the rhythm of playing cricket, rather than all of a sudden just turning on the tap of fixtures and saying, right, off you go and perform right now over the next couple of months, I think we're beginning to see a flawed strategy here. And well, it's not a strategy. They don't do it deliberately. They do it. They don't. The reason why there aren't as many matches is because of costs. But I think we're beginning to see, because it's not that long ago we saw Irish teams at World Cups, and they were one of the better fielding sides.
Absolutely,
that's the easiest part of the game to control. So the fact that even that now has slipped, and it definitely has slipped in these last 2 games, I think is a sign. And like I said earlier, it's back-to-back World Cups now where Ireland haven't really troubled the bigger sides that they've played against. Whereas in years gone by, it's 4 years since they beat the West Indies in England at a T20 World Cup. It's not that long ago. But, they struggled badly against India and Pakistan in America, and now they've failed to get over the line in these first 2 games here. So it's just a sign that things are stagnating. And I think ultimately the biggest cause of that is the poor fixture list over the last couple of years.
It's been talked about a lot. As Zampa into Markader has guided his first ball down to deep backward point for a single. Score moves to 90 for 6. Yeah, it's been brought up. I mean, usually people are talking about the sort of associate nations, but sort of lost in that conversation are the lower ranked test nations and the sort of... Yeah, Australia closing in on victory in their first match in this T20 World Cup. They're the last of the 20 teams to get in action in this World Cup. Earlier, they set Ireland a target of 183. Ireland already faltering. They're currently 90 for 6. They need a further 93 from 37 balls to win this game. And it doesn't look like they're going to do that just yet. Ireland, 14 overs gone in this innings, 90 for 6 the score. And, feels like a foregone conclusion now, the result of this game. A required rate up to 15.5 and over. Dockrell is still out there. He's on 32 of 25, hit 3 4s and 1 6, but not much support the other end. Lorcan Tucker just had a bit of a painstaking stay out there in the middle. 24 of 27 for him, a 4 and a 6. But never really looked like he was going to threaten to score big runs. Couldn't really find his groove, Lorcan Tucker, today. As World Cup winner Alex Hartley back in alongside. It's been a disappointing day in many ways for Ireland. I'll be waiting for information about Paul Stirling. He's been off ever since he was retired, hurt. Full ball, made a bit of room, does Markader, and placed this ball perfectly in the covers to the boundary for 4. Terrific shot that from Adair. Just stepped outside his leg stump. Sent it to the boundary, 94 for 6.
Yeah, lovely shot from Markader. Sorry, it really throws me when I can't hear myself.
But yeah, it happens to me as well a little bit.
I'm like, what am I saying? I don't know what I'm saying.
Hold on.
Lovely shot.
Does that help?
No, Jack's going to do it from his end.
Okay, very good. Full, driven hard by Adair again, this time towards the fielder at deep extra cover. Xavier Bartlett out there. Gets the throw back in, single taken, 88 needed off 34 deliveries to win this game. It's a real tall order now, but I think we might see a few fireworks from George Dockrell before it's all said and done. He's on 32 of 25.
Yeah, go home with a bit of pride.
Yeah.
50 to his name, be nice.
That would be, wouldn't it? Bowled well in the first game against Sri Lanka to Dockrell. Didn't bowl too poorly today as well. Cooper Connolly into Dockrell, who comes down the track and drives hard down towards long off. And Matt Renshaw doing the fielding down there. Just had to get his balance when he went down to pick that ball up. So batter's able to get back for 2. 97 for 6. Well, earlier today there was a spectacular game between Afghanistan and South Africa that went to 2 super overs after the first super over was tied. And
wild.
Yeah. An absurd game of cricket. You can watch clips of that on the BBC Sport website and app, and I recommend doing so. Really extraordinary game of cricket. Connolly in, short and wide, and Dockrell gets into it, but long off will get into position, prevent the boundary. Just a single taken. And of course, another big match to come today, Alex.
Of course, I always
England
forget.
and the West Indies. We're very excited about that. If you're listening on 5 Sports Extra, England's match against West Indies will follow us directly, so you don't need to change anything. You can just stay with us there and keep watching. We'll be taking you to Mumbai for that one, where Henry Moran and the team are standing by. There's Connolly as Adair just dances around his stumps and then cuts this ball nicely behind square on the offside. Might go to the boundary, actually. It does. Terrific shot that from Mark Adair. Has come in and looked very settled very quickly. 100 up as well for Ireland. 102 for 6 after 14.5 overs. 81 needed off 31.
Yeah, just shuffles around his crease and then cuts the ball into the offside, giving himself a little bit of room. Not a bad ball at all from Cooper Connolly.
And he comes again. Adair plays that slightly uppishly, but into the same region. This might be 4 again. No, Fielder will get round this time. Xavier Bartlett will prevent the boundary. The batters will make it back for 2. So 15 overs have been bowled in this innings. 5 overs left in this match. Ireland needs 79 off 30 to win this game. It seems fairly unlikely that they'll do that, but you can never. I just refuse to count them out. Anything can happen.
Oh, come on.
Oh, Adair's played some nice shots.
They need 15 and over, 16 and over.
Just need one big over and it's done.
Okay.
Maybe. Daniel Norcross is going to take you through to the end of this game, I think.
What about if I say I bet you £100?
No, I don't bet.
Okay, of course.
That's the only reason I wouldn't. No, I think you're pretty right, but you never know. I mean, strange things can happen. I'd like to see some big shots from Dockrell. Let's see if he can deliver them.
Yeah, well, Dockrell, as I said, is batting for a little bit of pride. Get himself 50. See what happens. Adam Zampa into his last. 2 for 13 for him.
Here he comes. Into Dockrell, who heaves this high in the air, down the ground, all the way for 6. To the onside of straight. There was a fielder out there who thought they were in business for a while, but they weren't. That has sailed over his head. So Atif is getting his wish. It's Glenn Maxwell out there at long on with a smile on his face. He's fairly confident that the game is already won. But George Dockrell, he's not so certain. As Zampa comes in once more, stumps, runs past it, and Zampa picks up another wicket. His 3rd. Ireland lose their 7th, effectively their 8th, and with that surely goes the game. Clever bowling from Zampa. He knew that Dockrell was going to come at him. He sort of came straight down the wicket. If anything, slightly to the offside, but Zampa just tossed that up further and further away from him, so he couldn't reach it, and it was the easiest of somethings for Josh Inglis. And Zampa now has 3 for 21. Ireland 110 for 7.
Really nicely done for George Dockrell there. Can go off with a little smile on his face. He's helped his team get to a respectable total when everyone else has failed around him. He's got 41 for 29.
Yeah, and anybody who's ever played the game knows that sometimes it's just better to have more runs than all of your teammates in a losing cause than to score naught in a winning cause.
No, never. Never. Look how beautiful the sunset is tonight, Dan.
It's gorgeous, isn't it? It's like the red of a tomato soup, of a deep basil and tomato soup.
Feels like it's going to hammer it down, though.
That's the thing. Really could do with this game getting done and dusted before. Because there's a
15-minute walk.
Yeah, we've got a 15-minute walk, and we've got a strong wind blowing, which is the wind that often comes before rain. It won't make any difference to the outcome of this game because we've had more than enough overs to constitute a full game. It'll only delay the confirmation of Ireland's loss should it happen. As Barry McCarthy's a new batter, and Zampa is hunting a 4th. He's just about got time to get 5th as well if he can get this. Drives back past Zampa, and Zampa's frustrated with himself because he's put out a hand and couldn't quite stop it. There wasn't a catching chance, but bowlers don't like runs off their own bowling.
No.
McCarthy's off the mark, 111 for 7. It brings M. Adair, which written down just says Mad Air to me.
Very good.
On my screen.
I've never seen that, and now I'll never unsee it.
I keep looking at it and go, Mad Air. Here is Zampa. To Adair. Now then, this has gone high in the air. Fielder's underneath it at deep mid-wicket. Takes the catch. It's Cooper Connolly with the catch. And Zampa does have his 4th, and he does have a chance, with 2 balls remaining in his spell, to pick up a 5th, because there is only 1 more wicket for that of Matthew Humphreys, who will be coming out to bat in an impossible pause, with Ireland still needing 72, only 26 balls left in it, and Adair swinging for the hills. He got plenty of it, but it was more elevation than distance, and Cooper Connolly took it around about 10 yards inside the boundary so comfortably, around about waist height. He didn't do it the Australian way, did he? He did it He did it with his fingers pointing down.
Yeah, the Australian way is for when it's like above you, if that makes sense. That one
Yeah.
was dropping on him, wasn't it?
I know,
And you struggled to get down.
But you've got to be careful, because if you don't do Australian things,
Yeah.
you do un-Australian things,
The Aussies don't like
they
it.
don't like it. You know?
Yeah.
That had the whiff of the milk toast pond to it, the way he caught that, I'd say.
What?
I've heard Ian Chappell get very vexed about the way the English do things.
Right.
But he went through a phase of being absolutely outraged by the fact that the English swept.
As in played the sweep
Played
shot.
the sweep. Yeah, Aussies don't play the sweep, they use their feet.
Let's not
Use
get,
your feet.
let's not get into that.
No, but there was a classically
English catch.
Fair. From Cooper Connolly, so he needs to keep an eye on that.
He's got 2 balls here, Adam Zampa, to get his 5 and to finish the innings, because the skipper Sterling is in his training kit.
Here we go. Zampa hunting a fifth. Oh, now then, big appeal for caught behind. He's gone for the sweep. Taken by Inglis, who might just have been making a lot of noise. He's saying, go for it. Zampa's saying, go for it. And Travis Head says, all right, let's have a look then. Go on.
Well, they might get it. If it's a wide, 2 balls still.
They've got one review left. And I don't think that were they to lose this review, it would have the same consequences
TV
as Headingley Test match of
umpire
2019.
review for caught behind, on-field decision is not out, fair delivery, watching split screen.
Well, Humphries is shaking his head, saying, I've
Nice
not
and
hit
slow.
Do you trust the number 11 to know when they've tickled it or not?
that. Yeah,
I mean, you were one. Did
Yeah.
you think you always knew?
I always knew.
Like
Did you?
the ultra edge.
Yeah,
Did
I
you?
was so confident all the time.
Yeah, well, slightly different
Yeah.
from knowing.
Yeah.
Waiting for the ultra edge, Chris.
Right, we're waiting for Ultra Edge. Because that's what all this is about. It's just about Ultra Edge. Now, we haven't got Ultra Edge yet, but what
Nice
we
and
can see is,
slow.
here we go, here's Ultra Edge. Is it going to get a tiny little brush on a glove? It's very close. It's
Okay, move
very
forward,
close.
move forward, move forward.
Keep moving forward.
Forward.
No,
Move
there's
forward.
nothing on it.
See, he knew.
He knew, he was dead
Okay,
right.
flat line as the ball past the bat.
But
You
is
can
that a
go to
wide?
the Chris. Chris, you can stay with your not out decision.
Right,
Not
and it's not
wide.
going to be a wide because he's moved across his stump. So in days of yore, until very recently, that might have been given as a wide, but they've given a bit of leeway to the bowler on the leg side, quite rightly too, for when batters move across their stump to touch. Right, he's got one more ball left. Zampa, can he pick up a 5th wicket? I'd say he's in with a good chance. Humphries clips this in the air, but through a gap in the onside. Now towards deep mid-wicket, nonetheless, doesn't get 5, but he finishes with 4 for 23. Ireland are 112 for 8. And it's between Zampa and Ellis, isn't it, player of the match?
Yeah. Yeah.
Who are you
think
giving it
so.
to?
Zampa always spinner.
Zampa always spinner, even though it was Ellis that did the real damage at the top of the order, getting the important wickets, including the big one of Curtis Camphor.
Yeah, I mean, it's Nathan Ellis that will end up getting player of the match,
I
surely.
think it will be,
Surely.
won't it? Especially 3 for 9 in 3. Because look, I mean, the guys he's got out are Adair, Camphor, and Callets, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Well, those are the 3 big hitters, really, the reliable hitters. They're going to try and get 180 runs. You've got to get those 3
All
out.
in real quick succession as well,
Quick
wasn't
succession, exactly. So, and he's back on. He might pick up 4, and then there'll be no argument.
it? Here we go then.
He's into Humphries. Nathan Ellis running away from us. Full dugout. They'll take the single. They realise that there might be 2, but there aren't now, as that's picked up by Glenn Maxwell. Every time you see Nathan Ellis, it's impossible not to remark on his fabulously eccentric action. It's the way the arms go beseechingly up into the air. And there's something slightly equine about the way he trots in, isn't there?
Very different run up, but reminds me a little bit of Freya Davis. Do you remember she used to gallop?
yes.
It's like a gallop in.
Yes, Freya Davis, who's retired.
She has retired. She's now a full-time lawyer. Big wig.
Oh, is she going to become a judge, do you think?
Well, she's probably earning more money, so whatever it is.
I was just referring to the wig, really. Ellis is in, pushed into the offside, fielded at short extra cover. There's no run.
Lawyers don't wear wigs, though, do they?
Barristers do.
Yeah.
and judges.
Are they like lawyers as well?
They are lawyers, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought it was a different job. I thought being a barrister was different to being a lawyer.
Well, it sort of is. They go and represent, don't they? So they go into court and they... God forbid that you should ever be put on formal Crown Court trial.
Yeah, do I need a
Hartley?
barrister and a lawyer then?
Yes, you do.
Oh.
Yeah. Be sure you do that. Yes.
Depends what
Get a
it's for.
lawyer, but don't represent yourself in court, please.
Why?
Really, I wouldn't recommend it. And that's a cut to deep backward point for a single. And I don't say that from personal experience. It's just very good advice. It's you.
I'd get into an argument.
Do it.
Just believe me.
There's only so often you can say that. 114 for 8. But yeah, it's a marvellous action, and one that we've become very familiar with over the last 10 years or so. He's also got very boyish features, I think, Nathan Ellis. He's got the slightly bouncy hair of a Baz de Leede.
It's like he's never grown up.
It
like
is, isn't
Benjamin
it?
Button.
Yeah, I think like Baz de Leede as well. I don't think
Yeah, no, he's
he
not
looks like
grown up.
that. Yeah. There's something about the hair colouring as well, that sort of blonde thing that can sometimes take a few years off your life. Oh, there he goes. There goes the arms up in the air as he hurdles in. Swung away out to deep square leg. It'll only be the single. Humphreys moves to 3, 115 for 8, 68 needed from 20. That's not going to happen. These are all just runs that might become significant if Ireland can somehow win not only their last 2 games, but win them well, and hope that one of Australia and Sri Lanka can somehow lose 2 games themselves, because that's the problem for Ireland now. They would have lost 2 out of 2, and winning the next 2 won't necessarily, by any means, be enough to get them through. It's coming round the wicket is Ellis with a short, fine leg in. It's been tonked. High in the air, out to deep mid-wicket. Fielder takes the catch. And that is the end of the match. Ireland have lost by 67 runs. Ellis has picked up his 4th. He and Zampa between them have taken 8 for 35 in just shy of 8 overs. It's been a dominant performance from Australia, almost from the very beginning. They lost Travis Head early when setting a target, but they went very hard in the power play. Ireland dragged them back a bit with their spinners in the middle overs, but 182 always felt like a pretty tough ask. And then when Paul Stirling limped off the very first ball, taking his only run, you knew that there was trouble afoot, and it only got worse when 13 for 1 became 13 for 2 and 17 for 3 and 27 for 4. Nathan Ellis having got rid of sort of the 3 main threats with the bat, the ones that could have hunted down that target of 183, and in the end delivering the coup de grace right at, well, what time is it? In decent time. Yeah. So Ireland have been bowled out. Only lost them 9 wickets, but they have been bowled out because Paul Stirling wasn't able to come back out. Back the bowling figures: Xavier Bartlett, none for 22 off 2. Matt Kuhneman, the left-arm spinner, 1 for 29 from 4. Cooper Connolly, none for 26 from 3. But the real damage done by Adam Zampa, so experienced in this format, with 4 for 23 from 4. And Nathan Ellis, who I think is going to be a really key component of Australia's bowling attack in this World Cup. 4 for 12 from 3.5. They win with 19 balls to spare, as well as by 67 runs, Australia. And if anybody doubted them, thought this doesn't look like an absolutely top-notch Australian side at the moment they put on that shirt, they become formidable, don't they, Alex?
Yeah, and also Stoinis didn't bowl, Cameron Green didn't bowl, Maxwell didn't bowl, so they've still got so many options. They're a team that always seems to find a way to win, and at stages today, look, it's a convincing win, but there's still so much room for improvement for this Australia side. A few starts, and then they didn't kick on, but also they got bogged down in the middle by the Ireland spinners. But look, when you look at the scorecard, it's their first game of the tournament, and they've absolutely hammered Ireland as a result you would expect as well. But they've done it in remarkable fashion with 2 people getting 4 for, which is always nice.
Yes, it's sort of a little bit of a shame for the neutral today so far, because we've had 2 results which you sort of wanted to go the other way in order to keep the jeopardy alive within the group. Afghanistan earlier losing an absolute thriller, 2 super overs. They actually they should have lost it, and then they should have won it when they needed 2 to win from 3 balls, and it was a free hit. And they foolishly ran a second run rather than just stick. In so doing, they lost their 10th wicket to a run out by a very small margin. But had they given themselves 2 bites of the cherry to get 1 run, they might probably would have won in regulation time. Instead, it went to a super over, which, again, they would have thought they won because they hit 17 off their own super over. Then South Africa needed 6 off their last ball to tie. They managed somehow to hit that 6. So we went to a second super over. South Africa scored 23, so the game was done and dusted. And after a dot and a wicket of the first 2 balls, there was surely no way back for Afghanistan. Well, they hit 3 sixes of the next 3 balls. Then there was a wide. They needed 4 for a second super over or another 6 to win it. And unfortunately for Afghanistan, couldn't quite get it. The wicket fell off that last ball, couldn't quite squeeze it past point and was caught. So Afghanistan have lost that game, and in all likelihood, you would think, looking at the fixtures in that group, that makes it very likely that South Africa and New Zealand would advance from that group. Already at this stage, it looks like we can know that. And they would end up playing in the group here in New Zealand in the Super 8, a group that England are hoping that they can get into if they can qualify from their group. Well, they had that very squeaky win against Nepal, and they've got a game coming up shortly. It actually starts in around about half an hour's time, and we'll have coverage of that the moment we leave here. But first of all, we've got Aaron Fincher, the player of the match, who is Nathan Ellis, and that is entirely right and appropriate that it should be he, as he had figures of 4 for 12 and finished it off with the last wicket of the match. I don't know if we can quite hear from him yet. No, we are struggling to hear from him. He's there ready and waiting.
He's got a smile on his face. I bet he's very happy about it.
He's a happy-looking chap, isn't he? Yes, as well he may be. Because I think he's going to be the leader of this attack, do you think? In a way, I mean, I suppose Adam Zampa on certain occasions.
Well, it depends where you are, doesn't it? You know, Adam Zampa definitely. But he's going to open the bowling. And look, he's taken wickets. It's that back of the hand slow ball today that worked its magic, did the damage, getting Ross Adair, just completely bamboozled him. It's that he's able to get that seam position bolt upright so it looks exactly the same as it comes out of his hand. Bowled fantastically well, bowled the cutters into the surface as well, and held his nerve throughout.
Yeah, that's what did it for Ireland's chase, really.
The big boys in the
now,
series.
I think we can hear him
we
now.
had the likes of Borchers, Bartlett, Sean Abbott, and even some of the younger guys in the recent series against Pakistan. So we played together a fair bit now, and I think the planning and the processes in the last 18 months leading to this has put us in good stead to go deep, hopefully, without.
Get a hand slow ball. When did you decide that you were going to bowl that ball then?
Probably after watching the first couple of overs. I saw, Swing King, Xavier Bartlett start up, and there wasn't a lot of swing or seam there for him. So it sort of dictates what my overs in the back end of the power play and through the middle looks like. So, sort of try and just see what I can see from deep square and, try to put my best foot forward.
There was a 22% difference between that slower ball to get rid of Adair and the pace on to get rid of Camphor. Is that the kind of measurement that you look to work towards?
Yeah, and I think for me, being a little bit shorter and a little bit skiddier, especially on these wickets, when I do go pace on, I just try to hit the wicket as hard as I can and try and bowl as fast as I can. So as much as I can keep my arm speed similar and hopefully the ball speed as big a difference as I can, I'm hopefully, giving myself a little bit of margin for error.
Finally, before I let you go, Adam Zampa, word on Adam Zampa, thought he bowled superbly. He's going to have a massive role to play in this tournament too.
Yeah, it's one of those ones with Zorb. He sort of does that Tanami walk-off and go, it's just another day. I think if you sit back and really think about it, we really don't want to take him for granted because he's one of the world's best, but he's just our Adam. Another great outing for him tonight. But, I mean, I can't go without mentioning that middle order partnership to get us to a total today. It looked... I had my pads on a little bit earlier than I would have liked. It would have been hard for me to score a few runs out there. So with Renner's experienced Renners and Stoyne to put on a partnership like that, got us to a total that we could apply some pressure in the power play.
You certainly did apply a lot of pressure. You were a player of the match. Well done.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
That was Niall O'Brien there talking to the player of the match, Nathan Ellis. He paid tribute to that middle order partnership. I mean, Australia went in trouble at 88 for 4, but they needed not to lose a couple of quick wickets at that point, didn't they? And so that Stoinis-Renshaw partnership was significant in getting Australia to a total that we always felt was just a little bit too much for Ireland.
Yeah, and it wasn't like a breathtaking partnership. It wasn't, it was just about a run of ball until Stoinis started to accelerate. He ended up getting 45 off 29, but Renshaw stuck around, run a ball 37, it was 33 balls in the end. I think he hit second last ball for 4 or whatever it was, but Renshaw stuck around, and it got to the point where they had to start accelerating. It was actually just when Renshaw got out, and then Stoinis sort of took ownership and went a little bit harder. But without that partnership, Australia would have been in a little bit of trouble. So they were showing their experience, and I guess there's a massive difference in how much cricket the two teams play as well. Ireland don't play as much T20 cricket as Australia do, but a good way for Australia to bounce back after that 3-0 defeat in Pakistan.
Yes, and it's not just, of course, how much international cricket you play. The Australians have come off a big bash season. For Ireland, their domestic T20 setup isn't the same, and ever since Irish players have been seen as overseas players, they're not getting necessarily the same opportunities that they might have got within the English T20 Blast or in the 100, that sort of thing. So it's a structural problem for Ireland generally, isn't it? That finding opportunities for players to develop their craft, not just in internationals but in domestic cricket. And as we've seen here, Matt Renshaw's played very little international T20 cricket, but he's played an awful lot of domestic cricket. It feels like quite an inexperienced side in some ways, the likes of Cooper Connolly, Xavier Bartlett, just mentioning, Matt Kuhneman, Matthew Renshaw. These don't feel like very experienced international players.
Well, actually, Glenn Maxwell stands out as being the old one, doesn't he?
He does, and Marcus Stoinis, these guys, they feel like antique.
Yeah, they do, and there's a lot of young lads coming through, which is exciting for Australia, with the strength and depth that they've clearly got.
But we've also seen a lot of Josh Inglis play T20 cricket, haven't we? We've seen him loads in the Big Bash. Same with Travis Head. There's a difference. Nathan Ellis has played so much T20 cricket, both in Australia and in England and around the world. So those skills that are honed there have come to bear. And for Ireland, it was always going to be an uphill task. Where are their next fixtures? Well, they play Oman at the SSC to Ireland on Saturday. And then their final fixture in the group phase, and probably their final fixture in the tournament, the way things are going, is against Zimbabwe in Pallekele on the 17th. That's next Tuesday. We'll be there for both of those. For Australia, very late arrivals into the tournament, but they then play 2 games in 3 days. They take on Zimbabwe back here the day after tomorrow. That's Friday. That's an 11 a.m. start our time, so 5:30 in the morning your time back in the UK. Ireland Oman is also 5:30 in the morning. And then we have the big one, India against Pakistan, back here at this stadium before we all decamp to Kandy and Pallekele.
Pack my bags.
Yes, that's not for a while. Let's not think about that just yet. Eh? That's a job for Sunday. Yeah. What day is it today?
I don't know.
Oh, it's Wednesday.
Yeah.
Oh, we're getting there. Oh dear. Right. Time's moving apace, isn't it?
It is indeed.
So, how many games have we now had in the tournament? It's 14, isn't it?
We're on day 5.
Yeah, so the 15th game coming up is England against the West Indies. Important game. And for England, were they to win it, they'll have more than 1 foot in the next round, because then their last 2 opponents will be Italy and the other team in that group that I knew just before I said Italy, and then I've now completely forgotten again.
I have it written down.
Scotland.
Oh, because they play Scotland on Valentine's Day.
Do they?
Yeah.
Oh, how lovely. Well, there's no love lost between those two nations, so perhaps it's the most inappropriate fixture you can imagine. But there you go. Of course, not that long ago, Scotland beat England in a one-day international at the Grange. A thrilling game. They'll be looking to repeat that
trick. Not long ago.
2017?
No.
I suppose that is quite a long time ago, isn't it? Now Pommy and Bangor is with the captains.
First up, we'll speak to the Irish captain, I'll say stand-in captain, Lorcan Tucker alongside. Lorcan, first of all, let's talk about Paul and what's happening there. His knee, his calf, his hamstring, what is it?
Yeah, I think he just took a bit of a knock on his knee, taking that catch in the first innings. Pretty unfortunate to lose him like that. I know he was obviously brave and tried to go out and see the second innings off to a good start, but he wasn't able to, unfortunately. So hopefully we can get that right before the next game.
Yeah, with 180 to try and chase down he was a big miss, wasn't he, right up at the top of the order?
Yeah, obviously massively disappointing. I think he's had so much success there at the top of the order for us previously. So disappointing, and then I think after that it seemed to set a bit of a train in motion.
Okay, give me your general thoughts about today, and perhaps put it together with the previous game as well.
Yeah, I think it was great that we had seen the game the other day. We felt like we talked about the surface. We'd had good experience of it, I suppose, unlike Australia. I think we probably didn't start as well as we would have liked. I feel like they got away from us in the power play. I think our spinners made a great effort to try and pull it back in the middle, but ultimately they finished the game off really well, and I think credit to their own experience. Obviously, we lost wickets in our own power play and got off to a pretty poor start, but I think George really tried to battle and bring us back into the game. It wasn't enough in the end, but that's the way these things happen sometimes.
In talking about today, did you have any numbers in mind? If I asked for what average scores are here, I know they got 180, but what numbers did you feel would be good on here?
I think maybe 150, 160 was in our mind as something that was gettable. I think the way we set up, we feel like we could target that. I think they probably got a few more than that, but I think that was just credit to the way they played. I think they managed the middle period really well against our spinners. Our spinners bowled well, but I think they controlled the game really nicely and set them up to be able to get a bigger score than maybe the par total.
Okay, you've got to carry on. It's a tournament. You've got to go in there and somehow gee up your guys to then improve. How do you do that?
Yeah, like it is tournament cricket. I think there's plenty of things happening. I think we saw today there was a couple of super overs in a game in one of the other groups. So there's still plenty that can happen. I think we just got to stay competitive, stay keen. We're not out of this yet, so I think we just have to make sure we train well, rock up for the next game, and really put in a positive performance.
Okay, all the best with that. Logan Tucker, who is the standing captain today with Paul Stirling injured. And now to speak to the Australian captain, Travis Head. Travis, how happy are you with that as a first performance, particularly without getting any sort of practice in the lead-up and having to start a few days after the others?
Feel like we've been here for a while. Yeah, nice stars. Obviously nice to get into the tournament. I thought everyone played really, really well, so positive note.
If you are to pick out what went well, particularly today, which would you pick out?
Probably a combination of both. I thought Renner's and Stoyan's partnership in the middle was really, really rock solid. Kept the rate going, got us to a really, really good score, and then the way that Nell and Zamps bowled throughout the second innings was exceptional. So it's what we need from them too. Them two are probably our leaders of our attack. So for them to stand up tonight was an exciting start for us.
From a strategic and a technical perspective for your batters as a group, tell me about your discussions and what you have to adjust in relation to the conditions, which seemed tough today.
Yeah, they seem tough, and it might look different in 2 days' time. So we talked about problem solving and adapting on the go, and we want to keep that intent. We've obviously been an aggressive team over the last couple of years. We want to try and keep that rate. I felt we did that really well in different ways today. I thought we hit a lot of twos in that back end until we got to the death, and the boys were able to finish off and get us to a really good score. So it's obviously attacking hard throughout the whole way, but that may look different in different conditions. So let's see what we get in a couple of days' time and adapt and continue on.
Expectation, is that something that you guys work with, or you just dispel it totally?
There's always expectation. I think there's a lot of teams going with expectation. So that's the challenge of, like we said at the toss, that's the challenge of tournament play. You get in there in high pressure situations and navigate yourself the way through it. So nice to get our first win. That's always a nice starting point. And work our way through the next three and then get ourselves to India. And that creates more challenge and different challenges. So we've got our mindset. It's a really relaxed group. It's a fun group to be around. We're enjoying each other's company and continue to play good cricket.
And hopefully have everybody fit.
It'd be nice. It'd be nice to get a couple more fit over the next few days. So trending that way. So you're not going to win a World Cup right now, but it'd be nice to get the boys pairing by the time we get to the business end of it.
Congratulations on the win.
Thank you. Cheers.
There was Pommy and Bangor with Travis Head, the victorious Australian captain. Well, we've had two very contrasting games of cricket so far today. There were 2 super overs in our first match between South Africa and Afghanistan and Ahmedabad. And here, a very one-sided affair at the RP Madassa in Colombo. What are we going to get from today's final match, I wonder, between England and the West Indies in Mumbai? We can take you to the TMS team who are waiting for us now, and to Henry Moran.
Thank you very much indeed, Daniel, and to the team in Colombo. What a day it has been at the T20 World Cup, as Daniel mentioned. 2